Chapter 1. I closed my eyes, trying desperately to maintain the lotus position Master Zortho had drilled into my muscle memory over the past 15 years. The stone floor beneath my cushion radiated an ancient chill, a reminder of countless apprentices who had sat in this exact spot before me. But try as I might, my thoughts kept drifting to her face, those striking features I'd glimpsed yesterday in the marketplace, during my brief weekly excursion for supplies. What was her name? It danced on the edge of my consciousness, teasing me with its elusiveness. Sarah? No. Sadie? That wasn't it either. Sandra? Yes, Sandra. The name clicked into place like the final piece of a puzzle, and I couldn't help the slight smile that tugged at the corners of my mouth. Focus, Seth. Master Zortho's stern voice cut through my reverie like a knife through warm butter. My eyes snapped open to meet his disapproving gaze. The old wizard sat cross-legged before me, his grey robes pooling around him like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. Your mind should be on the ward configurations, not on whatever young lady has caught your fancy. I felt heat rise to my cheeks. How did he always know? He claimed he never used magic to read my thoughts, but sometimes I wondered. His weathered face, framed by a beard that had long since turned from pepper to salt, bore the familiar expression of exasperated patience I'd grown accustomed to over the years. Master, I began, but he raised a gnarled hand to silence me. Clear your mind, he commanded. The symbols must flow through you like water through a stream bed. Each curve, each line, each intersection must become as natural as breathing. I closed my eyes again, forcing my thoughts away from Sandra's captivating smile and back to the task at hand. The ancient symbols we'd been studying for the past month floated in my mind's eye, the curved arc of protection, the straight line of permanence, the intricate knot of binding. These were the building blocks of the ward we were attempting to create. Now, Zortho continued, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence he used for important lessons. Remember what I've told you about the nature of magical workings. The symbols are merely the framework, the skeleton upon which we build our intent. I couldn't help but mouth along with his next words, having heard them countless times before. 95% of magic is the belief that your spell will work. The remaining 5% is your willpower, to push it into reality. I see you know the words, Zortho commented dryly. But knowing and understanding are as different as a painting of a feast and the feast itself. He shifted slightly on his cushion, and I heard the soft rustle of his robes. Tell me, why do we use symbols in our wardcraft? I knew this was a test, one of the thousands he'd given me since that fateful day 15 years ago when I'd toddled across a blanket and touched the oak staff that would determine my destiny. Symbols are the bridge between thought and reality, I recited, then added my own understanding. They help focus our intent and give structure to our will. Good. The praise was subtle but present. And why must they be precise? Because precision in the symbol leads to precision in the effect, I answered, feeling more confident now that we were in familiar theoretical territory. A ward with imperfect symbols is like a house built on crooked foundations. It may stand for a while, but eventually it will fail. Precisely. Zortho's voice took on an instructional tone that made me open my eyes. He was now standing, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the afternoon light that streamed through the high windows of the temple's main chamber. Watch carefully. With a grace that belied his advanced years, Zortho began to move his hands through the air, leaving trails of ghostly blue light in their wake. The symbols we'd been studying took form, hanging in the air like celestial calligraphy. Each component must flow into the next, he explained as he worked. The arc of shielding here connects to the line of perpetuity, which in turn feeds into the knot of binding. See how they support each other? I watched, mesmerized, as the symbols began to pulse within a light. This was the part that always fascinated me, the moment when mere drawings in the air became something more, something alive with potential. The way the magic responded to Zortho's will was like watching a master musician coax impossible melodies from a simple instrument. "The ward we're creating today," he continued, his hands still weaving patterns in the air, "is not just a simple barrier. It's a living thing, in its way. It must be able to recognize friend from foe, to adapt to different types of threats, to maintain its integrity under assault." The symbols began to rotate slowly, forming a complex three-dimensional pattern. "This is why the preparation is so crucial. A ward created in haste or with incomplete understanding is worse than no ward at all. It gives the illusion of security while providing none." I felt the weight of the bending stone in my pocket, a reminder of my own youthful indiscretions. How many times had I been caught with such trinkets, earning extra hours of meditation and reduced privileges? The stone had become something of a touchstone for me, a reminder of both my mistakes and my growth. Zortho spent the next several hours guiding me through each component of the ward, explaining how each symbol contributed to the whole. We discussed the theoretical underpinnings of protective magic, the ways in which intent shaped the final form of the spell, and the importance of maintaining focus throughout the casting process. My legs had long since gone numb from maintaining the lotus position, but I knew better than to shift or complain. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the temple floor, Zortho finally called an end to the lesson. "Enough for today," he said, waving his hand to dissolve the glowing symbols that still hung in the air. "You've shown good attention despite your earlier distractions." I stood carefully, trying not to grimace as feeling returned to my legs in a rush of pins and needles. To my surprise, Zortho didn't immediately dismiss me to fend for myself as usual. Instead he said, "I believe I'll prepare dinner this evening. You've earned it." This was a rare treat indeed. Usually I was left to my own devices for meals, allowed to hunt only twice a week with borrowed weapons, and permitted into town even less frequently. These restrictions were part of the apprenticeship. A wizard's will must be tempered by discipline, or so Zortho always said. As I followed him out of the training room, my hand unconsciously brushed against the pocket containing my contraband bending stone. Its presence was both a comfort and a reminder of how far I had yet to go. The stone had been with me for years now, a small act of rebellion I'd managed to keep secret. If Zortho knew about it, he'd never mentioned it, though knowing him, he probably did, and was waiting for the right moment to turn it into another lesson. The temple's corridors were quiet as we walked, our footsteps echoing off the ancient stones. I could feel the weight of history around us, the accumulated power of countless wizards who had walked these halls before. Somewhere in these walls lingered the essence of Quirlang the mystic, Zortho's own master, whose gift of clairvoyance had led to my selection as an apprentice. Those were enormous shoes to fill, and sometimes the weight of that destiny felt overwhelming. But for now, at least, I had earned a proper meal and a moment of my master's more relaxed company. As we headed toward the kitchen, I couldn't help but wonder what Sandra would think if she could see me now. Apprentice to one of the most powerful wizards in the realm, but still subject to his rules and restrictions, still carrying a child's toy in my pocket like a secret talisman. The smell of cooking herbs began to waft through the corridor, and my stomach rumbled in anticipation, whatever lessons tomorrow might bring, whatever challenges lay ahead in my path to becoming a full-fledged wizard. At least for tonight, I could enjoy this small reward, though I couldn't help but hope that my next trip to town might give me another glimpse of Sandra, assuming I could keep my mind focused enough during lessons to earn the privilege. The kitchen, like every room in the temple, held centuries of memories within its stone walls. But tonight, as Zortho moved about with surprising agility for his age, there was something different in the air. I watched him prepare a hearty stew, his hands moving with the same precise grace he used in spellcasting. He didn't speak much as he worked, and I knew better than to break the contemplative silence. The aroma of herbs and roasted meat filled the space, making my mouth water. It wasn't often that I got to enjoy my master's cooking, perhaps once or twice a year, usually after achieving some significant milestone in my training. But I hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy today. If anything, I'd shown poor focus with my thoughts of Sandra. When the meal was ready, we sat at the ancient wooden table that had served countless generations of wizards and their apprentices. The stew was rich and flavorful, chunks of venison and root vegetables swimming in a broth seasoned with herbs from Zortho's private garden. We ate in comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional clink of spoons against bowls. I was nearly finished with my second helping when I noticed something odd about my master's demeanor. His shoulders, usually held with rigid discipline, had begun to slope slightly. His eyes seemed distant, focused on something far beyond the temple walls. After we finished eating, instead of sending me to my quarters as he usually would, Zortho rose and moved toward the sitting area near the great hearth. With a casual flick of his fingers, he sent a spark of magic toward the cold fireplace. The flames that burst to life were not the ordinary orange and yellow of natural fire, but held hints of blue and purple, a wizard's fire, burning without fuel. "Join me, Seth," he said, lowering himself into one of the two high-backed chairs that flanked the hearth. The words themselves were ordinary enough, but the invitation was unprecedented. In 15 years I had never been asked to sit with him in this way. I moved cautiously to the other chair, half expecting him to change his mind or turn this into some sort of lesson. But as I sat down, I saw something I'd never seen before. My master looked tired. Not the physical fatigue that sometimes showed after a particularly demanding spell, but something deeper, more fundamental. "I was younger than you are now," he began without preamble, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames, "when I was chosen to replace the Red Wizard." My breath caught in my throat. Though Zortho had mentioned his predecessor before, he'd never spoken about the circumstances of his selection. I remained perfectly still, afraid that any movement might break this rare moment of openness. Like you, I was tested as a child. 3 objects were placed before me: a crystal sphere, a silver mirror, and a flame captured in glass. I chose the flame, and in doing so, sealed my fate. He paused, running a hand through his grey beard. "Do you know why they call me the Grey, Seth?" I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. "Because I never achieved the title of the Red. Oh, I mastered thaumaturgy well enough. The manipulation of elements is my specialty, as you well know. But my predecessor—" He trailed off, his eyes growing distant. "He was something else entirely. The stories don't do him justice. When he commanded the elements, mountains trembled. He could call rain from clear skies and part oceans with a gesture. The magical fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across Zortho's face as he continued. Each wizard serves a purpose in maintaining the balance. The Red Wizard was meant to be the master of elemental forces, the bridge between the natural world and the realm of magic. My master filled that role perfectly, until he fell silent for so long that I thought he might not continue. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with old pain. He was betrayed by one of his own students. Black magic, soul corruption of the darkest kind. The details have been lost to time, but the outcome— He shook his head slowly. A battle of sorcery that left half a mountain range in ruins. My master gave his life to stop his former student, to prevent an evil from spreading that could have destroyed everything. I sat rigid in my chair, understanding the weight of what was being shared. This wasn't just a story, it was a warning, a preparation, a truth that had shaped the man who had shaped me. "I don't tell you this to frighten you, Seth," Zortho said, finally turning to look at me directly. "But you need to understand, whether we die peacefully in our beds after centuries of service, or fall in battle defending what we believe in, the choice is rarely ours to make. We are all instruments in a greater symphony. Some of us play soft, soothing melodies, others tragic dirges, and some—" He looked back at the fire. "Some of us must play the dramatic crescendos that shake the very foundations of the world." The magical flames reflected in his eyes, and for a moment I caught a glimpse of the young wizard he must have been. thrust suddenly into a role he hadn't expected to fill so soon. It made me understand him better, his strict training methods, his insistence on perfect focus, his reluctance to let me venture too far from the temple's protective walls. "The universe plays us all," he continued softly, "and we must be ready to perform whatever role we're given, whether we feel prepared for it or not." We sat in silence after that, watching the ethereal flames dance in the hearth. The weight of his words settled over me like a heavy cloak. For the first time, I truly understood that my training wasn't just about learning spells and mastering magical theory. It was about preparing me for a responsibility that could demand everything from me at a moment's notice. The bending stone in my pocket seemed to grow heavier, a childhood trinket that suddenly felt out of place in this moment of profound revelation. Yet somehow its presence was comforting too. A reminder that even wizards destined for great and terrible things were once children who skipped stones across water just to see them shine. Morning came too early, my mind still processing the revelations from the previous night's fireside conversation. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Zortho was already waiting in the training chamber, his stance suggesting today's lessons would be different. "Today, we practice application," he announced as I entered. "Theory without practice is like having a library of cookbooks but never preparing a meal." I assumed the familiar lotus position, but Zortho shook his head. "Stand. Wards aren't just meditation exercises. They're shields between life and death." My legs protested slightly as I stood, still stiff from yesterday's extended sitting. Zortho positioned himself several paces away, his grey robe seeming to catch and hold the morning light streaming through the high windows. "Create a ward," he instructed. "Small, but maintain it as long as you can." I began weaving the symbols in the air, trying to recall every detail from yesterday's lessons. The arc of shielding came first, followed by the line of perpetuity, then the knot of binding. The ward materialized before me, a shimming barrier of translucent energy. Zortho walked around it, examining my work from all angles. "Hold it," he commanded, watching as beads of sweat formed on my forehead from the effort. When the ward finally flickered and dissipated, he nodded. Again. This time, as soon as the ward stabilized, he struck it with a gentle pulse of energy. The impact was minimal, but I felt it through the magical connection. Another strike followed, slightly stronger. I braced myself, thinking I knew what was coming, but nothing could have prepared me for the third attack. With barely a warning gesture, Zortho unleashed a wave of fire that roared against my ward. The heat was intense enough to make the hairs on my arms stand up, even through the protection. The ward held, barely, but I could feel how close it had come to failing. "Your head is elsewhere," Zortho stated matter-of-factly. I wanted to protest. I had been focusing, hadn't I? But I kept my mouth shut, knowing from experience that arguing would only lead to more rigorous exercises. "You think you're focused," he continued, reading my expression, "but you're still thinking. True focus means clearing your mind of everything except the relationships between the symbols. Watch." Zortho raised his own ward with a casual grace that made my efforts look clumsy in comparison. "Hit me with your strongest spell." I hesitated. My knowledge of offensive magic was limited at best. Wind magic was the only element I had any real affinity for, and even then, my command of it was basic. The symbols came to mind easily enough. They were simple, crude even, compared to the complex configurations of wardcraft. Gathering my will, I compressed a pocket of air and hurled it at Zortho's ward. The result was exactly what I expected, like watching a breeze try to topple a mountain. The air simply dissipated around the barrier, leaving Zortho completely unaffected. But something in his expression caught my attention. He stood there with the serene confidence of an archer who had already seen his arrow strike true before releasing it. That was it. The lesson he'd been trying to hammer into my head all along about belief in the magic. I had attacked his ward already believing it would fail. Taking a deep breath, I tried to clear my thoughts completely. Sandra's face floated into my mind, and I had to force it away along with everything else. When Zortho's next attack came, a massive gout of flame that filled my field of vision, I was so deeply focused on the ward symbols and their interconnections that I barely registered the temperature change. My eyes were closed, my mind empty of everything except the perfect geometry of the magical barrier. When I finally opened my eyes, I was startled to see the floor around me scorched black, the ceiling above bearing sooty marks where the flames had deflected. But more alarming was the fact that Zortho was no longer standing where he had been. A tap on my shoulder made me spin around, finding my master holding a wooden training sword against my stomach. "See?" he said. "You were focused, but you were unaware." Frustration bubbled up inside me. What exactly was the lesson here? Was I supposed to maintain perfect focus on the ward or stay alert to my surroundings? The two seemed mutually exclusive. As if reading my thoughts, Zortho explained, "Even when channeling all your focus into a spell, you should maintain enough awareness to sense changes in your environment, movement of bodies, displacement of air, shifts in the ambient energy. It's not impossible, though it may seem so now." He lowered the training sword and stepped back. "When you're older, you'll develop what we call the second sight. It's not exactly seeing with your eyes, but rather a constant awareness of the magical currents around you. Once you have that, maintaining both spell focus and situational awareness will become more natural." I nodded, though uncertainty must have shown on my face because Zortho's expression softened slightly. "Think of it like breathing," he added. "Right now, you're like someone who has to consciously think about each breath. Eventually, it will become as natural as, well, breathing." The analogy helped, though I still couldn't quite imagine being able to split my attention so perfectly. But then again, yesterday, I wouldn't have believed I could maintain a ward against a direct fire attack either. Perhaps that was another lesson in itself, believing in possibilities rather than limitations. The sun had begun its descent when Zortho finally called an end to our training. My muscles ached, not from physical exertion but from the constant mental strain of maintaining wards while trying to develop what seemed like impossible awareness. The stone walls of the temple held the day's warmth, creating a comfortable atmosphere despite the spring evening's growing chill. I found myself drawn to the courtyard, that perfect square of tranquility within the temple's imposing walls. It had always been one of my favorite places, though I rarely had time to simply sit and enjoy it. The grass rectangle in the center was beginning to show the first real growth of spring, tender green shoots reaching toward the sky with the same determination I hoped to show in my studies. Settling onto one of the 4 benches that marked the cardinal points of the courtyard, I let my mind drift. The cobblestone pathways that bordered the grass caught the last rays of sunlight, seeming to glow with an inner fire. How many apprentices before me had sat in this very spot, contemplating their path, their future, their place in the grand tapestry of magical tradition? Time became fluid, meaningless. The shadows lengthened, and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky above the open courtyard. I might have sat there for minutes or hours. In that moment, it didn't matter. The gentle touch on my shoulder startled me back to awareness. Zortho stood there, his expression unreadable in the gathering dusk. "Follow me," he said, his voice carrying an unusual weight that made my heart skip a beat. We moved through the temple's corridors, taking turns I'd never taken before, descending staircases I hadn't known existed. The temple had always seemed vast, but now I realized I had only seen a fraction of its true extent. The air grew cooler as we descended, and the stone walls showed signs of greater age. These were old passages, perhaps as old as the temple itself. Finally, we reached a massive wooden door, its surface carved with intricate magical symbols that seemed to shift and move in the dim light of Zortho's conjured flame. He pushed it open without ceremony, and we stepped into darkness. A single spark of fire shot from Zortho's palm, striking a wall-mounted sconce. The flame caught and spread, racing around the room in a chain reaction that illuminated a vast circular chamber I had never seen before. But it wasn't the room itself that made my breath catch, it was its occupants. Dozens of figures stood in a perfect circle, each wearing the grey robes of acolytes. Their faces were familiar yet strange in the dancing firelight, and for a moment my mind raced with possibilities. Was this some sort of test? Had I failed in some way? Was this a tribunal? But then Zortho spoke, and his voice carried an emotion I had never heard from him before. "Seth," he began, and I was shocked to hear a slight tremor in his usually steady tone. "Do you know what day it is?" I had to admit I didn't. Days had blurred together in the constant cycle of study and practice. "It is the 17th day of the 3rd month," he continued, "and more importantly, it is your 17th birthday." The realization hit me like a physical force. I had completely lost track of time, so consumed by my studies that even my own birthday had slipped my mind. But 17, that number held special significance in the magical tradition. It marked the transition from apprentice to initiate, from student to true practitioner of the arts. "Normally," Zortho continued, "we do not celebrate such things. The path of a wizard is not marked by the passing of years, but by the acquisition of knowledge and wisdom. However," he paused, and in the firelight I saw something that made me question everything I thought I knew about my stern master. His eyes were glistening, and though I tried to convince myself it was just the smoke from the torches, I knew better. Those were tears. "However," he continued, his voice cracking slightly, "the transition from the 16th to the 17th year is not merely the passing of time. It marks the death of the child and the birth of the wizard. You stand now at a threshold, Seth and I." He had to pause again, gathering himself. "I am proud of the progress you have made. In all our years together, Zortho had never expressed pride in my achievements. Satisfaction, perhaps, or acceptance, but never pride." The other acolytes remained silent, their presence lending weight to the moment. "From this day forward," Zortho continued, "your training enters its most challenging phase. The basics you have learned until now are merely the foundation. What comes next will test not just your ability to learn, but your very understanding of reality itself." He gestured to one of the acolytes, who stepped forward carrying something dark and folded. "But tonight," Zortho said, "tonight we celebrate. Tonight you receive your black robe, marking you as an initiate of the first circle." He took the folded garment from the acolyte and held it out to me. The fabric seemed to drink in the light, so dark it appeared almost like a hole in space itself. With trembling hands, I accepted the robe. The material was unlike anything I had ever felt before, lighter than silk but stronger than leather, and somehow both warm and cool to the touch. As I held it, I could feel the magical energies woven into its very fabric, protective spells and enhancing charms layered so densely they created their own subtle resonance. "The black robe is not merely a garment," Zortho explained, his voice growing stronger. "It is a symbol of your commitment to the path of wisdom, a mark of the responsibilities you now begin to assume. Wear it with honor, but never with pride. Let it remind you always that the greatest magic comes not from power, but from understanding." One by one, the acolytes stepped forward, each placing a hand on my shoulders or arms, murmuring traditional blessings in the ancient tongue. Their touch carried magical energy, and I felt each blessing sink into my being, creating a web of protection and enhancement that would become part of my magical signature. When the last blessing had been given, Zortho raised his hands, and the chamber's illumination changed. The flames in the sconces turned from orange to blue to purple, and suddenly the air was filled with floating lights of every color imaginable. They danced and swirled, creating patterns that told stories of magical battles and great discoveries, of wisdom gained and power tempered by responsibility. "Now," Zortho announced, and for the first time in my memory, I saw him smile, truly smile, not just the slight upward turn of lips that usually indicated his approval. "We feast." At his words, tables appeared around the chamber's perimeter, laden with foods I had only read about in books. There were fruits from distant lands, Meats prepared with magical flames that still flickered blue around their edges, breads that seemed to glow within a light, and wines that changed color as its temperature changed. The acolytes broke their formal positions, moving to the tables with obvious enthusiasm. Music began to play from nowhere and everywhere, an ethereal melody that seemed to adapt itself to the mood of those nearest to it. The stern formality of the magical academy gave way to something warmer, more human, yet no less magical. As I stood there, still holding my new robe, trying to process everything that was happening, Zortho placed a hand on my shoulder. "You have earned this moment," he said softly for my ears alone. "But remember, celebration is merely the pause between challenges. Tomorrow, your real training begins." I nodded, understanding both the warning and the implicit praise in his words. "Thank you, Master," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. He squeezed my shoulder once, then gave me a gentle push toward the festivities. "Go, enjoy yourself." Such moments are rare in a wizard's life, all the more reason to savor them when they come. As I moved toward the feast, I couldn't help but notice how different everything felt. The magic in the air seemed clearer somehow, more accessible. The black robe in my hands hummed with potential, and for the first time, I felt truly connected to the vast tradition I was becoming part of. The evening became a blur of faces, foods, and conversations. Acolytes I'd only seen in passing now shared stories and jokes, treating me as one of their own rather than just another apprentice. Some spoke of their own 17th birthday celebrations, others offered advice about the challenges ahead, and a few even shared secret tips about managing the enhanced magical sensitivity that came with advancement. Through it all, I kept glancing back at Zortho, who had taken a seat in a high-backed chair near the chamber's edge. He watched the proceedings with what seemed like satisfaction, occasionally speaking quietly with other senior acolytes who approached him. Once I caught his eye, and he nodded slightly, that same pride still visible in his expression. As the celebration continued, I found myself thinking about everything that had led to this moment: the years of study, the countless hours of practice, the failures and successes that had shaped my understanding of magic. The black robe represented not just achievement, but responsibility. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, harder lessons, greater expectations. But for tonight, surrounded by the warmth of community and the tangible presence of magic, I allowed myself to simply be present in the moment. The future would come soon enough, with all its trials and tribulations. This moment of celebration, this recognition of transition, was a gift to be treasured. The floating lights continued their dance overhead, casting ever-changing shadows that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. The music wove through the air like a living thing, and the magic that permeated the chamber felt more alive than ever before. This, I realized, was what it truly meant to be part of the magical tradition, not just the study and the practice, but the connection to something vast and ancient and eternally new. As the evening wore on, I finally put on the black robe. The fabric settled around me like a second skin, and I felt the enchantments within it awakening, responding to my magical signature. It was more than clothing, it was armor, tool, and symbol all in one. In its embrace, I felt both humbled and empowered, aware of how far I had come and how far I had yet to go. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, new challenges, new understanding. But tonight, in this ancient chamber filled with light and music and magic, I was exactly where I needed to be, standing at the threshold between what was and what would be, surrounded by those who had walked this path before me, ready to take the next step on my journey toward becoming a true wizard. The celebration continued long into the night, but eventually, as all things must, it began to wind down. Acolytes bid their farewells, some disappearing through hidden doors I hadn't noticed before, others simply fading away like morning mist. The floating lights dimmed one by one, and the music gradually softened until it was just a whisper on the edge of hearing. Finally, only Zortho and I remained in the chamber. He rose from his chair and approached me, his expression once again serious but retaining that hint of pride I had seen earlier. "Rest well tonight," he said. "Tomorrow begins a new chapter in your training, and you will need all your strength and focus." I nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of the day's events. "Yes, Master." He studied me for a moment longer, then added, "The robe will help you sleep. Its enchantments include protection against magical disturbance and enhancement of natural recovery. Use it well." With that, he turned and walked toward one of the chamber's exits, his grey robes sweeping behind him. At the doorway he paused and looked back. "Happy birthday, Seth," he said softly, then disappeared into the darkness beyond. I stood alone in the dimming chamber, my new black robe a comfortable weight on my shoulders, feeling the last traces of magical energy from the celebrations swirling around me. The journey ahead would be difficult, perhaps even dangerous, but I was ready. The black robe was proof of that, not just of what I had achieved, but of what I could become. With that thought warming my heart, I made my way back through the temple's ancient corridors, toward my quarters and whatever dreams awaited me on this most significant of nights. The black robe felt different when I woke, not just physically, but as if it had somehow become part of my magical essence overnight. Its weight was comforting, like an embrace from an old friend, though I'd worn it less than a day. The enchantments woven into its fabric pulsed gently in rhythm with my own magical energies, creating a harmony I'd never experienced before. Dawn hadn't yet broken when I made my way to the bathing pool. The communal space was mercifully empty. Privacy was a rare commodity in the temple, but at this early hour I had the waters to myself. As I removed the robe for the first time since the ceremony, I felt oddly vulnerable, as if I'd removed more than just a garment. The cool morning air raised goosebumps on my skin as I slipped into the pool's warm waters. My head throbbed with the unmistakable aftermath of celebration, whether from one glass of wine or several, I couldn't quite remember, and perhaps that was answer enough. But even as I submerged myself in the healing waters, I could feel the robe's lingering influence on my flesh. The enchantments continued to work their subtle magic, turning what should have been a splitting headache into little more than a distant annoyance. After my bath, I dressed quickly, eager to begin whatever new challenges awaited, but Zortho was nowhere to be found. I searched every familiar corner of the temple, every study room and practice chamber I'd ever entered. His absence was conspicuous, deliberate. This was a test, and I recognized it as such. Taking a deep breath, I centered myself and prepared for the knowing. It was a specialty of our particular magical tradition, a technique that some said predated the founding of the temple itself. The incantation came naturally now, words of power flowing from my lips in a whispered cascade. "Seeketh, I the one who guides, through paths both seen and hidden sides, by blood and bond and magic's call. Show me where my master's footfall." The spell took hold immediately, manifesting as a peculiar sensation in my chest, like a hook behind my sternum, pulling me in a specific direction. The feeling was uncomfortable, almost painful, but I'd learned long ago that comfort and magical efficacy rarely went hand in hand. Following the spell's guidance, I found myself leaving the familiar confines of the temple grounds. The gates I rarely crossed loomed before me, their ancient ironwork telling stories in symbols I was only beginning to understand. For a moment, thoughts of Sandra threatened to break my concentration, memories of our last conversation by these very gates, her tears, my inability to explain why I had to stay while she left to pursue her own path. But I couldn't afford such distractions, not now. I pushed the memories aside, focusing on the magical tether that led me onward. The path took me up a natural formation that rose from the landscape like a wizard's hat, appropriate, given its current occupant. Zortho stood at its peak, a figure of such natural authority that he seemed to command even the wind itself, which stirred his long beard and hair dramatically. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he gave no indication that he'd noticed my approach. though I knew better than to think I'd surprised him. "You failed yesterday," he said without preamble, not turning to look at me. "Your attempt at wind offensive magic lacked you understanding." I remained silent, knowing from experience that any defense or explanation would only delay the actual lesson. "Join me," he commanded, and I stepped forward to stand beside him at the precipice. Below us stretched a vast valley, cloaked in ancient forest. A layer of morning mist hung between us and the treetops, creating an otherworldly scene that seemed to exist somewhere between reality and dream. "You try to control the wind," Zortho continued, "as if it were a tool to be wielded like a sword. You measure it with your fingertips, watch the way it moves leaves and branches, but you do not see it." He emphasized the last word in a way that suggested it held deeper meaning than simple vision. Before I could ask for clarification, his hand fell heavily on my shoulder. Power flooded through me, his power, vast and ancient and terrifying in its scope. Suddenly the world transformed before my eyes. The air itself became visible, not as simple movement, but as intricate patterns of force and energy. Currents of wind crossed and recrossed, each carrying its own signature of temperature and pressure. Other elements revealed themselves too, threads of fire energy warming the morning air, traces of water magic in the mist below, the steady power of earth magic flowing through the peak beneath our feet. The vision was overwhelming, beautiful, and terrifying all at once. I could see how each element influenced the others, how they danced together in an eternal ballet of natural forces. The complexity of it threatened to overwhelm my consciousness. But just as I felt I might lose myself in the visualization, Zortho removed his hand. The enhanced perception faded, though echoes of it lingered in my memory. "That," he said softly, "is what you must learn to see on your own. The elements are not tools to be used, but partners to be understood. When you truly see the wind, you will no longer need to force it to your will. It will respond to your invitation to dance." To demonstrate, he raised his hand and traced a glowing symbol in the air before us. The runes were simple, almost crude compared to some of the complex spellwork I'd studied, yet they hummed with power. With a casual gesture, he dispersed the symbol like smoke in a breeze, and I watched in amazement as the mist far below us responded, parting in exact correlation to his movement. "The symbol," he explained, "is not the spell. It is merely a focus for your understanding. The true magic lies in the connection between the wizard and the elements." He turned to face me fully for the first time since I'd arrived. "Show me what you see now." I closed my eyes, trying to recapture the vision he'd shared with me. At first there was nothing but darkness, but gradually I began to sense something. Not the full spectrum of elemental forces he'd shown me, but perhaps a shadow of it. The wind touched my face, and for a brief moment I could almost see its path before and after that contact. "Good," Zortho said, though I hadn't moved or spoken. "You begin to understand. The seeing comes first, always the seeing. Action without understanding is just flailing in the dark." He spent the next hour teaching me to extend my magical senses, to perceive the natural flows of power around us. It was exhausting work, requiring a level of concentration I hadn't known I possessed. Each time I thought I'd grasped the concept, some new layer of complexity would reveal itself, forcing me to adjust my understanding. "The black robe you wear," he said during one of our brief rests, "is more than a symbol of rank. It is a tool for perception. Its enchantments will help you develop these senses, but only if you remain aware of them. Never take it for granted. Feel how it responds to the energies around you." I nodded, conscious now of how the robe seemed to ripple with magical currents, even when the physical wind was still. Its fabric responded to the invisible flows of power, providing subtle cues that I was only beginning to interpret. "When you can truly see the wind," Zortho continued, "you will understand why your offensive spell failed yesterday. You tried to create wind from nothing, to force it into existence through will alone. But the wind is already here, always here. The wizard's task is not to create, but to guide what already exists." He demonstrated again, this time using a more complex series of symbols. The air around us responded immediately, forming a spiraling vortex that lifted small stones from the ground and sent them dancing through the air. But unlike my failed attempt from yesterday, this display showed perfect control, each stone moving in precise patterns before settling gently back to earth. "You see?" he asked. "I didn't fight the wind's nature. I observed its existing patterns and suggested a slight modification to its flow. The power used was minimal, because I worked with the element's natural tendencies, rather than against them." The lesson continued as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Zortho taught me to recognize different types of wind currents, to feel the interaction between warm and cool air masses, to sense the way terrain affected airflow. Each new concept built upon the last, creating a foundation of understanding that I realized would take years to fully master. As noon approached, he had me attempt the offensive spell again. This time, instead of trying to force the wind into a weapon, I tried to feel the natural flows around me first. The result was far from perfect, my control wavered, and the force was inconsistent, but it was undeniably more effective than my previous attempts. "Better," Zortho acknowledged, though his tone suggested I had barely scratched the surface of what was possible. "You begin to see, but seeing is not enough. You must understand. Understanding leads to harmony, and harmony leads to mastery." He fell silent then, returning to his contemplation of the valley below. I stood beside him, trying to practice what he'd taught me, attempting to maintain even a fraction of the awareness he'd shown me earlier. The black robe helped, its enchantments amplifying my magical senses in subtle ways, but the effort was still exhausting. "That's enough for now," he said finally. "Too much too soon can overwhelm the magical senses. Return to the temple and spend the afternoon in meditation. Focus on what you've learned today, but do not attempt to practice. Let the knowledge settle into your being naturally." I bowed slightly, recognizing the dismissal, but before I could turn to leave, he spoke again. "And Seth?" There was an unusual note in his voice that made me look up. "You've earned this. The true gift is not the robe or the rank, but the understanding that comes with them. Never forget that." The walk back to the temple gave me time to reflect on everything I'd learned. The world looked different now, not in the dramatic way it had when Zortho shared his power with me, but subtly altered nonetheless. I found myself noticing air currents I would have missed before, feeling the way the wind moved around obstacles, sensing the interplay of warm and cool air masses. The black robe seemed to respond to my new awareness, its enchantments becoming more pronounced. I could feel it helping me maintain that heightened perception, though doing so still required conscious effort. This, I realized, was just the beginning of my true magical education. Everything before had been preparation for this deeper understanding. As I reached the temple gates, I paused to look back at the peak where Zortho still stood, his figure now distant but still commanding. The wind picked up momentarily, and I tried to see it as he had shown me, not just feel it, but truly see its patterns and purpose. For just a moment, I caught a glimpse of that deeper reality, and I understood that my journey as a wizard was really just beginning. The black robe stirred in the breeze, its enchantments humming with possibility, and I smiled. Yesterday I had celebrated becoming a man. Today, I had taken my first real step toward becoming a true wizard. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the temple courtyard as I made my way inside, my mind full of swirling air currents and the endless dance of elemental forces. The day's lesson had changed me, opened my eyes to aspects of magic I had never considered before, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that this was just the first of many such revelations to come. The meditation chamber had always felt like a sanctuary to me, its silence absolute, its energies perfectly balanced to facilitate deep contemplation. The black robe seemed to enhance this effect, creating a cocoon of magical resonance that helped maintain my focus. So when the first whisper of voices penetrated my consciousness, I knew something extraordinary was happening. At first I thought it was my imagination. After all, the chamber's walls were specially enchanted to block all external sound. But the voices persisted, hovering just at the edge of perception, like a distant conversation carried on the wind. Drawing upon the day's lessons about perception and magical awareness, I began to focus my will toward enhancing these impossible sounds. My finger moved through the air, tracing the runes of amplification and clarity that I'd studied for years. The symbols glowed with a faint blue light, hanging in the air before me like delicate spider webs made of starlight. Each new rune built upon the last, creating a complex matrix of magical enhancement. The black robe responded to my efforts, its enchantments resonating with my spellwork, strengthening the connection. "Cannot shelter him forever." A voice became clear, one I recognized as Elder Thaddeus, known for his stern approach to training. "The boy must face what comes. He's not ready." My master's voice, heavy with concern. "The journey to Noxel is not merely a test of skill, but of spirit. To rush this." The word Noxel sent a shock through my system, nearly breaking my concentration. Every apprentice knew the legends, the sacred grove where the greatest staffs of power were forged, where the very essence of magic took physical form. But I had always thought it was just that, a legend, a story told to inspire young wizards in their studies. "Ready or not," Thaddeus countered, "the signs are clear, the convergence approaches, and we need every capable wizard properly equipped. Your apprentice shows remarkable potential, Zortho, perhaps more than you're willing to acknowledge." Through my magical eavesdropping I could sense my master's discomfort. The air around him crackled with suppressed energy, a sure sign of emotional disturbance in a wizard of his caliber. Potential without proper preparation is more dangerous than no potential at all. "You remember what happened to young Marcus?" "Marcus was weak," Thaddeus cut in sharply. "He would have failed regardless of timing. Your Seth is different. I've watched him, as have the other elders. There's something about him." "Precisely why we cannot rush this." Zortho's voice carried an edge I'd never heard before. "The stronger the potential, the more crucial proper preparation becomes. The forging of a staff is not merely about creating a magical tool, it's about forging the wizard himself. Push too hard, too fast, and you risk breaking both." The intensity of maintaining the listening spell was beginning to take its toll. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I realized I had risen several inches off the floor, levitated by the sheer amount of magical energy I was channeling. The black robe swirled around me, responding to the power flowing through my body. "You grow soft, old friend," Thaddeus said, his tone gentler now. "I remember when you were the one pushing for faster advancement, arguing that talent should not be held back by tradition." "Perhaps I've learned from experience," Zortho replied quietly. "Or perhaps I see too much of myself in this one. The same hunger for knowledge, the same reckless determination. I know where that path can lead without proper guidance." "Then guide him," Thaddeus said. "But do not delay too long. The Council has already begun discussions about accelerating the traditional timeline." "Changes are coming, Zortho, whether we're ready for them or not." A moment of heavy silence followed, broken only by my master's sigh. "I will do what I can to prepare him, but I want your word that no formal decision will be made without consulting me first." "You have it," Thaddeus agreed, "but don't take too long. Time grows short, and—" My concentration finally broke, the complex web of listening spells dissolving like morning mist. The sudden loss of magical support sent me crashing to the floor, landing rather ungracefully on my posterior. I barely had time to resume my meditation posture before the heavy wooden doors creaked open, spilling warm torchlight into the chamber. Zortho stood in the doorway, his silhouette imposing yet somehow protective. "Enough for tonight, Seth," he said, his voice betraying none of the emotion I'd heard moments ago. "Even the most dedicated student needs rest." I stood, trying to hide my shaking legs, both from the magical exertion and from the implications of what I'd overheard. "Yes, Master," I managed to say, bowing slightly. As I passed him in the doorway, I felt his hand on my shoulder. "You're progressing well," he said softly. "But remember, true wisdom lies not just in knowing when to push forward, but when to rest and reflect." I nodded, unable to trust my voice, and made my way back to my quarters. The black robe seemed heavier now, weighted with the responsibility it represented. Sleep proved elusive that night, my mind racing with thoughts of Noxel and what awaited me there. The legends spoke of trials that tested not just magical ability, but the very essence of a wizard's character. They told of the sacred oak, said to be the first tree in all creation from which the greatest staffs were carved. But they also spoke of those who failed the trials, wizards who were never seen again, or worse, returned changed in fundamental ways. As I lay there staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help but wonder, was I truly ready for such a test? The doubt that crept into my mind felt foreign and unwelcome. I'd always been so sure of my path, so confident in my abilities. But now, knowing that this legendary trial might come sooner than expected, I felt the first real stirrings of fear. The black robe whispered against my skin, its enchantments providing a subtle comfort. I focused on its familiar energy, trying to center myself as I'd been taught. Whatever trials lay ahead, I would face them. I had to, not just for myself but for Zortho, who believed in me enough to fear for my safety. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky outside my window, I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with ancient trees, magical staffs, and the weight of expectations that seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. The morning light filtered through the ancient stained glass windows of the temple, casting multicolored shadows across the stone floors. I couldn't help but notice how different Zortho seemed, his usual animated teaching style replaced by long periods of contemplative silence. Throughout our morning exercises, I caught him watching me with an intensity I'd never seen before, as though trying to measure something invisible to normal sight. The other acolytes noticed it too, giving us a wide berth during the communal breakfast. The tension was almost palpable, like the air before a thunderstorm. As the day wore on and the temple's usual bustle began to fade, I found myself in Zortho's private study, a room I'd visited countless times before, but somehow felt different today. The walls lined with ancient texts and magical artifacts seemed to hold their breath, waiting for what was to come. "Noxel," he said finally, breaking the hours-long silence. The word hung in the air like smoke, heavy with meaning and possibility. "It's time we discussed your journey there." The guilt I'd been carrying burst forth before I could stop it. "Master, I heard you last night, with Elder Thaddeus." The confession tumbled out, along with a detailed description of the listening spell I'd constructed. To my surprise, Zortho's stern expression transformed into one of fascination. "You penetrated the meditation chamber's wards?" he asked, leaning forward in his chair. "Show me the runes you used." With trembling fingers, I traced the complex patterns in the air, explaining how I'd layered them to amplify and focus the distant voices. The symbols glowed with a soft blue light, just as they had the night before. Zortho's eyes widened as he studied the magical construct. "Remarkable," he muttered. "The integration of amplification and clarity runes is innovative. And you developed this spontaneously?" I nodded, still expecting rebuke for my eavesdropping. Instead, a genuine smile spread across his weathered face, the first I'd seen all day. "Perhaps I've been too cautious," he said, more to himself than to me, too protective. "I don't understand, Master," I admitted. "The spell wasn't that complex." "But it was," he countered. "What you created requires not just knowledge of the individual runes, but an intuitive understanding of how they interact. Most wizards twice your age couldn't layer enchantments so effectively on the fly." He stood, pacing the room as he often did when deep in thought. "It's precisely this kind of magical intuition that Noxel tests." Finally, He turned to face me directly. "The place you heard us discussing, it's more than just a forge for staffs. It's a crucible for the soul itself." He picked up an ancient crystal from his desk, holding it up to the light. "Just as this crystal focuses and amplifies magical energy, Noxel focuses and amplifies what lies within a wizard's core." "The inner wellspring," I said, recalling our lessons about magical theory. "Exactly. But it's not just about power, Seth. Noxel. It reveals truth. About magic, about yourself, about the very nature of reality." His expression grew serious again. "The trials you'll face there, they're unlike anything we could prepare you for. They're different for each wizard who undergoes them, tailored to expose and test your deepest strengths and weaknesses." A chill ran down my spine despite the warm evening air. "Is that why some wizards don't return?" Zortho nodded grimly. "The trials can break those who aren't ready. That's why I've been hesitant. The power you possess, the potential you show, it makes you more vulnerable, not less. Greater power means greater risk." He moved to a locked cabinet I'd never seen him open before, retrieving an ancient iron keyring. "Tomorrow morning, you'll undergo the binding ritual. It's a necessary step. Before Noxel, it connects you to the greater magical balance of the world." He held out the keys, and I realized with a start what they were for. "You'll find information about the ritual in the Great Library. Study well tonight." My hand trembled as I took the keys. The Great Library, the repository of the temple's most precious magical knowledge, normally restricted to only the most senior acolytes and masters. The significance of this trust wasn't lost on me. "Master," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "when you say the trials will test me beyond anything we've trained for, I mean exactly that," he interrupted. "They will challenge not just your magical ability, but your understanding, your courage, your very sense of self." He placed both hands on my shoulders, looking me directly in the eyes. "When you're there, you must give everything you have. Fight with every ounce of strength, every scrap of knowledge, every spark of intuition. Your life may very well depend on it." "When?" I managed to ask. "When will I have to go?" "Soon enough," he replied, his voice softening slightly. "There are preparations to be made first. The binding ritual is just the beginning." As I left his study, keys clutched tightly in my hand, my mind was racing with questions and possibilities. The Great Library awaited, its massive doors looming at the end of the corridor, like the entrance to another world. In 15 years of study, I'd only glimpsed its interior a handful of times, always under strict supervision. The keys felt warm in my palm, almost alive with magical energy. As I approached the towering doors, their ancient wood carved with countless magical symbols, I couldn't help but feel that this was more than just access to a library. It was the first step on a path that would change me forever. The largest key slid into the lock with a sound like distant thunder. As I turned it, I could feel the magical wards recognizing and accepting me. The doors swung open silently, revealing rows upon rows of books stretching into the shadows, their spines glowing faintly with contained knowledge. Somewhere in this vast repository of magical wisdom lay the information about the binding ritual, the next step toward Noxel and whatever trials awaited me there. As I stepped across the threshold, the magical atmosphere of the library enveloped me like a warm embrace. The black robe rustled softly as I moved deeper into the library, its enchantments responding to the powerful magical aura of the place. Tomorrow would bring the binding ritual, and after that, everything would change. But for now, I had research to do, and the greatest collection of magical knowledge in the temple at my disposal. I couldn't help but smile, despite my apprehension about what lay ahead. After all, wasn't this what I'd always wanted? To delve deeper into the mysteries of magic, to push beyond the boundaries of what I thought possible. As I began scanning the shelves for information about the binding ritual, I realized that whatever trials awaited me at Noxel, this moment, standing alone in the great library with the keys to unlimited knowledge in my hand, was its own kind of magic. The keys to the great library felt warm in my palm as I made my way through the towering shelves. The enormity of the space was overwhelming. Row upon row of ancient tomes stretching up into shadows that the gas lamps couldn't quite penetrate. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and leather bindings, mingled with the subtle tang of protective enchantments. I started in the section dedicated to adept-level magical theory, my fingers trailing along the spines of books that I'd only dreamed of accessing before. Many of the titles were written in languages I barely recognized, their letters seeming to shift and change when viewed directly. I carefully selected volumes that looked approachable: Fundamental Principles of Advanced Magical Integration, The Adept's Guide to Energy Manipulation, and Theoretical Frameworks of Power Enhancement. As I moved deeper into the library, a small section caught my eye. The books here were slimmer, their bindings more delicate, with titles that spoke of subtlety rather than raw power. Glamour magic, a branch of study I'd always dismissed as frivolous, more suited to court wizards and entertainers than serious practitioners. But something made me pause. Looking down at my hands, I traced the network of scars that years of magical training had left behind. The burn mark from my first attempt at fire manipulation, the twisted tissue where a protection ward had backfired, the dozens of small nicks and cuts from handling magical components. Perhaps there was value in learning to conceal such things, in mastering the art of magical subtlety. I added several books on glamour to my growing stack: Subtle Arts of Magical Concealment, Progressive Techniques in Personal Enchantment, and a particularly interesting volume titled Veiled Purposes, Advanced Applications of Glamour Magic. The last one seemed to hint at uses beyond mere cosmetic changes, which intrigued me. Finding an empty table in one of the reading alcoves, I settled in for what I knew would be a long night. The gas lamp cast a warm, steady light over my workspace as I began to read, taking careful notes on pieces of parchment I'd brought with me. The information about the binding ritual was scattered throughout the texts, requiring me to piece together fragments from different sources. Hours passed as I immersed myself in the study. The glamour texts proved surprisingly complex, revealing intricate connections between appearance and essence that I'd never considered before. One passage particularly caught my attention. The true master of glamour understands that all change begins with self-perception. To alter how others see you, you must first alter how you see yourself. The words began to blur as exhaustion crept in. I fought against it, determined to extract every useful bit of information I could find. My notes grew increasingly messy as I struggled to keep my eyes open. The last thing I remember writing was something about the relationship between personal magical resonance and the binding ritual's requirements. A gentle hand on my shoulder stirred me from unconsciousness. I blinked, disoriented, to find one of the library's acolyte guardians standing over me. Sister Marina, I remembered hazily, one of the few permitted to patrol these sacred halls at night. She was already turning down the gas lamp that had faithfully illuminated my studies. "Even the most dedicated scholars need rest, young Seth," she said softly, helping me gather my scattered notes. Her grey eyes held a knowing sympathy. How many other ambitious students had she found slumped over these same tables? "I'm sorry," I mumbled, still groggy. "I didn't mean to," she waved away my apology. "Come, let me escort you to your quarters. The books will still be here tomorrow." The walk back to my room passed in a blur. Sister Marina's lantern cast dancing shadows on the temple walls as we made our way through the silent corridors. She left me at my door with a quiet reminder about proper library hours, though her smile suggested she understood the enthusiasm that had kept me there so late. My cot had never looked more inviting. I barely managed to remove my boots before collapsing onto it, still wearing my black robe. The last conscious thought I had was of the glamour spells I'd read about, wondering if they might prove useful in whatever trials awaited me at Noxel. Then sleep took me, deep and complete, but not, as it turned out, dreamless. Chapter 2. The dream began like a watercolor painting left in the rain, edges bleeding into one another, colors swirling in impossible patterns. I found myself standing in a place that tugged at my memory like a half-forgotten song, familiar yet stubbornly resistant to clear recognition. The stone walls around me seemed to pulse with their own inner light, as if the very architecture was alive with magical energy. The air was thick with an otherworldly quality, carrying scents that shouldn't have existed together. The sharp bite of forge fire, the musty breath of ancient books, and something else, something that reminded me of lightning striking sand. Every breath felt charged with potential, as if the very act of inhaling might trigger some profound transformation. Through an arched doorway ahead of me, I could see my master, Zortho, standing in what appeared to be a circular chamber. At first glance, it resembled a traditional forge, with its central fire pit casting dancing shadows on the curved walls. But there was something fundamentally wrong about the flames. They moved against the air currents, twisting in patterns that spoke of conscious intent rather than natural physics. Zortho wasn't alone. Several other figures stood with him, their forms seeming to shift and blur whenever I tried to focus on them directly. They gathered around the fire pit like ancient priests at an altar, their black robes absorbing the orange light rather than reflecting it. The flames cast their faces in stark relief, turning familiar features into masks of light and shadow. Suddenly, Zortho's head snapped up, his eyes fixing on a point just past me with an intensity that made my breath catch in my throat. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought he had spotted me, but then I realized his gaze was focused beyond my position. I turned, following his line of sight down a corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity. The hallway was impossibly long, its walls lined with what looked like veins of liquid light pulsing beneath the stone surface. At its far end, framed in another doorway, stood a silhouette backlit by blazing orange light. The figure was perfectly still, like a statue carved from the darkness itself. Voices began to rise from the circular chamber, but they reached my ears as if I was submerged in deep water. Zortho's familiar baritone rose above the others, addressing the distant figure, but the words slipped away from my understanding like fish darting through my fingers. The very air seemed to vibrate with the power of what was being said, even if I couldn't comprehend it. The scene shifted, reality rearranging itself with dream logic fluidity. The mysterious figure now stood halfway down the corridor, close enough for me to make out details that sent chills racing down my spine. His bare torso was a canvas of magical artistry, but not in any traditional sense. What I had initially taken for tattoos were actually brands, intricate spells burned directly into his flesh. The markings were unlike any magical notation I had ever studied. They seemed to move of their own accord, shifting and flowing across his skin like liquid metal. Each symbol pulsed with its own inner light, creating a complex symphony of magical energies that made my teeth ache just to look at them. Some patterns I recognized as variations of protection wards and power amplification sigils, but others were completely alien, their purpose as mysterious as they were beautiful. The ambient light had changed, taking on a crimson cast that made everything look as if it were viewed through a film of blood. Whether it was day or night became impossible to determine. Time itself seemed to have lost all meaning in this strange space. The red illumination only served to make the branded spells stand out more starkly against the man's skin, their glow now taking on an almost painful intensity. When I turned back toward the circular chamber, I found Zortho standing in the doorway, his expression transformed into something I had never seen before. Gone was the patient teacher, the wise mentor. In his place stood a warrior mage, his face set in lines of grim determination that bordered on fury. His extended hand glowed with barely contained power, wisps of energy curling around his fingers like pale smoke. The magical tension in the air had become almost unbearable, like the moment before a lightning strike. I could feel the competing energies of the two wizards pressing against my skin, making the very air crackle with potential violence. The branded man's face bore a smile that held no warmth, only a terrible anticipation that spoke of ancient conflicts and unfinished business. Just before consciousness ripped me from the dream, I caught a glimpse of something in the branded man's eyes, a familiar light that I had seen before, though I couldn't place where. It was this detail that followed me into waking, along with a bone-deep certainty that what I had witnessed was more than just a product of my sleeping mind. I burst into consciousness with the violent start, my body drenched in sweat that felt ice-cold despite the pre-dawn warmth. My heart thundered in my chest with such force that I feared it might actually break through my ribs. The black robe I had fallen asleep in clung to my skin, its normally comforting enchantments, now feeling like they were trying to warn me of something. Sitting up in my bed, I tried to slow my breathing, to apply the meditation techniques I had learned over years of training. But my mind kept returning to the images from the dream, the branded spells, Zortho's fury, the terrible smile on the stranger's face. Each detail seemed burned into my memory with unnatural clarity. The rational part of my mind tried to dismiss it as nothing more than an anxiety dream, a natural response to the pressure of my upcoming trials. After all, wasn't it normal to have strange dreams before such a momentous event as the binding ritual? But another part of me, the part that had learned to trust magical intuition, knew better. There had been something about the quality of the dream, its vivid reality and strange distortions, that spoke of more than mere imagination. In my studies, I had read about prophetic dreams, about how magic sometimes chose to communicate through the language of sleep and symbols. Looking out my window at the lightening sky, I tried to shake off the lingering dread that clung to me, oily and tainted. The temple was beginning to stir, the first sounds of the day's activities reaching my ears. Soon I would need to prepare for the binding ritual. I moved to my small writing desk and began to record every detail of the dream that I could remember, my quill scratching rapidly across the parchment. If nothing else, I wanted a record of this experience, something tangible to refer back to when I tried to make sense of it all. The act of writing helped to calm my racing heart, to bring some order to the chaos of my thoughts. As I wrote, patterns began to emerge, connections between the dream imagery and things I had studied, fragments of ancient texts about magical initiations and trials. The morning sun streamed through the high windows of my quarters, illuminating the scattered notes from my late-night study session. My handwriting, usually precise and measured, had grown increasingly erratic as exhaustion had set in. Still, the important details were there, the ritual responses, the sacred oaths, the precise sequence of events that would transform me from apprentice to initiate. I traced my fingers over the words I had written about the experiences of previous initiates. Their descriptions were unsettling in their consistency. A sensation of death followed by rebirth, an inexplicable lightness coupled with a profound sense of loss. One account spoke of feeling hollowed out and filled anew, like a vessel emptied of stale water, only to be replenished with something purer, yet somehow less complete. The weight of what awaited me pressed against my chest like a heavy current. This wasn't just another test or trial. This was a fundamental transformation, a rebirth into something both more and less than what I currently was. The text had been clear. Once begun, there would be no turning back. A knock at my door interrupted my contemplation. Sister Marina stood in the doorway, her grey eyes holding the same gentle understanding they had shown in the library. "It's time," she said simply. In my chambers I donned my ceremonial attire with practiced movements, each fold and fastening a reminder of the path that had led me here. The fabric, enchanted with protective spells and wards, settled around me like a second skin. Sister Marina led me through corridors I had walked countless times before, yet they seemed different now. Longer, more significant. The morning light filtering through the stained glass windows cast elaborate patterns on the stone floors, creating an ever-shifting mosaic of colored light that seemed to dance with each step. The main chamber of the temple opened before us, its vast circular space dominated by the ancient symbols carved into the floor, representations of the elemental forces and the eternal balance they maintained. 12 acolytes stood in a perfect circle, their positions marking the cardinal and intercardinal points. Their faces were hidden beneath deep hoods, but I could feel their combined focus like a tangible force. Master Zortho stood at the northern point of the circle, his presence commanding even in stillness. As I approached, he raised his hands, and the chamber fell into complete silence. "Who comes before the circle of balance?" His voice resonated with ceremonial gravity. "I, Seth, apprentice to the ways of natural magic, seek elevation." My response came clearly, just as I had practiced. "Speak the first oath," Zortho commanded. Drawing a deep breath, I began, "I swear to uphold the law of balance in all things, to understand that for every force there must be counterforce, for every action, consequence, for every power, responsibility. I will maintain this equilibrium with every spell I cast, every power I wield, and every choice I make." Speak the second oath. "I swear to stand vigilant against the corrupting influence of black magic. I will neither seek nor employ powers that violate the natural order. I recognize that all magic comes with a price, and I vow to pay only what nature itself demands, never trafficking with forces that require sacrifice of innocence or spirit." Speak the final oath. My voice grew stronger as I proclaimed, "I swear my life to the will of nature itself. I am but a channel for the forces that flow through all things. Should the balance require it, I will sacrifice all that I am, all that I have, and all that I might become for the greater good of existence itself. This I swear by the eternal forces that bind reality together." The air in the chamber grew heavy with power as each oath was spoken, as if the very words were weaving a binding around me. The circle of acolytes began a low chant, their voices weaving together in an ancient tongue that seemed to resonate with the stones themselves. Zortho raised his hands higher, and I moved to the center of the circle. The carved symbols beneath my feet began to emit a soft glow as I spoke the words of invocation. "Transivi nunc limen hoc, in ignibus forged, in oceanis lavatus, universum in me accepto, sicut me in existentium accepit." The words seemed to take on physical form as they left my lips, shimmering in the air like heat waves rising from summer stones. Each syllable carried weight, as if they were more than mere sounds. They were keys unlocking something deep within me. The chanting grew louder, and I felt a shift in the energies surrounding me. It was as if the very air was being charged with potential, like the moment before a great leap. The carved symbols beneath my feet blazed brighter, their light seeming to reach up through my body. Zortho stepped forward, his movement deliberate and precise. Following the ritual's requirements, I knelt before him, bowing my head. His hand came to rest on my crown, warm and heavy with purpose. "Initiatus in ordinem equilibrii, surge nunc in nova vita." His words carried the weight of centuries, of countless initiations before mine. "Per potestatem naturae et consensu fratrum sororumque te excipio." As the final words faded, I felt something fundamental shift within me. It was as if some essential part of my being had been unanchored, set adrift in an infinite sea of possibility, only to be caught and reformed into something new. The sensation was both terrifying and exhilarating, a death and rebirth compressed into a single endless moment. Zortho lifted an amulet from within his robes, a simple disc of polished silver, inscribed with the ancient symbol of the balance. As he placed it around my neck, I felt its weight not just physically but spiritually. This was more than mere jewelry, it was a visible sign of my transformation, my acceptance into the deeper mysteries of our order. The amulet settled against my chest, and with it came a profound change in my perception. The world seemed somehow both sharper and more fluid, as if I could sense not just the physical reality around me, but the currents of power flowing through it. The acolytes' chanting took on new dimensions, becoming not just sound but visible waves of energy that rippled through the air. Yet there was also that sensation the other initiates had described, a curious lightness coupled with an indefinable loss. It was as if some part of me had been traded away, exchanged for this new awareness. Not removed or destroyed, but transformed into something else, something both more and less than what it had been. The ritual's energy began to fade, the intense glow of the floor symbols dimming to their normal state. The acolytes' chanting softened and then ceased entirely, leaving the chamber in profound silence. But this silence was different from any I had experienced before. It seemed alive with potential, filled with whispers just below the threshold of hearing. "Rise," Zortho commanded, "and take your place among the balanced." As I stood, I felt the full weight of what had just occurred settle over me. I was no longer merely an apprentice. I had been accepted into something ancient and vast, a tradition that stretched back to the very foundations of magical understanding. The amulet against my chest seemed to pulse with my heartbeat, a constant reminder of my new status and responsibilities. The acolytes lowered their hoods, revealing faces both familiar and somehow new. I could see them now, not just as individuals but as nodes in a vast network of power and purpose. Sister Marina's gentle smile carried new depths of meaning, speaking of shared understanding that went beyond words. Zortho's voice broke through my contemplation. "The ritual is complete, but your journey is just beginning. What you have gained today is not just knowledge or power, but responsibility. You are now part of the balance itself, bound to its maintenance and protection." As the formal atmosphere began to dissolve, I remained rooted in place, trying to process the profound changes I could feel within myself. The accounts I had read had not been exaggerating. Something fundamental had shifted in my being. The world around me seemed simultaneously more real and more ephemeral, as if I could now perceive both its solid substance and the magical currents that flowed through it. The other members of the order began to approach, offering congratulations and words of welcome. Each touch, each greeting seemed to carry additional layers of meaning that I was only beginning to understand. It was like learning to see in color after a lifetime of monochrome, overwhelming yet impossibly beautiful. The ritual had indeed changed me, marked me, transformed me in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. As I stood there, surrounded by my new brothers and sisters in the order, I felt both more connected to the world around me and somehow more separate from it. The balance that we served was not just an ideal or a philosophy. It was a living force, and I was now inextricably bound to its maintenance. Yet beneath the elation and wonder of the moment, a subtle uneasiness lingered. Perhaps it was the echo of that strange dream, or maybe it was simply the natural response to such a profound transformation. The amulet rested cool against my skin, a solid symbol of my new identity and purpose. I was now a full member of the Order of Balance, bound by oath and magic to protect the natural order of things. As I looked around at my fellow initiates, at Master Zortho's approving nod, at the ancient symbols still faintly glowing on the chamber floor, I knew that nothing would ever be quite the same again. After the ritual, we gathered in the temple's feast hall, where golden goblets had been arranged in a perfect circle on a table of ancient oak. The vessels gleamed in the late morning light, each one catching and reflecting the sunbeams that streamed through the high windows. The wine within was deep crimson, almost black in the goblet's depths, a special vintage reserved only for initiations and the most sacred of ceremonies. Each member approached the table in turn, lifting their goblet and offering a personal blessing. Sister Marina spoke of wisdom and guidance. Brother Thearos wished for strength in the face of adversity. The words blended together in a tapestry of hope and responsibility, but my mind kept drifting back to the dream that had haunted my sleep, the sense of impending change that had felt so real, so significant. As I raised my own goblet, I pushed the thoughts aside and focused on the moment. The wine was rich and complex, carrying hints of herbs and spices I couldn't quite identify. Each sip seemed to warm me from within, but whether that was the wine itself or the lingering effects of the binding ritual, I couldn't tell. I was about to follow the departing acolytes when I felt Master Zortho's hand on my shoulder. His touch was gentle but firm, and I understood the unspoken instruction to remain. We stood in silence as the others filed out, their soft conversations fading into the distance until only the ancient temple's familiar creaks and settling stones remained. "Something troubles you, Seth." It wasn't a question. Zortho's eyes, the color of weathered steel, studied my face with the same careful attention he brought to examining magical artifacts. "I've known you long enough to recognize when your mind is wrestling with more than it should." The dream pushed against my thoughts again, demanding to be shared. The details were still sharp in my mind, preserved in both memory and the hastily scribbled notes hidden away in my quarters. But the moment to speak of it passed as quickly as it came. "It's just Noxel," I said instead, the lie tasting bitter despite the lingering sweetness of the wine. "The trial's ahead. I can't help but wonder if I'm truly ready." Zortho's expression softened, and he gestured for me to walk with him. We moved through the temple's corridors, our footsteps echoing off the ancient stones. "Did I ever tell you about my own time at Noxel?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. "No, Master. You've mentioned it, but never in detail." He nodded slowly. "I was younger than you are now when I first passed through those gates. The youngest in generations to be sent for the advanced trials. My master had been one of the most powerful practitioners of natural magic in centuries. Everyone expected his apprentice to be exceptional. We paused by a window overlooking the temple gardens. Below, acolytes moved between the herb beds, tending to plants both mundane and magical. "The weight of those expectations," Zortho continued, "felt heavier than all the stones of this temple combined. I was certain I would fail, that I would bring shame not just to myself, but to Master's memory. But you succeeded," I said. "The stories of your achievements at Noxel are still told among the apprentices." A soft, almost sad smile crossed his face. "Stories grow in the telling, Seth. Yes, I completed the trials, but not without failures along the way. Not without moments of doubt that shook me to my very core." He turned to face me directly. "Even now, after all these years, there are days when I feel I haven't lived up to the Red's legacy. Perhaps I never will. But you're one of the most respected masters in the Order," I protested. "Your understanding of the balance, your abilities." He held up a hand to stop me. "Respect is not the same as worthiness, my apprentice. Each day I strive to honor what Master taught me, to be worthy of the knowledge he shared. And each day I discover new depths to what I don't yet understand." He paused, his eyes distant. "That, perhaps, is the greatest lesson Noxel taught me, that mastery is not a destination but a journey that never truly ends." "What was it like?" I asked. "The hall itself? Ah," he smiled, "that I won't describe in detail. Some experiences must be faced fresh, without preconception. But I will tell you this, Noxel is not just a place of learning or testing. It is a mirror that shows you truths about yourself that you may not be ready to face. The trials are not just about magical ability, they are about understanding who you are and what you're capable of becoming." We resumed walking, our path taking us toward the temple's eastern wing. "You know," Zortho said after a while, "there were nights before my trials when I could barely sleep. My dreams were filled with visions of failure, of disappointment, of falling short of what was expected of me. I felt a jolt at the mention of dreams but maintained my composure. How did you handle it?" I reminded myself that fear is natural, but it needn't be paralyzing. That doubt can be a teacher if we learn to listen to it without letting it control us. He stopped at an intersection of corridors. "You are ready, Seth, more than you know. Trust in your training, trust in the balance, but most importantly, trust in yourself." The weight of his words settled over me, competing with the weight of my unshared dream. "Thank you, Master," I said, hoping my voice didn't betray the complexity of my thoughts. "Rest well tonight," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder once more. "Tomorrow we begin preparing you specifically for what awaits at Noxel. The road ahead will be challenging, but you won't walk it alone. Remember that." As I watched him walk away, his robes whispering against the stone floor, I felt the dual burden of his faith in me and my own unspoken concerns. The dream still lingered in my thoughts, its details as sharp as ever, but I had made my choice to keep it to myself, and now I would have to live with that decision. I touched the amulet at my chest, feeling its cool surface against my fingers. Today had marked my official acceptance into the Order of Balance, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a swell of pride in myself. Chapter 3. The night stretched endlessly, fragmenting into pieces of almost consciousness and near sleep. Each time I jolted awake, it felt as though I was trying to grasp at wisps of smoke, memories of dreams that dissipated the moment I reached for them. There was something there, hovering just at the edge of recollection, a taste like winter frost, a smell reminiscent of burning leaves, the echo of words spoken in a language I almost understood. But each sensation slipped away before I could hold on to it properly. Once, somewhere in the darkest hours, my bladder demanded attention, a mundane interruption that felt almost comical amid the strange, disjointed night. The rest of my awakening moments were less easily explained. Each time I opened my eyes, I found myself reaching for something that wasn't there, trying to remember a thought that had already escaped. When dawn finally began to paint the eastern sky in shades of pearl and gold, I had already given up on proper sleep. I lay there, watching shadows retreat across my ceiling as the sun rose higher, my mind oddly alert despite my restless night. The knock at my door didn't so much startle me as provide a welcome punctuation to my meandering thoughts. Breakfast arrived on a tray: warm bread, honey, fresh fruit, and herb-steeped tea. Simple fare, but I found myself picking at it, my appetite diminished by the combination of fatigue and anticipation. Today marked the beginning of something monumental, and my stomach seemed to know it, even if my mind was still struggling to fully grasp the reality of what lay ahead. I found Master Zortho in his study, standing in what I had come to think of as his brooding pose, feet slightly apart, hands clasped behind his back, gaze fixed on something far beyond the physical landscape outside his window. He had always reminded me of a raven in these moments, still and watchful, seeing things others might miss. "The carriage is being prepared," he said without turning, his voice carrying that particular tone he used when deep in thought. "It's a long journey to Noxel, many hours on the road, even in good weather. We're starting early, but you'll likely arrive well after nightfall." Finally, he turned to face me, and I caught a hint of something almost playful in his expression. "Try not to think too hard during the journey. I know how that mind of yours can spiral when given too much time to wander." Before I could protest, he moved to his personal collection of books, a treasure trove of rare volumes that I had often eyed enviously during our lessons. His finger traced along the spines, pausing briefly here and there until he found what he was seeking on the second shelf from the bottom. The book he withdrew was bound in faded leather, its cover bearing the marks of countless hands before mine. "The Journeys of Ezrath," he said, holding it out to me. "A white wizard's journal from the Third Age. It should keep your mind occupied during the trip." His tone suggested there was more to this selection than mere entertainment, but I knew better than to press for details. When the time came to depart, something in my master's expression gave me pause. There was a weight to his gaze that I hadn't seen before, something between concern and longing, though I couldn't quite determine which dominated. For a moment, I wondered if he had ever studied glamour magic. It seemed impossible for anyone to maintain such a carefully composed expression naturally. The carriage waited in the courtyard, its driver already seated and working to settle the horses. As my hand reached for the door handle, I turned back for one final look at my master. Instead of words, he offered a deep bow of his head, a gesture that, in its simplicity, carried more meaning than any elaborate farewell could have conveyed. As the carriage pulled away from the temple grounds, I watched the landscape begin to change through the window. The carefully tended gardens gave way to rolling hills covered in wild grasses that danced in the morning breeze. Ancient trees stood like natural monuments along the roadside, their branches reaching across the sky in natural arches. The rhythmic sound of hooves and wheels against the packed earth created a soothing cadence. Despite my restless night, or perhaps because of it, I found my eyes growing heavy as we passed through a particularly beautiful stretch of forest. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating patterns that seemed to shift and dance across the carriage's interior. The book Zortho had given me lay open in my lap, but I had only managed to read a few pages. Ezroth's writing was engaging, full of observations about the natural world and its magical currents, but my fatigue was finally catching up with me. The words began to blur together, and I found myself reading the same sentence multiple times without comprehending it. The gentle swaying of the carriage became a lullaby, and the play of light and shadow through the windows transformed into a hypnotic dance. My last conscious thought was of how the trees seemed to whisper as we passed beneath them, their leaves stirring in a wind that carried the promise of change. As sleep finally claimed me, I thought I caught a glimpse of something in the forest, a flash of white, like sunlight on water, or perhaps a bird's wing. But before I could focus on it, consciousness slipped away, and I drifted into dreams that, for once, seemed content to wait until morning to fade away. The jarring halt of the carriage pulled me from my slumber, followed by the decisive thump of the driver's fist against his seat. My eyes adjusted to the twilight. I had indeed slept through most of the journey. Before I could properly gather my belongings and offer thanks to the driver, he had already snapped the reins, urging the horses into a gallop that seemed almost desperate in its haste to depart. I stood alone before Noxel, my simple travel sack clutched in my hand, feeling smaller with each passing moment. The structure before me defied conventional architecture. Its spires pierced the clouds above, disappearing into the misty darkness of the night sky. Two figures emerged from the enormous entrance arch. A man who moved with the deliberate slowness of extreme age, and beside him a woman whose face bore a tapestry of scars that seemed to shift in the strange light. The elderly man introduced himself as Livius, and his companion as Kylene. She acknowledged me with only the slightest incline of her head, her expression fixed in what appeared to be a permanent scowl. Looking at Livius more closely, I was struck by his appearance. Wizards typically maintained their youth for millennia, yet he wore his age openly: silver hair, deeply lined face, movements that spoke of countless centuries. Yet the power emanating from him was staggering, like standing next to a storm contained within human form. This was no ordinary elder. This was someone who had likely watched empires rise and fall. "Welcome to Noxel," he said, his voice carrying the weight of countless similar greetings. "Follow me. We'll show you the essential areas you'll need to know." The entrance hall stole my breath away. It was less a hallway and more a cathedral of light and gold. The ceiling soared so high above that I had to crane my neck to see where it ended, and even then, the uppermost reaches were lost in shadow. Instead of traditional torches or sconces, orbs of pure golden light floated at various heights and intervals, creating an effect that eliminated almost all shadows while maintaining an atmosphere of ethereal beauty. These magical illuminations were placed with such precise calculation that after a few moments they seemed to fade into the background of my awareness while still perfectly lighting every corner and crevice. The walls themselves appeared to be made of some material I couldn't identify, something between marble and living metal, with veins of gold and silver that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. "The temple where you trained," Livius commented, noting my awe, "could fit within one wing of Noxel's lower levels." His tone wasn't boastful, it was simply stating a fact, which somehow made it even more impressive. We walked for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, our footsteps echoing in the vast space. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly before us, making me feel like an ant traversing the spine of some ancient dragon. Finally, we reached what Livius called the Fork, a massive cylindrical chamber where 9 different hallways converged. Each corridor was marked with a distinct symbol above its arch, glowing with its own inner light. The ceiling here disappeared entirely into darkness above, creating the impression of standing at the bottom of an endless well. "These symbols," Livius said, gesturing to the markings, "are your map within Noxel. You will need to learn them all, though some paths they mark are forbidden to you. Heed the restrictions well, they exist for good reason." The warning in his voice was clear, though his tone remained matter-of-fact. Our next stop was the dining hall, a space that made the entrance hall seem modest by comparison. 12 massive tables, each capable of seating at least 30 people, stretched out before us. The ceiling here was enchanted to reflect the sky outside, currently showing a cascade of stars that seemed close enough to touch. "Meals are served 3 times daily," Livius explained. "You'll learn the schedule tomorrow. For now, we'll show you to your quarters." The room that would be my new home was both familiar and foreign. It was easily twice the size of my chamber at the temple, with similar basic furnishings but subtle differences that spoke to Noxel's ancient traditions. The stone cot, rather than the wooden one I was accustomed to, was surprisingly comfortable when I tested it with my hand. The traditional hole-in-the-ground facility was a practical addition I hadn't expected but appreciated. What caught my attention most was the small alchemy station, a compact but well-designed workspace with a mortar and pestle and empty jars waiting to be filled. It was no larger than a tree trunk, but its presence suggested practical studies would be part of my training here. "Rest well," Livius said. "Someone will come for you in the morning." With that, he and the still silent Kylene departed, leaving me alone in my new quarters. I unpacked my few belongings, some clothes, personal items, and the book Master Zortho had given me. Each item seemed somehow smaller in this space, as if Noxel's grandeur diminished everything within its walls. Even the air felt different here, heavier with age and power, carrying scents of ancient stone and magic that made the temple's familiar atmosphere seem young by comparison. The bed, despite its stone construction, welcomed me like an old friend when I finally lay down. I placed Master Zortho's book on my chest, intending to read a few pages, but the weight of the day's journey and the overwhelming nature of my new surroundings soon pulled me towards sleep. As consciousness faded, my last thoughts were of the living light that filled these halls, and how the massive structure seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Sleep released its hold on me gradually, and as consciousness returned, I found myself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. The realization of where I was hit me with the force of a thunderbolt. Noxel, the legendary fortress of wizardry, my new home. Even lying in bed, I could feel the ancient power thrumming through the walls. My mind raced with everything I knew about this place. Here, the most powerful staffs in history had been forged, channeling magic that could reshape mountains or calm raging seas. The very halls I now walked were the same ones where legendary wizards had taken their first steps toward greatness. And somewhere above, in a tower that pierced the clouds themselves, dwelled one of the oldest living wizards, a being who had witnessed the turning of ages. The thought of the trials was daunting. Every full wizard I had ever met had passed through these halls, faced these challenges, emerged, transformed. Now it was my turn, though the path seemed far more daunting than I had imagined. My stomach growled, reminding me of more immediate concerns. I realized with a start that I had no idea what time it was, though the quality of light suggested late morning. Surely someone would have woken me for breakfast. But as I hurriedly dressed and made my way to the dining hall, I discovered the first of many frustrating differences between Noxel and my former home. The vast dining hall, which had seemed so impressive the night before, now stood nearly empty. A few servants were finishing their cleaning, giving me odd looks as I entered. One finally took pity on me and explained that breakfast had ended hours ago. Apparently at Knoxall no one summoned anyone. You were simply expected to know the schedules and appear at the appropriate times. I managed to salvage a meagre meal from what remained. Some dried bread that could have served as building material and a pile of cold eggs that had long since lost their appeal. As I picked at the unappetizing fare, my frustration grew. At the temple, everything had been structured, organized, predictable. Here, chaos seemed to reign supreme. What made it worse was that I had no idea where to go next. No one had told me where my training would begin, or even what that training might entail. I found myself wandering the main hallway, feeling increasingly lost and out of place. The golden lights that had seemed so magical the night before now felt like they were watching me, perhaps judging my aimless wandering. Just as despair began to set in, Livius appeared beside me so suddenly that I nearly jumped out of my skin. He hadn't made a sound approaching, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he might have been there all along, watching my confused meanderings with that same detached expression he seemed to wear like a mask. "Follow me," he said simply, turning down a corridor I hadn't noticed before. We walked in silence until we reached a section of the fortress I hadn't seen during last night's tour. Here, a series of black doors lined the hallway, each marked with an intricate dragon sigil that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. I recognized the symbol from my studies, the mark of the Order of the Dragon, an ancient cult formed in the days when dragons still soared through the skies. They had been more than just wizards. They were intermediaries between humanity and the great worms, keepers of knowledge that had been lost to time. Livius gestured to one of the doors but offered no explanation, no guidance, no words of encouragement. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The chamber beyond was circular, its walls covered in more dragon sigils that pulsed with a faint reddish light. 4 other figures stood in a loose circle, all wearing the same black robes of initiates that I wore. Like me, they were aspirants, walking the path toward full wizardhood, carrying the weight of potential but not yet proven worthy of the title. We regarded each other silently, each perhaps wondering if we were looking at future allies or rivals. The air in the chamber felt thick with anticipation and barely contained power. Whatever was about to happen, I had a feeling it would set the tone for everything that followed. The door closed behind me with a sound like distant thunder, and I took my place in the circle, completing it. 5 initiates, 5 dragon sigils now glowing more brightly on the walls, 5 paths converging in this ancient place of power. My first real day at Knoxall was about to begin, and I had no idea what to expect. The chaos and frustration of the morning faded away as anticipation built in the chamber. Whatever was coming, at least it would be better than wandering the halls like a lost child. As I studied my fellow initiates more closely, I couldn't help but wonder how many others had stood in this very chamber over the centuries, facing their first test on the path to becoming true wizards. In the tense silence of the chamber we stood rigid and expectant, none daring to break formation. The air itself seemed to thicken with anticipation, making each breath feel deliberate and heavy. Then, almost imperceptibly, a pinpoint of light descended from the vaulted ceiling, no larger than a pea, yet commanding our complete attention. The tiny luminescence drifted downward with measured grace, until it hung suspended at chest height, precisely equidistant from each of us. For a heartbeat, all was still. Then, without warning or sound, the light erupted, not with force but with pure magical energy that washed over us like a warm tide. In its wake stood our instructor, his manifestation so seamless it was as if he had always been there. He was a peculiar figure, tall and angular, wearing robes that seemed to shift between deep purple and absolute darkness. His face remained partially obscured by his hood, adding to his mysterious presence. "You will address me only as master," he stated, his voice carrying an odd resonance that made it seem to come from everywhere at once. "Every response you give should end with this title. This is not merely tradition, it is law within these walls." One of the initiates shifted slightly, and the master's head snapped in that direction, though he continued speaking without pause. "Among your highest duties here is showing proper respect to the wise council. Each must be addressed as master, followed by their title. This is non-negotiable." He began to pace the circle's circumference, his movements fluid yet somehow unnatural. "The servant staff you encounter are bound by sacred vows of silence. If any break this vow, you are to report it immediately. You are forbidden from speaking to them under any circumstances." The rules continued to flow, curfews strictly enforced, movements limited primarily between our quarters and the main library. He spoke of restricted areas with such gravity that the very mention of them seemed to make the air grow colder. "First light brings breakfast," he continued. "Midday meal follows and dinner arrives with nightfall. Miss these times and you will go hungry. The kitchen staff have their own schedules to maintain, and they will not alter them for anyone below the rank of master." After what felt like hours of regulations and requirements, his tone shifted slightly. "Today's orientation will be the gentlest experience you will have within these walls. Your first task is simple: know this room, know each other. This chamber will be your daily training ground, and you must develop an intimacy with every aspect of it. The placement of every object, the angle of every shadow, all of it may be tested without warning." With those words, his form began to lose substance, melting into a pool of living shadow that dissipated like smoke in a breeze, leaving us alone with our thoughts and each other. For several moments none of us moved. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, hoods were pushed back, revealing faces as young and uncertain as my own. Nervous smiles were exchanged, tentative greetings offered. Names were shared in hushed tones, as if we were still uncertain whether we were allowed to speak at normal volume. As we began to explore the chamber together, I found my gaze drawn upward to the statues that lined the perimeter. They were colossal things, their heads nearly touching the distant ceiling. Each depicted a different wizard of old, their stone faces bearing expressions of stern wisdom. They made the grandest buildings I'd seen in my previous life seem like children's toys in comparison. I approached the first statue, its immense base adorned with intricate runes that seemed to pulse with dormant power. The sheer scale of these monuments was humbling. Each one towered above us like ancient sentinels, their faces carved with such detail that they seemed almost alive in the chamber's ethereal lighting. The first plaque read, "Dauphin the Wise," in script that shifted between golden and silver depending on how the light caught it. The statue depicted a wizard with a flowing beard that seemed to move slightly in some unfelt breeze, his eyes holding such depth that I found myself avoiding direct eye contact with them. In his right hand he held what appeared to be an unfolded scroll, while his left hand was raised in a gesture of teaching. Moving clockwise, I came to Adolphus the Strong. Unlike many of the other statues, his depicted him in what appeared to be battle stance, his staff held horizontally before him. The stories of Adolphus were legendary. They said he once held back an army of 10,000 with nothing but his staff and will. The statue captured that moment perfectly, his face set in determination, every muscle tensed for action. Svenhir, Sin-Eater, was perhaps the most unsettling of the statues. His face bore an expression of both peace and profound sorrow, and the air around his statue felt heavier somehow, as if weighted down by the burdens he had carried. The plaque beneath him bore additional script that read, "He who bears the weight of others' transgressions." The stories said he could take the darkness from people's souls into himself, though the cost to him was terrible. Ezerat the White stood in stark contrast. His statue crafted from what appeared to be pure white marble that seemed to glow from within. His robes were depicted in such detail that they appeared to be real fabric frozen in stone, each fold and crease catching the light in impossible ways. He was known for his mastery of healing magic, having saved countless lives during the Great Plague. Oamjima, the Whisperer, was depicted with one finger pressed to his lips, his other hand extended outward as if reaching through time itself. The stories said he could speak to the dead, though whether this was true or merely legend, none could say for certain. His statue seemed to absorb sound around it, creating a pocket of profound silence. Orinsil, the luminous, was carved from a crystal-like stone that caught and reflected light in rainbow patterns across the chamber walls. His contribution to magical theory revolutionized how wizards understood the fundamental nature of light and shadow. The statue captured him in a moment of revelation, his face alight with discovery. Aldrich the Red was possibly the most famous of all battle mages. His statue was carved from a deep red stone that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. The stories said he once turned an entire battlefield to glass to save a city from invading forces. His expression was fierce but not unkind, a warrior who fought not for glory but necessity. Moving to Zephyria the Tempest, I found myself having to step back slightly to take in the full impact of her statue. The stone itself seemed to swirl with captured winds, her robes and hair appearing to blow in an eternal storm. She was said to have tamed the greatest hurricane in history, turning its fury into gentle rain that ended a 100-year drought. Thorn, the Shade, was carved from the darkest stone I had ever seen, so black it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His mastery over shadow magic was unequaled, and some said he could step through darkness itself to emerge anywhere in the world. His statue seemed to shift slightly when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Lysander the Stargazer stood with his face turned upward, one hand reaching toward the heavens. The stone used for his statue contained flecks of something that twinkled like actual stars. His contributions to astronomical magic were still studied today, and his predictions of celestial events were never wrong. Elowen the Verdant was depicted with flowing robes that seemed to sprout actual leaves and vines, though closer inspection revealed it to be incredibly detailed stonework. Her mastery of nature magic was said to be so complete that she could make forests grow in deserts overnight. Small plants actually grew around the base of her statue despite the stone floor. The statue of Malachi the Timebender seemed to shift and change as I watched it, never quite appearing the same way twice. The stories said he could see all possible futures at once, though the burden of such knowledge eventually drove him to seek solitude in the highest tower ever built. His expression seemed to hold profound sadness. Isolde the Frostweaver was carved from a pale blue stone that felt cold to the touch even from several feet away. Her mastery over ice and snow was legendary, and it was said she once froze an entire army in place without harming a single soldier, ending a war without bloodshed. Tiny ice crystals formed and melted continuously around her statue's base. Corvus, the Raven Master, stood with one arm extended, upon which perched an incredibly detailed raven. The stories said he could see through the eyes of every raven in the world, making him the greatest gatherer of information in history. His statue seemed to watch your movement no matter where you stood in the room. His eyes followed you like a mirage painting. It was mesmerizing and unsettling. The statue of Nyx the Voidwalker was perhaps the most unsettling of all. The stone used was unlike any I had ever seen, seeming to bend light around it in impossible ways. They said she had walked between worlds, exploring realms beyond normal comprehension. Looking at her statue for too long made my eyes water. Finally, I came to Aurelia, the Sunforger. Her statue was made of a golden stone that radiated actual warmth, and looking at it filled me with a sense of hope and possibility. She was said to have created the first eternal light sources, including the ones that illuminated Noxel itself. Her expression was one of gentle determination, as if nothing was impossible if one simply had the will to attempt it. And I couldn't help but to think I was doing that very thing now. As I completed my circuit of the room, I noticed my fellow initiates had been doing the same, each of us moving at our own pace, absorbing the history and power represented by these monumental figures. One of them, a tall young man with sharp features, approached me. "Overwhelming, isn't it?" he said quietly, extending his hand. "I'm Marcus." "Seth," I replied, shaking his hand. "And yes, overwhelming doesn't begin to cover it. The others gradually joined us, forming a loose circle that felt almost sacred in the presence of the statues. There was Lyra, a woman with silver-white hair who spoke with a slight accent I couldn't place. Kael, dark-skinned and serious-eyed, who had the physique of a dancer. And finally, Elena, whose quick smile belied the intensity in her green eyes. 15 of the most powerful wizards in history, Kael mused, looking up at the towering figures. All of them trained here, just like we're about to. Actually, Lyra corrected, they didn't just train here, they helped build Noxel. Each of them added their own power to the fortress, which is why it's become what it is today. How do you know that? Elena asked, curious rather than challenging. My grandmother was a historian at the Great Library, Lyra explained. She made sure I knew every story about this place before I came. I found myself looking up at Dorfir's statue again. Do you think we'll ever achieve anything close to what they did? Marcus laughed softly. Well, we're here, aren't we? That's more than most can say. Look at their faces, Elena said, turning slowly to take in all the statues. They're not looking down at us with judgment. They're looking at us with expectation. They were all students once too. As we stood there, discussing the legends that surrounded us, I noticed something fascinating. Depending on where you stood in the room, the light from the ever-present orbs caught the statues differently, making them appear to move, ever so slightly. It was as if they were actually watching us, perhaps evaluating whether we would prove worthy of the legacy they had built. The chamber itself seemed to be responding to our presence and conversation. The air felt charged with potential, and the runes at the bases of the statues pulsed with increasing regularity, like heartbeats synchronizing with our own. Even the shadows seemed to dance and shift playfully, creating patterns that hinted at the magical knowledge these great figures had possessed. We should start mapping the room, Kyle suggested practically. The master said we needed to know every detail. The statues are marvelous, but not the entirety of the room. We spread out again, this time paying attention to more than just the statues. The chamber was circular, but not perfectly so. There were subtle angles and variations that seemed intentional rather than flawed. The floor was inlaid with an intricate pattern of interlocking symbols that spiraled outward from the center point where our instructor had appeared. The walls between the statues were covered in more runes and symbols, some of which seemed to change intensity when viewed directly. The ceiling, when we finally thought to examine it properly, was a marvel in itself, a vast dome that seemed to capture and amplify the magical energy in the room. "Look at this," Elena called out, pointing to a section of the floor near Aurelia's statue. "The symbols here are different from the rest." We gathered around, studying the variation. The longer we looked, the more differences we noticed throughout the room. Nothing was random. Every detail seemed to have a purpose, though what that purpose might be remained a mystery. "It's like a book," Lyra said suddenly. "But instead of pages, it's written in architecture and symbology. Everything here is trying to teach us something." As if in response to her words, the golden orbs of light dimmed slightly, creating new shadows that highlighted different aspects of the chamber. We spent the next several hours exploring every inch of the space, making mental notes of every detail, every variation, every subtle change in the patterns that surrounded us. The statues continued their silent vigil as we worked, their enormous presence becoming somehow comforting rather than intimidating. These great figures had once been students too, standing perhaps in this very chamber, beginning their own journeys toward legendary status. As the light began to shift, suggesting the approach of evening, we realized we had spent the entire afternoon in focused study of our new training ground. My mind was swimming with details, the exact number of runes on each statue's base, the precise pattern of the floor tiles, the way the light played off different surfaces at different times of day. "We should head to dinner," Marcus said finally. "We wouldn't want to miss our first proper meal here." As we prepared to leave, I took one final look at the assembled statues. Their faces seemed different now, more familiar somehow. These weren't just historical figures anymore, they were teachers, their very presence a lesson in what was possible with enough dedication and skill, and I planned on absorbing everything I could. As we filed out through the black door, I couldn't help but notice how the dragon sigil seemed to mark our departure with a display of brighting and changing colors. Possibly a ward locking into place, as much as it felt like a school. Somehow it still felt hollow, nothing was out of place per se. But everything seemed so veiled. Wizards were secretive beings by nature, but this level of paranoia seemed unnecessary. We filed into the great dining hall, a cavernous expanse that seemed to defy the very dimensions of the sprawling fortress. The illumination orbs hung low, their cold light casting perfectly balanced light and shadows over the long, polished tables. They swayed slightly in the faint draught, their glow reflecting on the dark stone walls, illuminating carvings too worn by time to discern. A sense of immensity struck me anew. I had been in this strange place for little more than a day, yet its enormity had begun to gnaw at the edges of my understanding. As my gaze swept across the hall, the sheer number of people present made my head swim. It was like a vast hive, alive yet unnervingly orderly. The tables stretched endlessly, it seemed, with every seat filled from one end to the other. I glanced at the initiates gathered around our table, my comrades in this strange, silent ordeal. We were undoubtedly the youngest in the room, callow, wide-eyed youths set adrift in a sea of hardened faces and seasoned practitioners. To our left sat a group of adepts, their haggard expressions and hunched postures evidence of a long night spent toiling in arcane pursuits. Their robes, once crisp, hung loose and threadbare, their cuffs frayed, as though they had been chewed on by mice. To the right, the servants and labourers occupied their own table. Their movements were precise, their manner deferential, but there was a hardiness to them that bespoke an intimate familiarity with the fortress's labyrinthine demands. How vast was this place! How many more souls toiled unseen within its endless corridors and chambers? The numbers were a puzzle. For all the people seated here, I had encountered barely 5 since my arrival. Yet the sheer scope of this dining hall, the dozens of tables groaning beneath the weight of their occupants, hinted at an invisible army laboring to maintain it. And still, the silence, the oppressive, smothering silence. No voices rose above the muted clink of utensils against bowls, or the occasional crackle of bread torn by eager hands. Even these small sounds seemed swallowed by the hall, or amplified, I guess, depending on where you sat. It was the silence of a tomb, and the same overall atmosphere. This was no place of relaxation and reprieve. It gave off the feeling of a refueling station at best, a place to replace what had been diminished by the demands of this place. Following the example of those around me, I began to eat. The food, some kind of thick gumbo accompanied by a freshly baked loaf, was hearty, though its taste was dulled by the pervasive tension. Still, I shoveled it into my mouth with a hunger that startled me, my motions driven more by instinct than intent. It was as if I feared the food might vanish if I lingered too long, or if I didn't carry out the matter with haste, I would miss a moment of sustenance. A bell chimed suddenly, shattering the stillness with a single mournful note. Its echo rolled through the hall like the toll of some forgotten god. At once, everyone rose, a silent tide of humanity moving in unison. We initiates followed suit, though awkwardly and out of sync, our inexperience marking us as an ill-fitting cog in this well-oiled machine. Without ceremony, the procession began. Row by row, the tables emptied, their occupants slipping into the darkened exits like phantoms returning to their grave sites. Our table, positioned near the center of the hall, was among the last to rise, and as we shuffled toward the nearest archway, my eyes were drawn to the high dais at the far end of the room. There, seated on an ornate chair carved from stone wood, sat the Grand Wizard himself. He was a shadowed figure, shrouded in a robe so deep a shade of crimson it seemed to drink the light. His presence was magnetic, an anchor in my chaotic thoughts, Only now did I notice that no plate lay before him, nor had one been there during the meal. I racked my memory, trying to recall if I'd seen him eat, drink, or even move, but no. He had been still as the grave, a statue cast in flesh. His dark eyes surveyed the departing crowd, and for a fleeting moment they met mine. The air seemed to grow heavier, the silence more profound. I had not felt threatened, but under his scrutiny my every fibre told me to run. I ignored the feeling and felt idiotic, a bit childish for assigning my stress to someone who was gracious enough to allow me such opportunity. I quickly averted my gaze and continued toward the exit, though the memory of his gaze lingered like a psychic stain. Was it disdain I saw in his eyes? Or indifference? I couldn't say. What I did know was that everything about this place felt alien, its traditions, its people, even its very structure. The fortress stretched above us, ancient and inscrutable, and I was a speck lost within its fortitude. As we reached the arched doorway, I glanced back over my shoulder. The hall was empty now, save for the Grand Wizard. He remained seated, motionless. I quickly turned and found my group a few paces down the hall. All had drawn their hoods, so I followed suit. On returning to the training room, I felt a weight akin to anchors turning my steps sluggish. I used a fraction of my willpower and forced myself to focus on the next moment. This was going to be a make-or-break moment for me. I was confident in my abilities, but I knew the training had the potential to be extremely dangerous if my thoughts were not in order. I heard my master's voice just then, a distant memory but a hard lesson. You think yourself into a corner often, Seth. You must learn to let go and clear your thoughts. You are still young, but the day may come where being ill-prepared could cost your life. The lesson had come right after my first time daydreaming about the future. When the lesson began, I had a ward in place, meant to deflect debris that was timed to hit my ward in a certain pattern. In my brief moment of giving in to my imagination, the ward slipped, and I was pelted by small stones and electronically charged dust particles. It wasn't as harmless as it sounds. I was left scratched and bruised. These memories came and went. My robes, sensing my unease, activated a calming scent and temperature, the smell of a campfire. Tomorrow I was to meet Master Regalius, and I thought tonight would be a better night than any to take a gander at that book Master had given me. Exhausted but exhilarated from the day's events, I finally returned to my quarters as the last rays of sunlight painted the castle walls in deep crimson. The book my master had given me seemed to call from where it lay on my simple wooden desk, its leather binding worn smooth by time and handling. Settling onto my bed, I opened the journal carefully, treating it with the reverence it deserved. The first page bore Ezerat's flowing script, dated nearly 40 years ago. I write this account not for glory or remembrance, but as a guide for those who might follow in my footsteps. May these words serve as both warning and encouragement to my future apprentices. The early chapters detailed his childhood in a small coastal village, where storms would roll in from the sea with such fury that the locals lived in constant fear of them. It was there, he wrote, that his fascination with weather magic first took root. His own master had been a traveling wizard who recognized his potential during one such tempest, when my master, then just a boy of 12, had unconsciously created a pocket of calm air around his family's house. But it was when he reached his account of Noxel that I found myself unable to stop reading. His descriptions of the castle matched my own impressions perfectly. The overwhelming grandeur, the sense of ancient power, the feeling of being simultaneously crushed and elevated by the weight of history. My first weeks at Noxel were an exercise in humility, he wrote. Every spell seemed just beyond my grasp, every lesson designed to remind me of how little I truly knew. Master Regalius, my primary instructor in storm thaumaturgy, was a man who seemed to have weather itself running through his veins instead of blood. He accepted nothing less than perfection, and his methods of teaching were as harsh as the lightning he commanded. I found myself particularly drawn to his accounts of early training sessions. Today, Master Regalius had me stand in the center of the training chamber for 6 hours straight, attempting to create a single raindrop from ambient moisture. Not a storm, not a shower, but a single perfect sphere of rain. When I finally succeeded, he simply said, "Again," and we continued until midnight. My arms shook, my head pounded, but I learned more about the fundamental nature of water in those hours than I had in all my previous studies combined. Years I trained, yet in that moment I was stupefied. The pages that followed detailed increasingly demanding trials. Master Regalius would have him track lightning across the sky during actual storms, learning to feel the flow of electrical current in the air. He described exercises where he had to maintain a miniature whirlwind for days at a time, even while sleeping or face starting over from the beginning. The brutality of the training served a purpose, he wrote. Storm magic is not gentle. It cannot be approached with timidity or uncertainty. Master Regalius wasn't just teaching me to control weather, he was teaching me to become weather itself. Every failure, every harsh criticism, every seemingly impossible task was another step in that transformation. As my eyes grew heavy with fatigue, I reached a passage that made me pause. Looking back now, I understand why Noxal's methods seem cruel to outsiders. But true mastery requires more than just learning spells and incantations. It requires a fundamental transformation of the self. The castle breaks us down not out of malice, but necessity. Only by being broken can we rebuild ourselves into something greater. I closed the book, my mind swimming with images of my master as a young apprentice, standing where I had stood today, facing the same doubts and challenges that now lay before me. That night I dreamed of storms. The transition between wakefulness and dreaming was seamless. One moment I was drifting off in my bed at Noxal, and the next I stood beneath a sky torn apart by lightning. The air crackled with raw magical energy, making every hair on my body stand on end. Thunder rolled across the landscape with such force that I felt it in my bones, each boom threatening to shake the world apart. For several disorienting moments, I struggled to make sense of my surroundings. The dream had a peculiar quality to it, as if I was standing inside a painting that had come alive. Colors seemed more vibrant than they should be, edges more defined, shadows deeper and more profound. The air itself felt thick with possibility, heavy with the weight of impending power. A particularly brilliant flash of lightning drew my attention upward, and that's when I saw him. Atop a hill that rose from the valley like a wizard's hat, so perfect in its symmetry it couldn't be natural, stood the figure from my previous dream. His bare torso was covered in those mysterious runes that pulsed with their own inner light, each symbol seeming to move and shift with every flash of lightning. I found myself unable to move, rooted to the spot as surely as if I'd been transformed to stone. The man's presence commanded absolute attention, his very being seeming to draw power from the storm above. The runes on his flesh glowed brighter with each passing moment, their light matching the intensity of the lightning that continued to spiderweb across the sky. The wind began to pick up, whipping through the trees of the forest that surrounded the hill. Leaves and small branches flew past me as the gale increased in strength. Yet the man remained perfectly still, an anchor point in the chaos. When he finally raised his hands toward the heavens, the very air seemed to hold its breath. Power gathered around him in visible waves, distorting the air like heat shimmer. The forest groaned under the increasing pressure, trees bending almost to the breaking point. I could feel the magic building, layer upon layer, until it felt as if the whole world would burst from the tension. Then, slowly, deliberately, he turned his head and looked directly at me. Our eyes met across the impossible distance, and I felt a shock of recognition course through my body. Those eyes, I knew them somehow, though I couldn't place from where. They blazed with an inner fire that matched the intensity of the storm, filled with ancient knowledge and raw power. The runes on his body flared even brighter, their light now rivaling the lightning itself. Each symbol seemed to tell a story, to hold some crucial piece of knowledge just beyond my understanding. The man's gaze held mine, unflinching, unblinking, as if trying to convey something of vital importance. When he spoke, his voice seemed to come from the sky, carried on the wind itself. "The storm comes, Seth. It has always been coming." The words resonated with something deep inside me, striking a chord I hadn't known existed. The lightning increased in frequency until the sky was almost constantly illuminated. The man's runes pulsed in perfect synchronization with each flash, creating a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to sync with my own heartbeat. I could feel the magic in the air responding to his presence, swirling around him in visible currents of power. "Watch," he commanded, and I found I could do nothing else. His hands began to move in complex patterns, each gesture leaving trails of light in the air. The runes on his body seemed to flow like liquid fire, some detaching themselves from his skin to float in the air around him. The storm above responded to his movements, lightning striking in precise patterns that mirrored the symbols on his flesh. Each bolt seemed to carry purpose, intention, as if the storm itself was trying to write something across the sky. The thunder that followed was no longer chaotic but rhythmic, like the beating of an enormous drum. "The old ways are not lost," his voice boomed over the tempest. "They sleep in the blood, in the bone, in the very stones of Noxel itself." As he spoke, the floating runes began to spin around him, faster and faster, until they formed a cylinder of pure light. I wanted to speak, to ask who he was, what this all meant, but my voice remained locked away. All I could do was witness as the power continued to build, the storm and the man becoming one entity, inseparable and terrible in their unity. The runes spinning around him suddenly expanded outward, forming a massive circle in the air. Each symbol grew until it was the size of a house, hanging in the sky like consecutive pages in an ancient tome. The storm seemed to read these symbols, responding to their presence with increasingly focused bursts of lightning. The symbols in the sky began to rain down, each one passing through me like a ghost. As they did, I felt brief flashes of understanding, fragments of knowledge that vanished as quickly as they came, leaving only the certainty that I had glimpsed something profound. I could see patterns within them that matched the runes on his skin. "The old powers are stirring. The barriers between what is and what was grow thin." Lightning struck the ground around his feet in a perfect circle, each bolt leaving behind a glowing symbol that matched the ones on his flesh. The hill beneath him began to pulse with the same light that emanated from his runes, revealing that the entire formation was covered in similar markings, usually invisible to the eye. "Look beyond what they teach you," he said, his voice growing more distant, though his words remained clear. "Look to the stones, to the statues, to the very foundations of Noxel itself. The truth is written there for those who know how to read it." The storm reached a fever pitch, lightning now striking so frequently that it created a constant strobing light. The man's runes blazed with unbearable brightness, and I could feel something building, some massive release of power about to occur. "Remember," he called out, his voice now seeming to come from within my own mind. "Remember when the time comes. The storm is not your enemy. It is your inheritance." With those words, everything exploded into pure white light. The power that had been building was released all at once, and I felt it wash over me like a physical wave. Each rune on his body seemed to burn itself into my memory as the light grew brighter and brighter. The last thing I saw before the dream began to fade was his eyes, still locked with mine, filled with both warning and promise. The runes on his body had begun to move, flowing like water, some of them seeming to reach out toward me across the distance. The dream began to dissolve, the landscape breaking apart like smoke in the wind. The man's form remained visible the longest, those glowing runes burning after images into my vision that would linger even after I woke. As consciousness began to return, I felt certain that I had witnessed something more than a mere dream. This had been a message, a warning, perhaps even a prophecy. The last sensation before fully waking was of those strange runes, still burning in my mind's eye, trying to tell me something just beyond my understanding. Something about their pattern seemed familiar, as if I had seen them before, perhaps in the very walls of Noxel itself. When I finally opened my eyes to the grey light of dawn filtering through my window, I could still feel the residual energy of the storm tingling across my skin. Outside my window, a distant rumble of thunder echoed across the morning sky, as if in answer to my thoughts. The storm was coming indeed, but what kind of storm, and what it would bring with it, remained to be seen. Dawn crept over Noxel's ancient walls as I made my way to the dining hall, my mind split between the lingering echoes of last night's dream and the growing knot of anxiety in my stomach. This time, having arrived well before the morning rush, I was greeted by the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread and seasoned meats. The breakfast spread was a far cry from yesterday's bland fare. Golden brown pastries filled with sweet preserves, eggs prepared in various styles, thick slices of bacon, and steaming porridge drizzled with honey. Despite the quality of the food before me, each bite felt mechanical, my thoughts consumed by what awaited in the training hall. Other students chatted and laughed around me, but their voices seemed distant, muffled by my own preoccupation. The dream's imagery kept floating through my mind, the lightning, the storm, those gleaming runes. Yet even these vivid memories were gradually being overshadowed by the growing dread of what the day might bring. When I finally approached the training hall, I found the other 4 initiates already there, clustered before the massive doors with their dragon crests. Kira, the only female in our group, was the first to notice my arrival. "The doors won't open," she said, frustration evident in her voice. "We've tried everything." I studied the entrance, remembering Master Zortho's lessons about magical barriers. "Have you checked for wards?" I asked, already extending my magical senses toward the door. The others exchanged glances, clearly not having considered this possibility. I closed my eyes, focusing on the invisible currents of magic that flowed through the air. Master Zortho's voice echoed in my memory. "Wards are like intricate knots, Seth. To undo them, you must first understand how they were tied." The magical barrier revealed itself to my inner sight as a complex web of interwoven spells. Each strand pulsed with purpose, creating a seamless barrier that sealed the door completely. I began the painstaking process of analyzing each component, tracing the patterns back to their origins. Time seemed to slow as I worked, carefully unpicking each magical thread in precise reverse order. It was delicate work. One wrong move could trigger the ward's defensive mechanisms or worse, cause it to collapse violently. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only minutes, I felt the last component give way. The dragon crests blazed orange, and the heavy doors swung open with a low groan. Inside, Master Regalius stood on his raised platform, his thin face set in an expression of barely contained contempt. "Very well," he said, his voice as dry as autumn leaves. "Training begins." We took our positions on the circular platform, the same spots we'd occupied during our orientation. Master Regalius surveyed us with dark, penetrating eyes that seemed to catalogue every weakness, every flaw in our bearing. His skeletal finger rose, pointing first at Kira, then at me. "You two, approach." We stepped forward while the others retreated to the edge of the training area. Standing at the base of his platform, I felt impossibly small. The raw magical power emanating from Master Regalius was like a physical weight pressing down on my shoulders. "You," he fixed his gaze on me. "Your strongest magical affinity, what is it?" "I've studied various aspects of magic, and I believe I have a well-rounded understanding of." "I did not ask for a recitation of your studies," he cut me off, voice sharp as a blade. "What are you good at?" I swallowed hard. "Wind manipulation, Master." Finally, a direct answer. "Take your position." He gestured to one end of the circle, then turned to Kira. "And you, fire manipulation, yes? Good. Your position is opposite. You will create a ward. You," he pointed at me, "will break it." What followed was hours of brutal, exhausting magical combat. Kira's wards were impressive. Layers of magical energy woven together with skill that spoke of years of dedicated practice. Breaking them required everything I had and often more than I thought possible. Each time I held back, concerned about causing harm, Master Regalius's voice would crack like a whip. "Hesitation is weakness. Break the ward or leave the hall." When Kira's concentration wavered, he was equally harsh. "Your wards crack like eggshells. Is this the best Noxel can expect from you?" The sun tracked across the high windows as we continued our magical duel. Lunch came and went, but Master Regalius showed no sign of calling a halt. When we finally switched roles, my arms were trembling with exhaustion, but I had to focus on creating wards strong enough to withstand Kira's attacks. Her fire magic was devastating. Each assault felt like trying to hold back a furnace with my bare hands. On her 12th attempt, my ward finally shattered completely. Flames licked across my exposed skin, leaving angry red marks on my hands and wrists. Only the enchanted fabric of my robes prevented worse burns. By the time the dinner bell rang through the castle, I could barely stand. Master Regalius dismissed us without comment, as if our day of brutal magical combat was nothing more than a mild practice session. The walk to the dining hall was a blur. My hands throbbed with each heartbeat, the burns a constant reminder of the day's trials. The evening meal could have been a feast fit for kings or simple gruel. I was too exhausted to tell the difference. I ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, my body demanding sustenance even as my mind began to shut down. The journey back to my quarters passed in a haze. I had just enough energy to remove my boots before collapsing onto my bed. Sleep claimed me instantly, deep and dreamless, my beaten body and mind surrendering to complete exhaustion. As consciousness faded, one last thought drifted through my mind. This had only been the first day. Tomorrow, we would do it all again. The next morning, my muscles screamed in protest as I pushed myself up from the bed. The burns on my hands had formed angry blisters overnight, each movement sending sharp reminders of yesterday's defeat. But there was no time to nurse my wounds. The morning bell was already ringing, and I knew being late was not an option. In the wan light of dawn, I examined my reflection in the small mirror above my wash basin. Dark circles shadowed my eyes, and my face looked gaunt, as if I'd aged years in a single day. The physical toll was obvious, but it was the mental exhaustion that worried me more. I had thought myself prepared for Noxel's challenges, but now I understood that my previous training had barely scratched the surface. As I made my way to breakfast, I noticed the other initiates walking with the same careful, pained movements. Kira's usually pristine hair was disheveled, and I could see bandages peeking out from beneath her sleeves. We exchanged knowing glances but no words. What was there to say? We had all survived our first day of real training, but it was clear that survival alone would not be enough. The morning sunlight streaming through the dining hall's high windows seemed to mock our collective misery. As I forced myself to eat, knowing I would need every bit of strength for the day ahead, I couldn't help but wonder, was this what my master had experienced? Had he too sat at these same tables, nursing similar wounds and doubts? Looking around at my fellow initiates, I saw the same question reflected in their eyes. We had all come to Noxel seeking power and knowledge, but now we were beginning to understand the true cost of that pursuit. The castle's ancient stones seemed to watch us with silent amusement, as if they had seen countless generations of young mages come to the same realization. The burns on my hands throbbed in time with my heartbeat, a persistent reminder of yesterday's lessons. But beneath the pain I felt something else stirring, a determination that went beyond mere survival. Master Regalius's methods might be brutal, but they were effective. Already I could feel changes in how I perceived and channeled magical energy. as if the very act of being pushed to my limits had opened new pathways of understanding. As I finished my meal and prepared to face another day of training, I remembered the words from my master's journal. The castle breaks us down not out of malice, but necessity. Only by being broken can we rebuild ourselves into something greater. Now, finally, I understood what he meant. The second day began with the same dread as the first, but this time held something different in store. Upon entering the training hall, Master Regalius silently directed each of us to separate doors that ringed the chamber's perimeter. Mine led to a small circular room lit by glowing crystals embedded in the walls. In its center sat a massive stone, roughly cubic in shape, its surface weathered and ancient. Master Regalius's instructions were simple. Make it float. You leave when it rises. The door sealed behind him with an ominous thud, leaving me alone with the impossible task. The stone was enormous, easily several tons of solid granite. I approached it cautiously, placing my still blistered hands on its rough surface. The stone felt cold, unyielding, almost hostile to my touch. I began with the basic levitation techniques I knew, gathering my power and attempting to lift the stone as I would a book or chair. Nothing happened. Not even a tremor. I tried again, pushing harder, channeling more energy into the spell. The stone remained stubbornly earthbound. Hours passed. My techniques grew more desperate. I tried varying the focal points of my magic, attacking the problem from different angles. I attempted to create a cushion of air beneath the stone, hoping to at least reduce its effective weight. I even tried combining multiple spells, weaving them together in increasingly complex patterns. Nothing worked. The stone might as well have been rooted to the center of the earth. My stomach began growling as midday approached, but no food appeared. The lunch bell rang somewhere in the distance, its sound muffled by the thick walls. I ignored it, focusing instead on my task. Sweat soaked through my robes as I poured more and more energy into my attempts. When Master Regalius returned at day's end, his disgust was palpable. "Pathetic," he spat, seeing the stone unmoved. "You will remain here until you succeed." The door closed behind him with crushing finality. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I forced it down, trying to focus through my growing hunger and exhaustion. The dinner bell rang, its distant tone now seeming like a mockery. My stomach cramped painfully, but I pushed the discomfort aside. There was only the stone, only this task. Night fell, marked only by the dimming of the crystal lights. I worked through the darkness, trying every variation of levitation magic I could conceive. My muscles trembled with fatigue, but I couldn't stop. The thought of being trapped here, of failing, drove me beyond my normal limits. Dawn came, bringing no relief. The breakfast bell rang, but the door remained sealed. My hunger had evolved into a constant gnawing presence. Exhaustion made my thoughts fuzzy. But I forced myself to continue. Time became meaningless. There was only the stone, only the next attempt, only the next variation of the spell. As the second day wore on, desperation began to fuel my efforts. I wasn't just trying to lift the stone anymore, I was fighting for survival. Each failed attempt brought me closer to understanding that Master Regalius had meant exactly what he said. I would either succeed or perish in this room. The realization sparked something in me. My magic, fueled by desperation and necessity, began to change. Instead of trying to overcome the stone's weight, I started to work with it, to understand it. I felt its connection to the earth, its natural resistance to movement. Rather than fighting these properties, I began to harmonize with them. Just before the second dinner bell, something clicked. For a brief shining moment, everything aligned. My magic found the perfect resonance, and the massive stone shifted. It rose, ever so slightly, perhaps an inch off the ground. For that fraction of a second, I felt a connection to the stone that transcended mere spellcraft. I understood it at a fundamental level. Then, exhaustion shattered my concentration. The stone dropped with a dull thud that seemed to shake the entire chamber. Moments later, the door swung open silently. I stumbled out into the main training hall, expecting something. But the vast chamber was empty and silent, holding no acknowledgement of what I'd accomplished. The distant dinner bell rang, calling me to a meal I could barely keep my eyes open for. In the dining hall, I fought to stay awake long enough to eat. The food might have been the finest ever served at Knoxall, but I tasted nothing. My body demanded sustenance, even as it craved sleep. I managed a few bites before exhaustion began to win the battle, my head nodding dangerously close to my plate. Somehow, I made it back to my quarters, though I couldn't later recall the journey. As I collapsed onto my bed, still fully clothed, one last thought drifted through my mind. I had done it. I had moved the unmovable. But even this small victory offered little comfort as sleep claimed me, for I knew tomorrow would bring new challenges, new impossibilities to overcome. The last thing I registered before consciousness fled was the lingering sensation of that perfect moment when the stone had lifted, a feeling of connection and understanding that went beyond mere physical movement. Then darkness took me, and I knew no more. I jerked awake, sunlight streaming through my window at an angle that immediately sent panic through my system. The morning session, I had slept through it. My muscles protested violently as I lurched from bed, still wearing yesterday's robes, stiff with dried sweat. The blisters on my hands had formed thick crusts, pulling painfully with every movement. Instead of heading to the dining hall, I made straight for the training chamber. The corridors were eerily quiet, my footsteps echoing off the ancient stones. When I reached the massive doors, I found them closed and dark, no sign of activity within. Confusion replaced my panic. Where was everyone? Rather than risk missing something crucial, I stationed myself near the dining hall, watching students from other disciplines pass by. The wait gave me time to examine my hands, flexing them carefully. The pain was still there, but duller now, more of a persistent ache than the sharp agony of yesterday. When the lunch bell finally rang, I forced myself to eat slowly despite my ravenous hunger, knowing I'd need the energy. The food was exceptional: roasted meat, fresh bread, and vegetables prepared with herbs I couldn't name, but my mind was already on what awaited us in the training hall. This time when I approached, the door sigils glowed with welcome. Inside, Master Regalius stood on his platform, but something was wrong. Only Kira and Marcus, the dark-skinned boy I barely knew, were present. We took our positions on the floor crest, forming an incomplete triangle where 5 had stood before. Master Regalius's face twisted with familiar disgust as he looked down at us. "You 3, he said, his voice carrying easily in the vast chamber, "are all that remain of your class." He gestured toward 2 doors on the right side of the chamber, which swung open with a grinding sound. The stench hit us first, death and decay washing over us in a nauseating wave. In one room lay the charred remains of what had once been a person, flesh blackened and cracked like overcooked meat. In another, a bloated corpse sprawled across the floor, features distorted beyond recognition. The third body appeared to have died screaming, mouth frozen in a permanent rictus of terror, skin stretched tight over bones as if something had drained the very life from them. My stomach churned as I recognized the burnt body as belonging to Darren, the quiet boy who had struggled with fire magic during our first day. What trial had he faced in that room? What impossible task had claimed his life? The other bodies were harder to identify in their current state, but the reality of their fate hit me like a rolling boulder. I glanced down at my blistered hands, suddenly grateful for the relatively merciful trial I had endured. The stone had nearly broken me, yes, but I had survived. These others hadn't been so fortunate. Silent servants appeared from hidden doors, efficiently removing the bodies on wooden pallets. I watched them disappear into the shadows, wondering how many times they had performed this grim task over the years. The sharp crack of Master Regalius's staff against the stone floor snapped our attention back to him. "Let me be perfectly clear," he said, each word precise and cold as ice. "I will not accept anything less than your absolute best. Those who cannot meet the standards of Noxel have no place here, in life or death." His eyes swept over us, challenging anyone to object. I felt the words of protest rising in my throat. This was murder, not education, but Master Zortho's warnings echoed in my memory. "Accept what you witness without question. To challenge the methods of Noxel is to challenge death itself." I swallowed my objections, though the bitter taste remained. Master Regalius raised his staff, tracing a complex pattern in the air before bringing it down with deliberate force. The change was immediate and overwhelming. Gravity itself seemed to multiply, pressing down on us with crushing force. My knees buckled slightly before I could brace myself. "Wards," he commanded simply, then seated himself on his platform as if the increased gravity was no more bothersome than a light breeze. The next 5 hours were pure torment. Creating and maintaining a magical ward requires intense concentration under normal circumstances. Under double or triple gravity, every moment was a battle against both magical and physical exhaustion. Sweat poured down my face, my arms trembled with the effort of holding them in position, and my legs burned from fighting against the increased weight of my own body. Beside me, Kira's face was a mask of determination, though I could see her hands shaking. Marcus had gone pale with effort, his ward flickering dangerously several times but never quite failing. We didn't dare look at each other directly, knowing any lapse in concentration could mean joining our fallen classmates. The dinner bell's distant toll was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. Master Regalius rose slowly, regarding us with his usual expression of barely contained contempt. "Tomorrow, immediately after breakfast," he announced. "Tardiness will have consequences." Without another word, he seemed to dissolve into shadow, disappearing like smoke on the wind. The moment he vanished, the crushing gravity released its hold. None of us were prepared for the sudden change. Our wards dissolved into cascading sparks as we collapsed to the floor, muscles trembling with exhaustion. For several long moments we lay there, gasping for breath, our bodies adjusting to normal gravity. Finally, Marcus broke the silence with a weak laugh that held no humor. "Well," he said, pushing himself to sitting position, "at least we're still breathing." Kira managed to stand first, offering her hands to help us up. We accepted, forming a chain to pull each other to our feet. The simple act of solidarity felt important somehow, an acknowledgement that we were in this together now, whether we liked it or not. The walk to the dining hall was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The deaths of our classmates hung heavy in the air between us, along with the unspoken question, who would be next? The surviving 3 of us found a table together, though none of us had the energy for conversation. The evening meal was elaborate, roasted fowl, various side dishes, and sweet pastries for dessert, but it might as well have been ash in our mouths. We ate mechanically, knowing we needed the sustenance, but taking no pleasure in it. Around us, students from other disciplines chatted and laughed, oblivious to the empty chairs at our table and the weight of what we'd witnessed. As I forced down another bite of food, I caught Kira's eye across the table. She gave me a slight nod, one that seemed to say both we survived and we must continue. Marcus, seeing the exchange, straightened his shoulders slightly. None of us spoke, but an understanding passed between us. We would face tomorrow together, and the day after that, for as long as we could. Chapter 3. The months following that fateful day blurred together in a kaleidoscope of pain, exhaustion, and barely survived trials. Each day brought new horrors, new impossible tasks that pushed us beyond what we thought possible, only to demand more the next day. Master Regalius's lessons became increasingly brutal. One day he would have us maintaining complex spell matrices while standing in pools of acid that ate through our protective wards. Another day we'd spend hours deflecting thousands of razor-sharp ice shards while trying to solve elaborate magical theorems he projected into the air. The slightest lapse in concentration meant severe injury or worse. I remember the day Marcus first showed signs of breaking. We were practicing energy transference, a supposedly simple exercise that Master Regalius had turned into torture. We had to absorb massive amounts of raw magical energy and redirect it through specific channels while maintaining perfect form. Marcus's hands began shaking during the 3rd hour. By the 4th, blood trickled from his nose. When the 5th hour struck, something inside him snapped. The energy he was channeling backfired, creating a devastating feedback loop through his nervous system. The screams, gods, the screams. Even Master Regalius showed a flicker of something besides disgust when Marcus collapsed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. They took him to the infirmary, but the damage was done. His magical pathways had been severely damaged, perhaps permanently. We didn't see him in training after that. Kira proved more resilient, though not unscathed. She collected injuries like others might collect trinkets. A badly burned arm from a fire manipulation gone wrong, 3 broken ribs from a gravity manipulation exercise, countless cuts and bruises from various magical backlashes. But she never missed a session. I'd often catch her in the library late at night, her injuries barely bandaged, poring over ancient texts on magical theory and protection spells. The training changed us in ways beyond the physical. I noticed it first in my reflection. My eyes had grown harder, more calculating. The naive boy who'd arrived at Knoxville believing in balance and harmony was dead, replaced by someone who understood that survival sometimes meant embracing the darkness within. The world I thought I knew, with its neat categories of right and wrong, good and evil, had crumbled away. In its place was a stark reality, where power was the only truth that mattered. The balance I'd been taught to revere seemed like a child's fairy tale now. There was no balance in watching fellow students die because they couldn't meet impossible standards. There was no harmony in being pushed to the brink of death day after day, only to wake up and do it all again. Master Regalius's hatred for weakness became clearer with each passing day. He didn't see us as students to be taught, but as ore to be refined through the most brutal process possible. Those who survived would be stronger for it. Those who didn't were simply impurities to be burned away. The presence of Grand Wizard Levius during some sessions added another layer of pressure. He would stand in the shadows, his ancient face impassive as he watched us struggle and suffer. His apprentice, Kylene, was even more unsettling. The scars that crossed her face seemed to shift in the chamber's magical light, and her eyes. There was something hungry in them, something that made my skin crawl whenever I felt her gaze. I caught her watching us during particularly difficult trials, her lips curved in a slight smile that never reached her eyes. It was as if she was mentally cataloguing our weaknesses, our breaking points, storing the information away for some future use. When Levius wasn't looking, that smile would widen just slightly, revealing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. When the first day of winter arrived, bringing with it the promise of 2 days' respite, none of us felt like celebrating. Kira and I spent most of our time in the library, surrounded by towers of books on advanced magical theory. We knew these precious hours of relative peace weren't truly for rest, they were for preparation. Somewhere in these ancient tomes might be the key to surviving whatever horrors Master Regalius had planned next. The library became our sanctuary during these brief breaks. We'd claim a corner table, spreading out scrolls and grimoires, taking turns brewing stimulant tea to keep our minds sharp. Sometimes we'd work in silence for hours, the only sound the turning of pages and the scratch of quills as we took notes. Other times we'd whisper theories to each other, trying to piece together the underlying principles behind the most brutal training exercises. I found myself studying Kira during these quiet moments. The candlelight would catch the new scars on her hands, the dark circles under her eyes, the way she'd occasionally wince when she moved too quickly and aggravated one of her many injuries. Yet there was still a fire in her eyes, a determination that refused to be extinguished. I wondered if she saw the same in me, a stubborn spark of life that somehow survived despite everything meant to snuff it out. The weather outside grew colder, but we barely noticed. Our world had shrunk to the training chamber, the library, and the brief periods of unconsciousness we could still call sleep. The regular students of Noxal moved around us like ghosts from another world, their normal concerns and complaints seeming trivial compared to our daily fight for survival. During one of our study sessions, I found myself staring at a passage about magical theory that I'd read a dozen times before. The words described the importance of balance in spellcraft, how true mastery came from understanding the natural order of things. I almost laughed at the irony. Here I was, in the most prestigious magical academy in the world, learning that the only real law was power, raw, merciless, and unconcerned with balance or harmony. Looking back at those first months at Noxal, I realized how completely my worldview had transformed. The idealistic beliefs I'd arrived with seemed like distant dreams now, replaced by harder, colder truths. Magic wasn't about balance, it was about survival. It wasn't about harmony with natural forces, it was about bending those forces to your will, or being destroyed in the attempt. Master Regalius hadn't just been teaching us spells and techniques, he'd been systematically destroying our preconceptions about magic itself. Every cruel lesson, every seemingly impossible task, stripped away another layer of our former understanding. In its place grew something darker, but undeniably more powerful, the knowledge that true magic had nothing to do with the comfortable theories taught in lesser schools. As I sat there in the library, surrounded by ancient texts and the heavy silence of winter, I thought about Marcus. His vacant eyes and trembling hands when we'd last seen him in the infirmary served as a constant reminder of what awaited those who couldn't adapt to this new reality. The healers said he might recover enough to live a normal life, but his days as a magical practitioner were over. In some ways, that fate seemed worse than death. Kira caught my eye across the table, and I saw my own thoughts reflected in her gaze. We didn't need words to understand what each other was thinking. We had 2 days, 2 precious days, to prepare ourselves for whatever fresh hell awaited us when training resumed. 2 days to study, to heal, to fortify our minds and bodies against the next round of lessons. The winter sun set early, casting long shadows through the library's high windows. As darkness fell, the magical lamps flickered to life automatically, casting their steady glow over our books and scrolls. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled, marking the end of another day. But for us, time had become measured in different ways, in trials survived, in wounds healed, in knowledge gained at terrible cost. Tomorrow would bring another day of study, and after that we would return to the training chamber. Master Regalius would be waiting with some new form of torture disguised as instruction. Perhaps Levius would be there too, watching with his ancient, unreadable eyes, while Kylene smiled her predator's smile. As I turned another page in my book, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in one of the library's windows. The face looking back at me was a stranger's, harder, older, with eyes that had seen too much. I wondered what my former self would think of what I'd become, but quickly dismissed the thought. That version of me was gone, burned away in the crucible of Noxal's training. What remained was something new, something forged in pain and power. The only question was whether this new version of myself would be strong enough to survive what was yet to come. That was my final thought before unconsciousness claimed me for the night. The storm is coming. The words slithered through my consciousness like ice-cold serpents, jolting me from sleep. The voice was familiar yet alien, carrying undertones that made my skin crawl. My eyes snapped open to darkness. The sun hadn't yet begun its ascent over Noxal's ancient walls. For the first time since arriving at this fortress of mysteries and horrors, I felt an urge to explore rather than return to fitful sleep. 5 months of brutal training had taught me to read the various sigils and warnings that adorned the halls. And I knew there were places within these walls that weren't expressly forbidden to students, merely unexplored due to our grueling schedules. The Fork, as we'd come to call the chamber with its branching corridors, held many paths, Tonight, my attention was drawn to one marked with the sigil for artifacts. Something about that sinister wake-up call had left me craving connection to the past, to the legacy of power that permeated these halls. The corridor I chose was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk abreast. Along both walls stood metallic statues, their surfaces gleaming dully in the magical lighting that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere. These weren't mere decorations. My magical senses, honed by months of survival training, could detect the latent energy humming within them. Sentinels, waiting for the command to spring to life, or perhaps to punish those who didn't belong. I kept my steps measured and respectful as I passed them, acknowledging their presence with slight nods. Master Regalius's lessons in paranoia had served me well. Nothing in Noxel was as simple as it appeared. The corridor opened into a vast circular chamber that took my breath away. At its center, arranged in a golden spiral that reached toward the domed ceiling, were dozens of staffs, the final artifacts of wizards long dead. My eyes were drawn immediately to several I recognized from the statues in our training chamber. Their forms burned into my memory through countless hours of grueling lessons. The outer wall was lined with display cases and pedestals, each holding items of obvious power and significance. I began a slow circuit of the room, studying each artifact carefully. Though none bore labels or explanations, their power was palpable. Some emanated waves of energy that made my stomach churn just standing near them. Others seemed to whisper in languages too ancient to understand, their voices brushing against the edges of my consciousness. There were rings that seemed to bend light around them, crystals that pulsed with inner fire, and books bound in materials I couldn't identify. One display held what appeared to be a simple silver mirror, but my reflection in it seemed older, harder, showing me a possible future self that made me quickly look away. After completing the circuit of the outer displays, I found myself drawn to the central spiral of staffs. Each one told a story through its design and the residual magic that clung to it like morning mist. Some were simple and elegant, others ornate to the point of ostentation, but all radiated power that made the air thick with potential. Fascinating, aren't they? The voice beside me nearly stopped my heart, but months of brutal training kept my reaction internal. I turned slowly, controlling my breathing, to find Grand Wizard Levius standing beside me as if he'd been there all along. Only the heavy pressure of his magical presence gave any indication he was real and not another of Noxel's many illusions. I bowed deeply, expressing the reverence his position demanded. "Master," I said simply, keeping my eyes lowered. "Seth." The way he spoke my name was strange, as if each letter carried weight and meaning I couldn't quite grasp. The sound rolled through the chamber like water, making the staffs vibrate imperceptibly in their holders. He raised one ancient hand, pointing to a staff made of golden wood. At its peak sat an emerald the size of a human heart, its facets catching and amplifying the ambient light. "This belonged to Archmage Valthor the Wise," he said, his voice carrying notes of both respect and something darker. "Do you know his story?" "No, Master," I replied honestly. "He was considered one of the greatest teachers of his age," Levius continued, his eyes fixed on the emerald. "His student was talented, eager to learn. Much like yourself." He paused, letting the comparison hang in the air. But Valthor feared his student's potential. He saw the raw power there, and rather than nurture it, he held back. Taught only the basics, the safe spells, the controlled magic. I felt a chill run down my spine as he continued. When the Daemon Wars began, his student was unprepared. All that potential, all that power, but without the knowledge to use it properly. The student died in the first wave of attacks, trying to defend a village with elementary spells against beings of chaos and destruction. Levius's voice carried centuries of contempt. Valthor survived only long enough to realize his mistake, to understand that his fear and envy had doomed not only his student, but countless others who might have been saved by a properly trained wizard. The implications hung heavy in the air between us. "Master," I said carefully, "may I speak freely?" He nodded once, the movement barely perceptible. Is that what happened with Master Zortho? Is that why these trials seem so far beyond what he prepared me for?" Levius's ancient face showed a flicker of something, approval perhaps. "Zortho," he said, notably omitting any honorific, "cannot even bring himself to use his true title, the Red." He spat the words like they tasted bitter. "How can one who fears his own power properly teach another to embrace theirs?" Seeing the confusion on my face, he softened his tone slightly. "Zortho was a decent student, yes, but he has proven a failure as a master. He teaches balance, control, restriction, when he should be teaching power, potential, possibility." The Grand Wizard's eyes seemed to glow in the dim light. "He fears what his students might become, so he cripples them with ideology and artificial limitations. But the balance—" I started to protest, but Levius cut me off with a gesture. "Balance is a fairy tale we tell children to help them sleep at night," he said sharply. "Power is the only reality. Those who embrace it survive. Those who fear it perish. Those who try to control it rather than channel it," he gestured to the staff of Valthor, "end up as cautionary tales and museum pieces." The silence that followed was heavy with implication. I found myself staring at the emerald atop Valthor's staff, watching how it seemed to pulse with an inner light. Was that power trapped within it, or merely an echo of what had once been? "Your former master," Levius continued, his voice softer now but no less intense, "teaches as he does because he fears what his students might become. Master Regalius teaches as he does because he knows what you must become to survive what is coming." The words from my dream echoed in my mind, "The storm is coming." I looked at Levius sharply, but his face revealed nothing. "The sun rises," he said, though there were no windows in the chamber to confirm this. "You should prepare for your morning training." He turned to leave, then paused. "Remember what you've learned here, Seth. Not just about the artifacts, but about the nature of power and those who fear it." Before I could respond, he was gone, not with any dramatic gesture or magical effect, but simply gone, as if he'd never been there at all. Only the lingering pressure of his magical presence and the slight vibration of the staffs in their holders suggested I hadn't imagined the entire encounter. I stood there for a long moment, staring at Valthor's staff, thinking about power and fear and the fine line between teaching and restricting. The morning bell would ring soon, calling us to another day of brutal training under Master Regalius's merciless guidance. As I made my way back down the corridor of sentinel statues, I found myself wondering about Zortho, the master who had taught me so much about balance and control, yet apparently held back so much more. Had he been protecting me or limiting me? Had his teachings been a foundation to build upon or chains to hold me back? The sentinels seemed to watch my passage with new interest, or perhaps it was just my imagination, charged by the morning's strange encounter. By the time I reached the main halls, early morning light was indeed beginning to filter through the high windows, casting long shadows across the ancient stones. I had just enough time to return to my quarters and prepare for another day of training, but I knew this morning's experience would stay with me. The image of Valthor's staff, the weight of Levius's words, the implications about power and fear and teaching, all of it swirled in my mind like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. The dining hall's warmth and the scent of morning bread held no appeal as I strode past, drawn by some inexplicable urgency toward the training chamber. The doors gleamed with an active magical signature, unusual for this early hour. Without hesitation, I stepped inside, only to hear the heavy doors seal themselves behind me with an ominous thud. My instincts screamed danger, but when I spun to face the chamber, there stood Master Regalius several paces away, his presence as overwhelming as ever. Though my heart hammered against my ribs, I maintained my composure, earning the slightest nod of approval, a gesture so subtle it might have been my imagination. "Come with me, boy." His voice carried the weight of iron and age. I followed him to the familiar platform, my footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. He ascended to his usual position while I remained below, feeling the weight of countless invisible eyes upon me, the ever-present watchers in the shadows of Noxel. "Are you prepared?" Regalius's question cut through the silence like a blade. "Truly prepared to do what must be done to claim the title you seek, to wield the power you covet?" My face hardened with determination, memories of this morning's conversation with Livius still fresh in my mind. I nodded, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down upon my shoulders. "Very well," he said, his voice carrying an unusual edge. "Today's training will test you in ways you cannot imagine. Should you succeed—" He paused, his eyes boring into mine. "Should you succeed, you may be ready to begin the next level of your instruction." My insides writhed at his words. The next level? The very thought that our current brutal regime was merely preparatory made my blood run cold. Yet I found myself responding with steady conviction. "I am ready, Master." As always, he dissolved into that characteristic black smoke, leaving me alone in the chamber. I made my way to the center of the room, to the exact spot where 5 months ago 5 initiates had stood trembling before him. Now only 2 remained, and I intended to prove worthy of survival. Settling into a cross-legged position, I began to meditate. The promise I'd made to myself burned in my chest. I would find my limitations only to shatter them. The words from the artifact chamber echoed in my mind about power, about fear, about the price of hesitation. Time flowed around me like water around a stone. When the doors opened for the official start of training, I maintained my focus, having achieved a state of perfect stillness. It wasn't until Kira's magical signature brushed against my consciousness that I realized I was hovering several feet above the ground. Instead of crashing down as I had so many times before, I guided myself to a gentle landing. I greeted Kira with the closest thing to a smile I could manage, noting the slight surprise in her eyes at my unusual serenity. The familiar pinprick of light descended from the ceiling, but this time I was ready. As it exploded into searing brightness, my ward was already in place. Kira's reaction came a fraction of a second later, too late. The scorching wave of magical fire washed over us, singeing her hair and leaving an angry red welt across her shoulder. My ward held firm, leaving me untouched. Regalius materialized, his disappointment in Kira's delayed reaction scornful. "Now, give me everything you have," he commanded. "Everything you have, together." Our first attempt was uncoordinated. My spell struck his ward a moment before Kira's fireball, allowing him to deflect both with casual ease. "Again!" he barked. This time, we moved in perfect synchronization until the last possible moment. I altered a crucial sigil in my spell matrix, transforming what should have been a standard attack into something entirely different. My magic spiraled around Kira's fire like a serpentine dragon chasing its prey through storm clouds. When they collided with Regalius's ward, the resulting explosion filled the chamber with brilliant orange light that left us momentarily blinded. When our vision cleared, I saw something I'd never witnessed before, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of Regalius's mouth. The rest of the training session passed in a blur of increasingly complex magical combinations. Kira and I worked in tandem, our powers complementing each other in ways that seemed to please our merciless instructor. We practiced shield variations, learned to layer our defensive spells, and explored the delicate art of magical redirection. By midday, we were drenched in sweat, our magical reserves dangerously depleted. Yet Regalius pushed us further, demanding more complex combinations, faster reactions, stronger wards. The afternoon brought exercises in magical endurance that left us trembling with exhaustion. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the high windows of the chamber, Regalius finally called an end to the session. Neither Kira nor I had enough energy left to stand properly, but we managed to bow respectfully before collapsing against the chamber walls. Chapter 4. The Price of Power. Winter gripped Noxel with icy fingers, transforming the ancient fortress into a maze of shadows and frost-covered stone. The brutal training continued, but something had shifted after that morning in the artifact chamber. The lessons became more solitary, more focused, as if Regalius was preparing us for something beyond mere instruction. We were returned to our original challenge chambers, those first tests that had eliminated so many initiates. This time, however, the atmosphere was different. The weight of experience sat heavy on our shoulders, and the mysteries of the chambers seemed less daunting, if no less dangerous. My chamber remained unchanged. The same smooth stone sphere waited on its pedestal, challenging me as it had months ago. But I was not the same person who had first entered this room. The countless hours of training, the brutal lessons, and the words of both Livius and Regalius echoed in my mind as I faced my task. The stone responded to my will almost immediately. Months of magical conditioning had strengthened my connection to the underlying forces that govern such things. Hour after hour passed as I maintained my focus, the sphere hovering steadily several feet above its resting place. Then, in a moment of clarity, I understood what Livius had meant about embracing power rather than fearing it. I let the stone fall. The crash echoed through the chamber like thunder, fragments of the sphere scattering across the floor, ricocheting off of my ward. As the dust settled, the door swung open, revealing Regalius waiting in the corridor. His face betrayed nothing, but he gestured for me to take position in the center of the training circle. "Wait," he commanded, before dissolving into his characteristic black smoke. And so I waited. Hours stretched into days. I maintained my position, using the time to meditate, to practice the mental exercises we'd been taught. Occasionally I could hear muffled sounds from Kira's chamber, crashes, explosions, and once what might have been a scream, but I remained where I was, understanding that this too was part of the test. 47 hours passed before Kira's chamber door finally opened. The figure that emerged barely resembled my fellow initiate. Her robes were torn and scorched, her hair matted with what looked like blood, and some other substance I couldn't identify. Her eyes held a vacant look, as if she'd seen things that had fundamentally altered her understanding of reality. Regalius materialized between us, his presence somehow even more overwhelming than usual. "Your patience has been noted," he said to me, before turning to regard Kira with obvious disapproval. The scowl that crossed his features spoke volumes about whatever had transpired in her chamber. When the dinner bell rang, I attempted to catch Kira's eye, to perhaps offer some word of comfort or understanding, but she kept her gaze fixed on her plate, eating zombified in complete silence. The 1,000-yard stare never left her face, and I couldn't help but wonder what ordeal she had endured in those 50 hours that had left her so transformed. The next morning brought a new test. Regalius announced we would duel. No rules, no restrictions, just pure magical combat. It was the moment we'd been training for, the ultimate test of our abilities against each other. Seeing Kira's still injured state, I initially held back, throwing spells that were powerful enough to be respectful but not devastating. Regalius's reaction was immediate and harsh. "If you show such weakness again," he snarled, "you will face me instead." The threat hung in the air like a physical thing, and I remembered his words about being ready to do whatever was necessary. Setting aside my compassion, I unleashed my full power. The duel that followed was brutal and one-sided. Months of training had honed my abilities far beyond what I'd realized. Every shield Kira raised, I shattered. Every attack she launched, I turned aside or absorbed. Hour after hour, the gap between our abilities became more apparent, until finally, she could barely maintain a basic defensive ward. "Finish it," Regalius commanded. I hesitated, looking to my instructor with the barest hint of protest in my eyes. His response was immediate and cold. "I recall you saying you were ready to do anything," he reminded me, his voice carrying the weight of judgment. I turned back to Kira, my heart heavy with what I knew I had to do. But when our eyes met, I saw something unexpected in her gaze. Not fear, not hatred, but understanding, perhaps even forgiveness. She knew, as I did, that this was always how it would end. Drawing upon everything I had learned, everything I had become, I summoned the flames. They weren't the crude, destructive fire of a novice, but rather the precise, almost beautiful conflagration of a true practitioner. The flames engulfed her in a sphere of golden light, and in the space of a heartbeat she was gone, reduced to nothing but scattered ash and lingering magical residue. The silence that followed was absolute. I stood there, arms still raised, feeling the weight of what I had just done settling over me like a heavy cloak. Regalius appeared beside me, his presence neither comforting nor condemning. "Power," he said softly, "requires sacrifice. Those who cannot make such sacrifices remain forever apprentices, never achieving their true potential." I lowered my arms slowly, watching as the last motes of ash settled on the chamber floor. Before I could react, he had dissolved into smoke once more, leaving me alone in the chamber with the remnants of what I had done. I stood there for a long time, thinking about what this act had taken from me. My humanity. Finally, I made my way back to my quarters, each step feeling heavier than the last, like wading through heavy quicksand, sinking into a darker part of me. A part of me that had no feeling, only ambitions. I found there to be one last drop in my reservoir of empathy. For at least my own peace of mind, I needed to check in on Marcus. With this mention of another ascension in my training, there was no telling whether or not we would ever cross paths ever again. The healing quarters remained as sterile and cold as ever, but at least the constant magical hum of monitoring wards provided some comfort in the silence. Marcus lay propped against several pillows, his dark skin made paler by the harsh lighting and the stark white of his bandages. The wrappings covered most of his right arm and wrapped diagonally across his face, obscuring one eye. Thin red scars, like a web of angry reminders of failure, spread across every visible inch of skin. "Marcus?" My voice barely carried across the small room. Marcus's visible eye flicked toward the door, then away. His jaw tightened, the muscles working beneath his skin. "Come to check on the cripple?" The words came out harsh, bitter. I stepped inside, letting the door close behind me. "I wanted to see how you were healing." "Healing?" Marcus barked out a laugh that held no humor. "Is that what you call this?" He lifted his bandaged arm slightly, wincing at the movement. "Do you know what it's like? To feel the magic just gone, like someone cut off a limb you didn't even know you had until it wasn't there anymore." I remained silent, my hand resting on the back of the room's single chair, not for balance, but for something to squeeze. "Why are you really here?" Marcus's good eye narrowed. "You're not the type for social calls. It's about Kira." My voice remained steady, clinical almost, and there was a test, a duel. "And? She's dead. I killed her." The silence that followed was that of the graveyard, cold and indifferent. Marcus stared at me, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief to horror. The color drained from his face, making the red scars stand out even more starkly. "You, what?" The words came out choked. Regalius ordered. "You killed her." Marcus's voice rose sharply. "You murdered Kira, our fellow initiate? The girl who helped you during those first weeks when you could barely find your ass?" Seth stood his ground. "I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice." Marcus tried to sit up straighter, grimacing in pain but pushing through it. "You're a monster. Do you hear me? A monster. We came here to learn magic, not to become murderers." "Marcus. No, don't you dare try to justify this. You think I'm the one who got the worst of it? At least I can still look at myself in the mirror. At least I didn't murder someone in cold blood because some old man told me to." Each word hit me like piercing daggers, but he maintained his composure. "You're no better than the dark wizards they warn us about," Marcus spat. "Actually, you're worse. At least they're honest about what they are." I turned toward the door. "Hey, Seth," Marcus called after me, his voice dripping with venom. "When you see Kira's face in your dreams, tell her I'm sorry I ever convinced her to help you. The door closed behind me with a soft click that seemed to echo through the empty corridor. I walked, my footsteps carrying me through the fortress's winding passages without conscious direction. Everywhere I turned there were people, initiates hurrying to classes, instructors discussing theory in hushed tones, servants going about their endless tasks. Too many people, too many eyes. I climbed stairs, turned corners, pushed through doors, until finally I found myself in one of the fortress's forgotten courtyards. The space was small, enclosed by high stone walls covered in dead vines. The rain fell in steady sheets, soaking through my robes immediately. For the first time in months, I breathed real air, not the stale, magic-laden atmosphere of the training chambers. The rain felt clean on my face, washing away the sterile smell of the healing quarters. Something broke inside me then. The scream started low in my chest, building until it tore from my throat with enough force to make my vision blur. All the pain, all the rage, all the doubt I'd been holding back erupted in that primal sound. The clouds above darkened in response, as if nature itself resonated with my anguish. The rain intensified, becoming a deluge that pounded against the stone. Lightning split the sky, not in the usual straight bolts, but in writhing serpentine patterns that illuminated the courtyard in stark, electric blue. I screamed until my throat was raw, until the thunder drowned me out, until the lightning painted the world in strokes of brilliant anger. The magic within me surged and ebbed with each cry, making the very air crackle with violence. When my voice finally gave out, I stood there in the storm, letting the rain mix with tears I hadn't realized I was shedding. The lightning continued its dance above, reflecting the turmoil I felt in its chaotic patterns. A door creaked somewhere behind me, and I tensed, ready to face whoever had witnessed this moment of weakness. But when I turned, there was only empty space and the sound of the rain. I remained in the courtyard until the storm began to subside, until my robes were completely soaked through, until the raw edges of my emotions had been worn smooth by the elements. The morning came too quickly. My muscles still ached from yesterday's emotional outburst in the courtyard, but Regalius showed no interest in my physical or mental state as I entered the training chamber. "Today," he announced, his voice carrying its usual authoritative resonance, "we work with constructs." He raised both hands, and the very floor beneath us began to shift. Stone and earth rose up, taking humanoid forms, golems of varying sizes and compositions. Some were pure rock, others a mixture of mud and stone, all of them radiating magical energy. "Destroy them all," he commanded, "and know that they will fight back." The first golem lunged at me before he finished speaking. I sidestepped, calling fire to my hands instinctively. The flames splashed harmlessly off its rocky surface. "Fire alone won't save you here," Regalius observed coldly. "Think." I barely had time to think as 3 more golems advanced. Their movements were fluid, unnaturally so for creatures made of earth and stone. One caught me with a glancing blow to the shoulder, sending me spinning across the chamber floor. Pain sparked something inside me, a rage that had been simmering since Kira's death, since Marcus's words. I channeled it. Let it fuel my magic rather than control it. The stone beneath the closest golem cracked as I manipulated the very material it was made from. It staggered, its form destabilizing. I didn't hesitate. A concentrated blast of pure magical force reduced it to rubble. "Better," Regalius said, "but there are still 11 more." Hours blurred together as I fought. Each golem required a different approach. Some fell to precisely applied force, others needed to be methodically taken apart. My robes were soon torn and caked with mud. Blood trickled from a cut above my eye where a stone fist had gotten too close. But I didn't stop, couldn't stop. The chamber became a battlefield of broken stone and churned earth. Every time I destroyed a golem, Regalius would create another, each stronger than the last. My whole body screamed in protest, but I pushed through the pain, through the exhaustion. When the dinner bell finally rang, I stood amidst a field of destruction. My breathing came in ragged gasps, and every muscle trembled with fatigue. The last golem, the 23rd I'd faced, lay in pieces at my feet. "Adequate," Regalius said simply. "You're dismissed." I barely made it back to my quarters, falling onto my bed, still covered in dirt and sweat. Sleep claimed me instantly. And then I was somewhere else, or rather, someone else. The dream was unlike any I'd experienced before. I saw through eyes that weren't mine, felt power that dwarfed my own current abilities. I was Zortho, but younger, centuries younger. We stood in a vast arena under an ancient sun. Across from me stood Regalius, also younger but unmistakable. His black robes were trimmed in gold rather than red, and his face held less of the hardness I knew, but his eyes were the same, pools of unfathomable power. "Shall we begin, old friend?" Dream Regalius asked, a smile playing at his lips. The duel that followed defied description. Magic in its purest form danced between us. Where modern mages might throw fireballs, we wielded the very essence of flame in streams of lava. When others might summon lightning, we commanded the fundamental forces of storm and sky. The ground beneath us transformed and reformed with each exchange. Barriers of pure energy sprung up and shattered. The very air seemed to sing with the power being unleashed. Through Zortho's consciousness I felt the exhilaration of fighting an equal, of pushing magic to its absolute limits. This wasn't a battle of destruction, but a dance of creation, each spell more intricate, more beautiful than the last. The dream began to fade just as both combatants gathered their power for one final magnificent exchange. Their magic met in a display that would have put the celestial lights to shame. I sat up in bed, gasping. Dawn light filtered through my window, and my body still ached from yesterday's training. But my mind was racing with what I'd witnessed. That dream hadn't been just a dream, it was a memory somehow passed down through the ages. For the first time, I truly understood the level of power I was aspiring to reach. What I'd witnessed between Zortho and Regalius wasn't just combat, it was artistry, it was mastery, it was magic in its truest form. And somewhere deep inside, something responded to that knowledge, like a key turning in a lock I hadn't known existed. The knock at my chamber door came well past midnight. I had just finished reviewing ancient alchemical formulas that Master Thaddeus, that miserable old wretch, had demanded we memorize. My fingers were still stained with various reagents, and the acrid smell of failed transmutations clung to my robes. When I opened the door to find Regalius standing there, his presence seemed to fill the narrow doorway. The usual red trim of his robes appeared almost black in the dim lighting of the corridor. "The Grand Wizard requires your presence," he stated simply. "Now." The walk to Livius's chambers felt longer than usual. The fortress's halls were eerily quiet at this hour, our footsteps echoing off ancient stone. Magical torches cast dancing shadows that seemed to watch our progress. "Your progress has been noted," Regalius spoke suddenly, breaking the silence, though perhaps not as swift as it could be. Before I could respond, we arrived at an ornate door I'd never seen before. It swung open silently at our approach, revealing a vast circular chamber. The walls were lined with artifacts and ancient tomes, and the domed ceiling above displayed an ever-shifting map of the cosmos. Grand Wizard Livius stood at a massive window that overlooked the fortress grounds. Unlike the few times I'd seen him before, he wore no formal robes, just simple dark clothing that somehow made him appear more imposing rather than less. "Leave us," he commanded without turning, and Regalius departed with a bow I couldn't quite read. The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity before Livius finally spoke again. "Tell me, young Seth, what do you know of magical bonds?" "They're connections between mages," I answered carefully. "Usually between master and apprentice. Indeed. He turned finally, fixing me with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge. "And what do you know of their limitations?" I hesitated. "I'm not sure I understand." "No, I suppose you wouldn't." He moved to a nearby table and poured 2 glasses of deep red wine. "Your former master, Zortho, he taught you well, didn't he? Taught you to be cautious, measured, controlled." "Yes, Grand Wizard." He handed me one of the glasses. "Tell me, in all your time with him, did he ever push you? Ever force you to reach beyond your perceived limits?" He believed in careful progress. "Careful progress," Livius repeated, swirling his wine thoughtfully. "A diplomatic way of saying he held you back." My grip tightened on the glass. "He taught me control." "See, control!" Livius laughed, but there was no warmth in it. "Let me show you something." He gestured, and the air between us shimmered. An image formed. Me, during training sessions, during tests, during the duel with Kira. But the image was strange, overlaid with magical signatures I'd never seen before. "Do you see these threads?" He traced patterns in the air that I could barely perceive. "These are the remnants of your bond with Zortho. They're still there, still influencing you." "Influencing?" "Limiting," he corrected. "Restricting, like a cage built of silk, invisible but very real." He took a slow sip of wine. "Tell me, have you ever wondered why some spells feel resistant? Why certain types of magic seem just out of reach no matter how hard you study?" A cold feeling settled in my stomach as memories surfaced. Moments of frustration when spells wouldn't flow. Times when power seemed to slip away just as I grasped for it. "The bond between master and apprentice is sacred," Livius continued, "but it can also be a chain. Some masters," he paused significantly, "some masters use it to ensure their students never surpass them." "Zortho wouldn't," I started, but the words died in my throat as Livius made another gesture. The air filled with new images. Magical signatures I recognized as my own, but they seemed to struggle against invisible constraints. "Your power fights against these bonds every day," he said softly. "I've watched it. The frustration you feel, the sense that you're capable of more, it's not imagination. It's not weakness. It's this." He waved his hand through the image, dispersing it. "Zortho is powerful, ancient, and like many ancient things, he fears change. Fears being superseded. Why else would he have sent you away just as you were beginning to show real potential?" "He sent me here to learn," I protested, but even to my ears the words sounded hollow. "Did he? Or did he send you here because he sensed you were growing too strong too quickly?" Livius moved closer, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Did he ever tell you why he chose you as an apprentice? Did he ever explain why, out of all the potential students, he selected one with such raw potential?" I remained silent, memories tumbling through my mind, years of careful, measured lessons, always held back, always told to wait, to be patient. "The truly tragic part," Livius continued, "is that your potential exceeds anything Zortho could have imagined. I've seen it. Regalius has seen it. Even in your restricted state, you've accomplished things that should have been beyond you. The question is, what could you achieve if those restrictions were removed?" "Removed?" The word came out before I could stop it. "There are ways," he said carefully, "to sever such bonds. Dangerous ways, certainly, but for someone of sufficient strength." He let the thought hang in the air. I stared into my untouched wine, watching the dark liquid swirl like the thoughts in my head. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because, young Seth, I believe in honesty between equals. And make no mistake, you have the potential to be our equal, despite what Zortho might have wanted you to believe." He set his glass down with a soft clink. "But more than that, I believe in choice. Now that you know the truth, what you do with it is entirely up to you." He turned back to the window, his voice becoming distant. "Of course, if you should wish to learn more about these bonds, about how they might be adjusted, my library is at your disposal. Regalius can show you the relevant texts." My mind was racing. connecting dots I'd never seen before. Every limitation, every frustration, every time Zortho had held me back. Had it all been deliberate? "Think on what I've said," Livius concluded, "but do not speak of this to anyone. Such knowledge. Well, there are those who would prefer it remain hidden." I left his chambers in a daze, my untouched wine still sitting on his table. The walk back to my quarters passed in a blur of conflicting thoughts and emotions. Every memory of my time with Zortho now seemed tainted, suspicious. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay awake, staring at my hands, trying to feel the bonds Livius had shown me. Were they really there, invisible chains holding back my true potential? Had the master I trusted, respected, even loved in a way, been deliberately keeping me weak? The questions churned in my mind, and with them came something else, a slow-burning anger that felt different from any rage I'd known before. This wasn't the hot fury of battle or the sharp pain of loss. This was something colder, deeper, more fundamental. In the darkest hours before dawn, I found myself at my desk, penning a request to access the restricted sections of the fortress library. As I wrote, I noticed my hands were steady, my thoughts clear. If what Livius said was true, and deep down, something told me it was, then everything I thought I knew about my past, my training, my very identity as a mage, was built on a foundation of lies. The first rays of sunrise were creeping through my window when I finally lay down, exhausted but resolved. If Zortho had truly betrayed me in this way, if he had really placed these restrictions on my power, then I would find a way to break them. And when I did, I closed my eyes, and for the first time since arriving at the fortress, I dreamed not of Kira's death or Marcus's accusations, but of power, pure, unrestricted, glorious power. The kind of power I'd glimpsed in that shared memory of the duel between Zortho and Regalius. The kind of power that had been my birthright, stolen from me by a master too afraid to let his student grow. In my dreams that night, I thought I heard Zortho calling to me, trying to tell me something important. But his voice seemed muffled, distant, as if speaking through layers of thick cloth. By morning I had forgotten it entirely, remembering only the burning desire to break free from bonds I couldn't see but could now feel with every fiber of my being. The game had changed, and I was now a piece on a board I couldn't fully see, moving according to plans laid centuries before my birth. But in that moment, all I could think about was the library, the restricted texts, and the promise of unleashed power that lay within their pages. I walked between the towering shelves of the library, my fingers trailing along spines that seemed to hum with ancient power. These were sections I'd previously ignored, focused as I'd been on the prescribed curriculum. Now, with Livius's words echoing in my mind, every tome seemed to whisper secrets. A leather-bound volume caught my eye, Amplification, the Art of Magical Enhancement. Next to it, bound in what looked suspiciously like human skin, was Esoteric Applications of Spirit Magic. I pulled both down, the weight of them satisfying in my arms. Finding my usual spot beneath the crescent-shaped gap in the ceiling, I spread the books before me. The amplification text spoke of ways to enhance natural magical ability, techniques that went far beyond the basic focusing exercises Zorthos had taught me. Had he known about these methods? Had he deliberately kept them from me? The esoteric tome proved even more fascinating. It detailed how magic could be used to alter the very essence of a being, to transform not just the physical form, but the spiritual nature itself. My mind raced with possibilities. If I could break these bonds, if I could truly access my full potential, the world had shown me its cruelty, through Kira's death, through Marcus's condemnation, through Zorthos's betrayal. Perhaps it was time to become something the world would fear in return. A library apprentice appeared at my table, carrying the scrolls I'd requested. The parchments were so old they had to be handled with spelled gloves to prevent deterioration. As I carefully unrolled the first one, the faded script seemed to writhe on the page, as if reluctant to reveal its secrets. The information within was both illuminating and disturbing. The bonds between master and apprentice went deeper than I'd imagined. They were woven into the very fabric of magical existence. Breaking them wasn't just difficult, it was dangerous. The first method described made my skin crawl with both anticipation and apprehension. The tattooing process would require weeks of preparation. The ink had to be mixed not just with my blood, but with specific reagents harvested at precise astronomical alignments. The symbols themselves had to be applied in a specific order, each one empowered immediately upon completion. A single mistake could prove fatal. But it was the second method that truly gave me pause. The death of the master would sever all bonds instantly. The scroll warned that this often resulted in a magical backlash that could drive the apprentice mad or worse, strip them of their powers entirely. Besides, the thought of facing Zorthos in direct combat. No, I wasn't ready for that. Not yet. I focused on the tattooing ritual. The materials list alone was daunting. Powdered moonstone gathered during a lunar eclipse, essence of nightshade distilled under starlight, iron filings from a sword that had taken a life, ash from a phoenix's first burning. But it was the incantations that truly caught my attention. These weren't the straightforward spells I'd learned before. These were complex weaves of power, designed to systematically identify, isolate, and dissolve magical bonds while protecting the caster's core essence. The symbols reminded me of the ones I'd seen in my dream of Zorthos and Regalius's duel, but twisted, darker somehow. My quill scratched across parchment as I copied the most crucial elements. Some of the symbols seemed to resist being transcribed, as if they knew they weren't meant to be shared. My head began to throb as I memorized the intricate patterns, but I pushed through the discomfort. The stars wheeled slowly overhead through the ceiling's gap as I worked. Each one seemed to watch me with ancient, knowing eyes. What would they think, these eternal witnesses of an apprentice seeking to break free of his master's constraints? Had they seen this drama play out before, countless times through the ages? A particular passage caught my attention. The breaking of bonds, while liberating, creates a vacuum in the magical essence. This void must be filled, lest it draw in energies unforeseen and unwelcome. It is recommended that the caster establish new anchoring points before attempting the severance. New anchoring points. The thought gave me pause. Would I need to form new bonds to replace the ones I broke? Or could I find a way to stand truly independent, beholden to no one? The library's closing bell rang, startling me from my research. I'd been there for hours, yet it felt like minutes. As I carefully rolled the scrolls back up, my mind was already cataloguing what I would need. Some ingredients I could obtain legally through the fortress's suppliers. Others would require more creative acquisition. But first, I needed to prepare myself. The amplification text had mentioned exercises to strengthen one's magical core. I would start there, building my power slowly, carefully. When the time came to attempt the ritual, I would need every ounce of strength I could muster. As I walked back to my quarters, I felt different. The anger was still there, but it had crystallized into something harder, more focused. The world had tried to contain me, to limit me, to break me. Instead, it had taught me a valuable lesson. True power comes not from what others give you, but from what you take for yourself. I looked up at the night sky, so similar to the view from the library's gap. Somewhere out there, Zorthos continued his ancient existence, perhaps thinking he had successfully curtailed my growth. Let him think that, for now. Let them all think that. Soon enough, they would learn the truth. The final days of this spiral into obsession passed like a fever dream. Every waking moment not spent in training was devoted to memorizing the scroll's contents. My quarters became a nest of scattered notes and diagrams, walls covered in practiced symbols drawn in charcoal that I would hastily erase before the morning's servants arrived. But research alone wouldn't suffice. I needed resources, connections, things that were hard to come by as a relatively new arrival to Noxel. That's when the whispers about Kylene began reaching my ears. The Grand Wizard's apprentice was something of a shadowy figure in the fortress. Unlike most who held such a prestigious position, she didn't teach classes or participate in the usual academic functions. Rumors painted her as everything from a reformed criminal to a demon in human form. The most recent gossip suggested she'd been stealing from the restricted sections of the library. An absurd notion, given the magical wards I'd personally witnessed in action. But these rumors, true or not, suggested something valuable. Here was someone who might understand the need to operate outside conventional channels. I crafted my approach carefully. The amplification sigil in my palm was real enough, a test of my skill and a door to greater things. I spent 3 nights perfecting it, working through the pain as I etched the magical patterns into my flesh. It was a calculated risk, but one that would demonstrate both competence and ambition. When my audience with Levius was granted, I made sure to arrive precisely on time, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to show disrespect. The Grand Wizard's chambers felt different in daylight, less imposing but somehow more mysterious. Kylene stood at his right hand, her presence as sharp and dangerous as an unsheathed blade. As I extended my palm to show my work, her movement was so swift I barely saw it. Her grip on my wrist was like iron, her eyes boring into mine with suspicious intensity. Only after I carefully explained my purpose did she release me, though her gaze never wavered. Levius examined the sigil with genuine interest. Competent work, he mused, though there's room for improvement. See here? He traced the air above my palm. The finger's ring positions could host complementary symbols, 5 additional layers of amplification, properly spaced to prevent interference. The knowledge was valuable, but it was the next moments that would prove crucial. As I left the chamber, Kylene followed exactly as I'd hoped. I could feel her presence behind me, coiled energy waiting to strike. That was either very brave or very stupid, she said as we reached the corridor's end. Few dare to show such. Initiative, in front of the Grand Wizard. I turned, letting my carefully prepared mask of apologetic deference slide into place. Forgive me. I only sought wisdom from those most qualified to provide it. In all of Noxel, who could be more knowledgeable than the Grand Wizard and his chosen apprentice? Her expression shifted, subtle but noticeable. The predatory edge remained, but something else entered her gaze. Interest, perhaps, or amusement. Flattery, she said, is a dangerous tool, more dangerous when wielded skillfully. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. But I suspect you know that already. I hesitated, letting vulnerability show through my mask. Knowledge is difficult to come by here, not just in texts and scrolls, but in practical matters. Ah. Her smile widened slightly. You've found that some necessary items are hard to acquire through official channels? The fortress's suppliers are limited in what they can provide. She studied me for a long moment, then glanced around the empty corridor. What exactly are you looking for? I took a calculated risk. Powdered moonstone from a lunar eclipse for one, and phoenix ash, specifically from a first burning. Her eyebrows rose slightly. Ambitious materials. Those aren't easily obtained, even for someone in my position. I would be in your debt, I said carefully. A favor owed, to be called upon at your discretion. A favor, she seemed to taste the word. From someone of your growing potential? That could be valuable indeed. Hope flickered in my chest, but I kept my expression neutral. I would consider it a fair exchange. She was silent for a long moment, her eyes searching my face for something. Finally she nodded. 2 weeks, or a month no more to acquire them. And understand this if anyone asks, we never had this conversation. Of course. I bowed slightly. Your generosity will not be forgotten. As I walked away, I could feel her eyes on my back. I had what I needed or would have soon enough. But I also knew I'd just entered into a dangerous arrangement with someone whose reputation for ruthlessness might well be understated. That night, as I added the recommended symbols around my fingers, ignoring the burning pain of fresh magical tattoos, I reflected on how quickly things were moving. From discovering the truth about my bonds to making deals with Noxel's most notorious apprentice, all in a matter of days. Part of me wondered if I was moving too fast, taking too many risks. But then I would flex my hand, feel the power humming through the new sigils, and remember the taste of true power I'd glimpsed in those ancient scrolls. Zorthos had spent years teaching me patience. Perhaps that had been part of his control as well, keeping me cautious, hesitant, always holding back. No more. The path ahead was dangerous, possibly fatal, but I would walk it at my own pace. The tattoos were just the beginning. Soon, I would have the materials I needed. Then would come the true test, the ritual that would either free me from my bonds or destroy me in the attempt. As I wrapped my aching hand in spelled bandages, I caught a glimpse of myself in the window's reflection. There was something different in my eyes now, a hardness, a hunger that hadn't been there before. I wondered if Zorthos would recognize me now, or if the student he'd so carefully constrained was already becoming someone, something else entirely. The stars wheeled overhead, eternal and indifferent to the plots unfolding beneath them. Soon I would take the first real step toward becoming what I was meant to be, whatever the cost. The month had transformed me in ways I barely recognized myself. The face that greeted me in the mirror each morning seemed to belong to someone else, someone harder, more haunted. Dark circles had taken up permanent residence beneath my eyes, and a patchy beard had begun to obscure my once clean jawline. When Kylene met me in our prearranged location, a seldom-used storage room in the East Wing, her eyebrows arched at my appearance. "You look different," she said, that familiar calculating look in her eyes. "Time changes us all," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady despite my anticipation. What she couldn't see were the intricate patterns now covering much of my body, hidden beneath my robes. Amplification sigils spiraled down my arms, healing wards crossed my chest in elaborate geometric patterns, and detection spells wrapped around my legs like vines. Each one had been carefully modified from the ancient texts, adjusted to work in harmony with the others. The pain of their application had become almost meditative, a price willingly paid for power. She produced 2 small containers. "Your requested items," she said, holding them just out of reach, though I'm beginning to wonder if I should have asked more questions about their intended use. I met her gaze steadily. "Your generosity won't be forgotten." She handed over the containers, but her fingers lingered for a moment. "See that it isn't." There was something new in her expression, not quite concern, but a wariness I hadn't seen before. She left without another word, her footsteps eerily silent on the stone floor. That night, after my training session with Master Regalius, I began the ritual. I'd prepared everything meticulously, the circle drawn in sacred chalk, the candles placed at precise intervals, the ingredients measured down to the smallest grain. The powdered moonstone caught the candlelight like trapped stars, and the phoenix ash seemed to pulse with its own inner warmth. The initial stages went exactly as described in the texts. The mixture of blood and magical components took on the prescribed opalescent sheen. The incantations flowed from my lips with practiced precision. Everything was perfect, until it wasn't. The moment the final word left my mouth, every tattoo on my body erupted into searing agony. It felt like molten metal had been poured into each line, each curve, each carefully crafted symbol. The pain was beyond anything I'd ever experienced, beyond anything I'd thought possible to experience and survive. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The sound tore from my throat like something alive, echoing off the stone walls. Through the haze of agony I heard footsteps, voices, the door bursting open. "By the old powers!" someone gasped. A servant, I couldn't focus enough to recognize who, raised their hands, attempting a sleep spell. I felt it brush against my consciousness like a feather against steel. More joined in, their combined power finally beginning to penetrate the barrier of pain. The last thing I saw before unconsciousness claimed me was my own skin, glowing like forge-heated metal, the tattoos burning with an inner fire that seemed to reach down to my very soul. I spent 3 days in the infirmary under the care of arch-healer Morath, whose ancient face bore an expression I'd never seen before, a mixture of fascination and concern. Every attempt to physically examine the tattoos resulted in magical discharge that left the healers with numbed hands and, in one case, temporary blindness. "The spells have integrated with your magical core," Morath finally declared, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of medical knowledge. "There's no infection, no rejection. Whatever you did, and I'm choosing not to ask, it's become part of you now, permanently." I was cleared to return to training, but only after another day of rest and, as they insisted, proper nutrition. The healing herb-infused rice they'd been feeding me had kept me alive, but it had left me with a hunger that felt bottomless. When they finally brought me real food, a platter of roasted meats, fresh bread, and stewed vegetables, I fell upon it like a man possessed. Each bite was an explosion of sensation. The meat's juices, the bread's texture, the vegetables' subtle flavors, everything was intensified to an almost overwhelming degree. It was like tasting food for the first time, each mouthful a revelation that bordered on ecstasy. Later, in my chambers, still buzzing with this new awareness, I settled into meditation position. Sleep felt impossible, unnecessary. As I closed my eyes, I could feel every tattoo on my body humming with power, no longer painful but present, alive, waiting to be used. I was changed now, fundamentally and irrevocably. The question was, into what? The meditation didn't bring peace so much as containment. I found a place deep within myself where I could store the constant burning sensation, like sealing away a small sun. When the breakfast bell tolled, I rose mechanically, my movements precise and controlled. The dining hall's noise and bustle felt distant, as if I were watching it through clouded glass. I ate without tasting, barely registering the concerned glances from fellow students who had no doubt heard about my accident. When I stood before Master Regalius for our daily training, something had fundamentally shifted in the dynamic between us. The exercises he set forth, manipulating elemental forces, weaving complex defensive barriers, transmuting base materials, I completed them with a mechanical efficiency that seemed to unsettle him. "The firewall," he commanded, "sustained for 10 minutes while defending against water attacks." I raised my hands, feeling the tattoos beneath my robes pulse with power. The wall of flames that erupted was perfect in its formation, dense enough to vaporize water on contact, yet controlled enough to maintain its shape. When Regalius launched his attacks, streams of water that would have overwhelmed me just days ago, they dissipated into steam before even reaching the barrier. Within an hour, I had completed what should have been a full day's training regimen. I stood there, waiting, feeling nothing but the constant burn of my modified flesh. Regalius's face darkened. "Very well," he said, his voice carrying an edge I'd never heard before. He stepped down from his instructor's platform, crossing the training circle to stand before me. "Perhaps it's time to show you the difference between parlor tricks and true mastery." I should have felt fear. The old me would have. But as I met his gaze, I felt nothing but the void within me where emotion used to reside. His first attack came without warning, a blast of pure force that would have thrown me across the room a week ago. My modified wards absorbed most of it, the tattoos flaring beneath my robes. I slid back only a few feet, my boots leaving scorch marks on the stone floor. Regalius's eyes narrowed. The next sequence of attacks came in rapid succession, lightning that forked and twisted unnaturally, seeking weak points in my defenses, waves of absolute cold that tried to freeze the very air in my lungs. phantasmal blades that attacked from multiple angles simultaneously. I defended as best I could, each tattoo activating in sequence, each spell I'd modified proving its worth. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. Regalius was showing me what true power looked like, and even with all my preparations, all my modifications, all my desperate reaching for strength, I was still nothing compared to him. A final blast shattered my remaining defenses, sending me sprawling. I tasted blood, felt the stone floors cold against my cheek. Looking up, I saw Regalius standing over me, his face a mask of contempt. "You think because you've learned a few tricks, because you've pushed your abilities slightly beyond the mundane, that you've achieved something meaningful." His voice dripped with disdain. "You are not worthy of the title of wizard. You are not even worthy to clean the chambers of one. Whatever you did to yourself, whatever power you think you've gained, it's nothing. Less than nothing." He spat on the ground beside my head, the gesture somehow more devastating than any of his magical attacks had been. "We're done for today. Get out of my sight." I pulled myself up slowly, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through my tattooed flesh. The void inside me seemed to grow larger, hungrier. As I limped from the training room, I realized something crucial. The ritual hadn't failed because it was flawed. It had failed because I hadn't been strong enough. Not yet, but I would be. Whatever it took, whatever price I had to pay, I would find that strength. And when I did, I would remember this moment. I would remember the taste of blood in my mouth, the sting of his contempt, the burn of helplessness. And I would make sure Regalius remembered it too. The months that followed that humiliation transformed me further. My original robes, already damaged from the ritual, finally gave up entirely, the fabric unable to withstand the constant magical discharge from my modified flesh. But when others suggested I visit the fortress's weavers, I declined. I had different plans. Between training sessions and the bare minimum of rest my body demanded, I delved deeper into magical crafting. The ancient texts had shown me that clothing could be more than mere covering. It could be an extension of one's power, a second skin of pure magical potential. The creation of my new garment consumed weeks. I wove spells into each thread, imbuing the fabric with properties that would complement my tattoos. The final product was far from traditional, a hooded cloak that left my arms and chest mostly exposed, its deep black fabric seeming to absorb like an event horizon. Patterns of silver and crimson thread traced through it, forming sigils that pulsed in rhythm with those etched into my flesh. I no longer felt the need to hide what I'd become. Let them see. Let them stare at the writings that covered nearly every inch of my visible skin, at the way the symbols shifted and moved like living things beneath the surface. The modifications had grown more extensive, more experimental. Some of the newer sigils pulsed with a sickly red light, while others seemed to writhe and twist in impossible geometries. Students whispered when I passed in the corridors. Even some of the masters averted their eyes. Good. Let them fear what they didn't understand. Their judgment meant nothing compared to the power I could feel growing within me, day by day, hour by hour. Regalius, however, remained unmoved by my transformation. Our training sessions continued, though they had evolved into something more akin to ritualized combat. This particular morning, as I entered the training chamber, I noticed something different in his stance, a slight tension that hadn't been there before. "Today," he announced, "we test your limits." He struck without further warning, launching a barrage of spells that would have incinerated a lesser practitioner. But I was ready. My cloak billowed as I moved, its enchanted fabric amplifying my defensive wards. Each attack met a counterforce, each spell found itself reflected or absorbed. I retaliated with combinations I'd spent months perfecting. A thrust of pure force, followed by a cascade of temporal distortions. A weave of elemental chaos that transformed the very air into weapons. Techniques that drew on pain itself as a source of power, channeling it through the burning networks of sigils that covered my body. What I didn't notice, couldn't notice, lost in the fury of combat, was the growing strain in Regalius's movements, the slight widening of his eyes as one of my attacks nearly breached his defenses, the beads of sweat forming on his brow as he was forced to exert himself far more than he let show. Our exchange reached a crescendo when I unleashed a spell I'd been developing in secret, a working that combined principles from a dozen different schools of magic. The air itself seemed to crack, reality bending around the point of impact. Regalius barely managed to deflect it, and even then, the backlash left a spiderweb of cracks in the reinforced stone wall behind him. He called a halt then, his voice steady despite the slight tremor in his raised hand. "Enough. You've demonstrated sufficient skill for today." I lowered my hands, the sigils across my body still glowing with accumulated power. Had I been more observant, I might have noticed how he leaned almost imperceptibly on his staff, how the color hadn't quite returned to his face. But I was already focused on what lay ahead. The trials for full wizard status were approaching, a series of challenges that would test not just magical ability, but judgment, wisdom, and control. The final trial was rumored to be particularly dangerous, though details were kept secret until the moment of testing. That evening, in my chambers, I made my preparations. The cloak lay spread across my bed, its enchantments humming softly as I reinforced them. Bottles of carefully prepared potions lined my desk, each one designed to enhance different aspects of magical ability. My flesh ached constantly now, the most recent modifications still settling into place, but I welcomed the pain. It was proof of progress, of transformation. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, barely recognizable from the student who had arrived at Noxel 18 months ago. My body was a living grimoire, a testament to how far I was willing to go in pursuit of power. The sigils pulsed beneath my skin in complex patterns, some giving off that devil-red glow that had become my signature. The trials ahead would be dangerous, yes, possibly lethal. But I had moved beyond fear, beyond hesitation. I had remade myself into something new, something that the traditional boundaries of magic could no longer contain. Soon I would claim my title, not just as a wizard, but as something more, something that perhaps hadn't existed before I carved my own path into the flesh of reality itself. As night fell over Noxel, I continued my preparations, the red light from my sigils casting strange shadows on the walls. In the darkness, they looked almost like warning signs, but I was long past heeding warnings. The time for caution was over. Tomorrow would begin the trials that would either confirm my transformation or destroy me entirely. And in the deepest part of my mind, in that void where I had stored all my pain and fear and humanity, something stirred. Something that wondered if there would be anything recognizably human left of me when it was done. The night deepened around me as I settled into meditation position, my flesh casting ethereal patterns on the stone walls. Sleep felt like a distant memory, an unnecessary indulgence from my former life. As my consciousness drifted in that liminal space between awareness and void, a memory surfaced sharp and clear as crystal. The last night at my old temple, before everything changed, before I'd realized how Zortho, my own master, had betrayed my potential. I had attempted something forbidden then, something that had shown me the first glimpse of real power. Now, with my enhanced abilities and modified flesh, perhaps. I shifted my position, aligning my spine with the cardinal directions. The sigils of amplification across my shoulders began to pulse, synchronized with my heartbeat. I traced the patterns of sound manipulation in the air, watching as they took form, glowing threads of possibility. The spell took hold, and suddenly the silence of my chamber exploded into a cacophony of voices. Every whisper, every murmur, every secret word spoken within Noxel's ancient walls crashed into my consciousness like a tidal wave. Servants gossiping in distant corridors, students mumbling in their sleep, the very stones seeming to speak their age-old secrets. The overwhelming surge shattered my concentration. The spell collapsed, leaving me gasping, my ears ringing with phantom echoes. But failure was no longer acceptable. I had not carved these sigils into my flesh, had not endured countless nights of agony, to be defeated by mere difficulty. I gathered my hatred for my limitations, for the bonds that still held me back, for every betrayal that had led me here. I poured that darkness into the spell, letting it fuel my will. The sigils across my chest flared with devil-red light as I tried again. This time, the flood of sounds came under my control. Instead of drowning in it, I found I could direct it, filter it, focus on specific voices like tuning an instrument. The voices of Noxel became mine to command, to sift through at will, becoming a problem. A distant voice, elderly but powerful. The Grand Master. Breaking through faster than I anticipated, Regalius's voice, tense with concern. I focused harder, drawing more power through my modifications. The sigils burned brighter, their light now visible through my clothes. Zortho's binding. The Grand Master again. My breath caught at my former master's name. Always be limited by it. Regalius's voice dripped with disdain. That old fool's restrictions are still holding him back, even if he succeeds in tomorrow's trials. The Grand Master's voice faded in and out like a distant storm. The bindings will remain. Zortho! Regalius spat the name like a curse. That self-righteous coward, limiting a student's potential like that. He's been an obstacle for far too long. Perhaps if we... The rest of his words were lost as my concentration finally shattered. The backlash of the broken spell sent a shockwave through my chamber, spiderweb cracks appearing in the stone walls. The impact knocked me backward, my sigils flaring one final time before dimming to their usual sullen glow. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard hurried footsteps outside my door. A pause, pregnant with fear, whispered words between servants. Did you? Best not to ask. But the light under his door, some things are better left unknown. Their footsteps retreated quickly, fading into the darkness of the corridor. I remained on the floor, staring up at the cracked ceiling, my mind racing with what I'd heard. Zortho, my former master, the man who had claimed to guide me while secretly ensuring I would never reach my true potential. Even here, hundreds of miles from his temple, his influence still reached me. Some kind of binding or limitation he'd placed upon me without my knowledge. The Grand Master and Regalius spoke of it as if it were a foregone conclusion, an impediment that even my modifications couldn't overcome. But they didn't understand what I'd become, what I was willing to do to break free of any restriction. I pushed myself up, my tattoos still smoldering from the spell's backlash. In the darkness of my chamber, their glows seemed more pronounced, more alive. The patterns had evolved over the months, becoming more complex, more intricate. Each one a step further from the limited student Zortho had tried to create. Tomorrow's trials loomed before me, but suddenly they seemed less important than this new revelation. If Zortho had truly placed some kind of binding on me, then I would find it, and I would break it, just as I had broken every other limitation placed upon me. The thought sent a shiver through my modified flesh, the sigils responding with a pulse of crimson light. Breaking such a binding would be dangerous, possibly fatal. But then, everything I'd done since leaving the temple had carried the risk of death. What was one more? I moved to my desk, pulling out fresh parchment. The trials would come first. I needed that title, that position of power within Noxel. But after that, my quills scratched across the parchment, sketching new sigils, designing modifications that might help me detect and destroy whatever chains Zortho had placed upon me. The night grew deeper, but I barely noticed. Time had become meaningless compared to the possibilities unfolding before me. In the distance, a bell tolled the deepest hour of night. The sound seemed to resonate with something in my modified flesh, creating harmonics that sent shivers of power through my body. My hands never stopped moving, designing, planning, preparing for what might be my greatest and most dangerous modification yet. I stood in the center of my magical maelstrom, savoring the look of shock on Master Regalius's face as he discovered me beyond the Dragon Crest doors. Not just beyond them, I had systematically dismantled their ancient wards, stripped away centuries of protective magic until they were nothing more than ordinary doors. Child's play, really, compared to what I had become capable of. The training chamber around me churned with raw power, the air itself distorting under the weight of the energies I commanded. Heat radiated from my modified flesh in suffocating waves, making even breathing difficult for anyone foolish enough to approach. What madness is this? Regalius's voice barely carried over the howling energies I had summoned. You were not summoned. The time for games is over. My voice resonated with something beyond human capacity, each word carrying undertones that made the stone walls vibrate. I could feel the modifications I'd made to my cloak adapting, changing, becoming something more than mere flesh. Test me now, or acknowledge what I've become, and grant me my title. I watched Regalius's face contort with rage. You dare, you arrogant, twisted. I didn't let him finish. Moving with speed that my enhanced body made possible, I launched a wave of force that would have pulverized ordinary flesh. He barely managed to raise a shield, but the impact sent him staggering backward. Twisted? I laughed, hearing the sound of breaking glass in my own voice. You have no idea. I let more power flow through my modifications, feeling the temperature spike higher around me. Though I manifested no visible flames, the heat poured from my body like radiation from a star. The air shimmered, reality itself warping around me as I drew upon reserves of power that I knew shouldn't have been possible. Regalius launched his counterattack, a complex weaving of binding and banishment that might have worked on the student I once was. I watched with amusement as the spell unraveled before it reached me, its energies absorbed into my maelstrom. Is this all you have? I let contempt drip from every word. After all your tests, your games, your pretense at superiority, with a casual gesture I transformed the floor beneath his feet into liquid stone. He leaped aside exactly as I'd anticipated. My second spell caught him mid-air, wrapping chains of pure energy around his limbs. Help! His cry echoed through the chamber. Contain him! I sensed them before they moved, the hidden figures in the chamber's corners, other masters who had been watching all along, thinking themselves clever in their concealment. They emerged like ghosts, their hands already weaving spells of containment and destruction. I didn't even bother to turn. With a mere thought, I sent a pulse of power through my modified flesh. The hidden masters simply came apart. Their bodies exploded from within, spraying the chamber walls with blood and bone. I watched shreds of their robes drift down like macabre confetti, all that remained of Noxal's secret observers. Watching from the shadows, I mused aloud, genuine amusement coloring my voice. How appropriate for those who fear true power. Regalius had used the distraction to break free of my energy chains, but I could see the color had drained from his face. What have you done? What have you become? I've become what you feared. I turned my full attention back to my former instructor, feeling the sigils in my flesh pulse with anticipation, what you all feared. Something beyond your control, beyond your understanding. I watched with interest as he gathered his power for one final assault. A desperate combination of offensive magics that lit up the chamber like a miniature sun. I didn't even attempt to defend against it. I simply stood there, letting the spells wash over my modified flesh like summer rain. When the light faded, I remained unchanged, but I could feel something shift within me. The last traces of who I had been seemed to drift away, replaced by something ancient and terrible. My turn. I raised one hand, focusing my will on the air around Regalius. A sphere of intensified gravity formed around him, small but unimaginably powerful. I watched him try to resist, tried to counter the effect, but my power had moved beyond such conventional magic. I contracted the sphere. His screams were music to my ears as the crushing force increased exponentially. I heard his bones crack, watched his flesh compress. In the final moment before the end, his eyes met mine, and I let him see exactly what he had helped create. The sphere collapsed to a point where Regalius had stood. Only a dark smear remained on the stone floor, like a thumb dragged through wet paint. The heat emanating from my body had become almost unbearable, the very air seeming to boil around me. I stood motionless in the center of my magical storm, looking down at what remained of my instructor. The sigils across my flesh pulsed with triumph, their devil-red light casting strange shadows on the blood-spattered walls. Was this not what you wanted? I asked the empty air. Did you not push me to break my limits, to transcend ordinary magic? My words echoed in the chamber, mixing with the constant thrum of power that emanated from my modified flesh. The dragon crest doors, still hanging open behind me, cast long shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. In the distance, I heard alarms begin to sound throughout Noxel. Other masters would be coming soon, drawn by the massive discharge of magical energy. The thought made me smile. Let them come. Let them see what their careful rules and restrictions had created. I looked down at my hands, watching the sigils pulse beneath my skin. The modifications I'd made to myself had opened doors I'd never imagined existed, given me access to powers that defied conventional understanding. And now, with Regalius's death, I had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. The title of wizard seemed almost meaningless now. I had become something else entirely, something that perhaps had never existed before in all of Noxel's long history. I could feel multiple sources of magical energy approaching the chamber. More masters, more tests, more limitations to break through. The thought filled me with a terrible joy. "Come," I whispered to the approaching doomed. "Come and see what I have become." My magical storm pulsed in anticipation, and I let the heat in the chamber rise even higher. What happened next reshaped Noxel forever and nearly reduced it to ashes. The approaching masters never stood a chance. I met their combined assault with barely a thought, their most potent spells dissolving in my maelstrom of power. Their screams joined the storm of my making, then fell silent. More smears on the stones, more evidence of what I had become. In the sudden quiet, I gathered my focus, reaching back through memories of my time at the old temple. Glamour magic, a reed I didn't regret. In the hands of an adept, those spells were a dime a dozen easily conjured. Now, with my enhanced understanding and seemingly limitless reservoir of power, I saw the true complexity of it. The interweaving of light, shadow, and perception, the delicate manipulation of others' senses. I let the magic flow through my modifications, feeling my form shift and blur. The sigils beneath my skin adapted, their patterns temporarily hidden beneath an illusion of normalcy. Within moments, I wore Regalius's face like a mask, his familiar stern features settling over my transformed flesh. The rest of Noxel passed me by without a second glance. Servants bowed, students scattered, and fellow masters nodded in deference. None saw the predator walking among them, the wolf in their fold. If they had looked closer, they might have noticed how the air shimmered around me, how shadows seemed to writhe in my wake. Outside, I let the glamour fade like smoke in wind. The torrential rain felt almost cool against my superheated flesh, steam rising where droplets struck my skin. Thunder rolled overhead, nature's pale imitation of the power that now coursed through my veins. "Traitor!" The voice cut through the deluge like a poisoned blade. I turned slowly, knowing already what I would find. Kylene stood at the top of Noxel's grand stairs, her scarred face twisted into a rictus of hate and triumph. The rain traced paths down her ruined features, emphasizing the damage I'd once admired as a mark of her dedication. "Your crimes cannot go unpunished," she spat, her hand raised in an offensive stance I knew all too well. "The Grand Master himself will oversee your suffering." Lightnings split the sky, illuminating us both in stark relief. I studied her. This woman who had once seemed so formidable. Now she looked small, limited, bound by the very traditions that had held me back for so long. "I will face him soon enough," I said, my voice carrying easily over the storm. "But when I do, it will be without chains, without limitations, without the bonds that all of you cling to so desperately." She struck first, as I knew she would, a combination of lightning and force that would have torn a lesser practitioner apart. I let it come, watching with detached interest as her magic crashed against my defenses like waves against stone. "Is that all?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Has Noxel fallen so far?" Her next attack was more impressive, a complex weaving of elements that turned the rain itself into weapons. Ice spears and steam blades whirled around me in a deadly dance. I remembered admiring this technique when she'd first demonstrated it, remembered struggling to understand its intricacies. Now I saw through it completely, saw every thread of power, every point of potential failure. With a gesture, I unraveled her spell, sending its components scattering into the storm. "You're nothing but a monster," she snarled, but I heard the fear creeping into her voice. "A twisted perversion of everything we stand for." "No," I corrected her, taking a step forward. "I am evolution. I am what comes next, what all your precious traditions were afraid to become." She backed away, her hands weaving new spells with desperate speed. "The Grand Master will." "The Grand Master will learn," I interrupted, "what true power looks like." I struck then, not with raw force but with precision. My power reached into her, finding the channels through which her magic flowed. I felt her try to resist, felt her desperate attempt to shield herself. But she was so limited, so bound by conventional understanding. "Wait," she gasped, her eyes widening as she felt what I was doing. "Please." I closed my modified hand into a fist, and her magical channels collapsed. The backlash sent her to her knees, blood streaming from her eyes and nose. She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw real understanding in her gaze. "What are you?" she whispered. "I am what's coming," I told her softly. Then I released the full measure of my power. Her body didn't explode like the others. Instead, it simply ceased. The magical energies I commanded broke her down at a fundamental level, reducing flesh and bone to their component elements. For a brief moment her form glowed with an inner light, a last desperate attempt by her magic to save her. Then she was gone, leaving nothing behind but a faint scorch mark on the rain-slicked stones. I turned away, walking into the storm that seemed to part around me. Steam continued to rise from my modified flesh, creating a personal fog that wrapped around me like a cloak. In the distance, I could feel the Grand Temple's presence, where Zortho waited, unaware of what his former student had become. The rain grew heavier, but I barely noticed it. My mind was already turning toward what lay ahead, toward the confrontation that would finally break the last chains holding me back, toward the moment when I would show my former master exactly what his attempts to limit me had created. The title of Red Wizard waited there, in that temple. But I no longer cared about titles. I had moved beyond such things, into realms of power that Noxel's traditions had never dared to explore. Lightning flashed again, and in its brief illumination, my shadow stretched before me, distorted, inhuman, a preview of what I was becoming. The thunder that followed seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Let it shake, I thought. Let it all come crashing down. I had transcended their limitations, broken their bonds, and overcome their attempts to control me. Now there was only one thing left to do: show Zortho exactly what his greatest failure had become. The storm raged on around me as I walked, each step taking me closer to the final confrontation. Behind me, Noxel's lights grew dim, its power seeming pale and insignificant compared to what now coursed through my modified flesh. Ahead lay destiny, revenge, and the breaking of the last chains that bound me. I smiled into the darkness and felt my sigils pulse in anticipation. Soon. Chapter 5. I surrendered myself to the storm, feeling my consciousness expand beyond mere flesh. The modifications I'd made allowed me to perceive the electrical currents threading through the clouds, to sense the pathways of least resistance. With barely a thought, I let my physical form dissolve into pure energy, becoming one with the lightning itself. The sensation was beyond description, existing as raw power, moving at speeds that made conventional travel seem laughably primitive. I could perceive everything the storm touched, feel every raindrop, every gust of wind. The temple lay ahead, a journey that would have taken days by conventional means. Now it was merely a matter of choosing which arc of lightning would carry me there. Between strikes, in those fractional moments of corporeal form, I caught glimpses of the world below. Forests and fields passed in blurs, mountains rose and fell away. The modifications in my flesh sang with each transformation, adapting and evolving to better channel these primal forces. I was no longer simply using the storm, I had become the storm. Time lost meaning in this state. There was only the pure exhilaration of power, the freedom of movement unconstrained by physical limitations. When I finally saw the temple's spires rising through the clouds, it felt both like hours and mere seconds had passed. The temple hadn't changed, 4 massive pillars rising from a central hub, connected by elaborate bridges at various levels. I'd spent years here, learning what I now knew to be carefully measured half-truths, deliberately limited teachings. The sight of it filled me with a cold rage that made the storm around me intensify. I chose my moment carefully, selecting the perfect lightning strike to carry me to the temple gates. The impact was devastating. Stone cracked, metal fixtures melted, and the very air ignited around me as I reformed. Before the thunder of my arrival had faded, I was already launching additional strikes. Lightning answered my call like an eager servant, hammering the temple from multiple angles. Fires erupted wherever the bolts struck, spreading quickly despite the rain. The ancient stone, saturated with centuries of magical energy, proved surprisingly flammable once properly ignited. I began my ascent of the southeastern pillar, each step leaving scorched footprints in the stone. The modifications in my flesh burned brighter now, their hellish glow reflecting off the rain-slicked walls. I could feel the heat radiating from my body, turning water to steam before it could touch me. Ahead, across one of the upper bridges, I could see movement in the pillar's high chamber. A gathering of mages, their forms barely visible through the rain and smoke. And there, stepping away from the group, moving closer to the bridge, Zortho. Even at this distance I could read the tension in his stance. He peered through the deluge, squinting against the glare of the fires I'd set. I let him look, let him see what his former student had become. The sigils across my flesh pulsed brighter, casting their devil-red glow across the bridge between us. "Seth?" His voice carried despite the storm, heavy with disbelief. "What have you done to yourself?" I continued my advance, each step deliberate. "I've freed myself from your limitations, old man, from the bonds you placed on me." "Stop!" He raised a hand, not yet in spellcasting position but ready to move there. "Whatever they've told you at Noxel, whatever they've done to twist your mind—" "Twist?" I laughed, the sound carrying undertones that made the bridge's stone railings vibrate. "They showed me truth. Showed me what you'd hidden from me all these years." Zortho took a step forward, rain running down his aged face. "Listen to me. I've known for years that something was wrong at Noxel. The signs were there, subtle changes in their teachings, shifts in their philosophy. They've been tainted by black magic, corrupted by powers they don't understand. That's why I was hesitant to allow you to go. I saw your true potential. And I thought if I can only make you less important to them, they would consider that you needed more training. I thought I could help you. The time came too quickly. Forgive me, Seth, but I promise I never intended on holding you back." "Lies," I snarled. though something deep within me stirred at his words. More manipulation, more attempts to control me. Look at yourself. He gestured at my modified form. Those sigils you've carved into you, they're not amplification runes, they're corruption matrices. They're changing you, transforming you into something that was never meant to exist. The power within me surged at his words, almost drowning out my own thoughts. I forced it back, maintaining control. I've become what I was always meant to be, what you prevented me from becoming. An archmage like those in the old stories. The archmages were guardians, protectors. Zortho's voice rose with urgency. They fought against exactly the kind of power you've embraced. Their strength came from discipline, from understanding the proper limits of magic. Limits. The word came out as a roar, and lightning struck the bridge between us, leaving a blackened crater in the stone. Always limits, always restrictions, always holding back. Because some powers aren't meant to be unleashed. Zortho stood his ground despite the destruction around us. Some boundaries exist for reasons beyond your understanding. The modifications you've made, the power you're channeling, it's changing more than your flesh, Seth. It's corrupting your soul. I felt the truth in his words, and that made me even angrier. The power within me responded to that anger, surging through my modifications with renewed intensity. The sigils in my flesh blazed brighter, their light casting strange shadows through the rain. My soul? I took another step forward, feeling the bridge tremble beneath my feet. You talk about my soul while wearing the robes of a deceiver? How long did you know about Noxal's true nature? How many students did you send there, knowing what awaited them? I sent you there because I had to be sure, Zortho replied, his voice dropping lower. I needed proof of what they'd become, but I never imagined they'd be able to corrupt you so completely. You were always strong-willed, always questioning. I thought you'd see through their deceptions. The only deception, I growled, was your pretense at being a true teacher. You held me back. You placed bonds on my power, limitations that kept me from reaching my true potential. There were never any bonds, Seth. Zortho's eyes held mine, filled with a sadness that made something in my chest ache. No limitations except those necessary for any practitioner of magic. What you're feeling now, this sense of unleashed power, it's an illusion, a trap designed to draw you deeper into corruption. The fires around us had spread, turning the temple's upper levels into an inferno. Through the smoke and rain, I could see other mages evacuating the chamber behind Zortho, fleeing what was to come. Smart of them. This was between master and student now. An illusion? I raised my hands, letting power surge through my modifications. The air itself seemed to warp around me, reality bending under the weight of the energies I commanded. Does this feel like an illusion to you? The power is real, Zortho acknowledged, finally moving into a defensive stance. But it's not yours, Seth. It's using you, changing you into something you were never meant to be. Look into yourself, past the corruption. Remember who you were, what you wanted to become. For a moment, just a moment, his words penetrated the haze of power and rage. I remembered younger days, simpler times, learning basic cantrips in the temple's practice yards, debating magical theory in lamplit studies. Zortho had been more than a teacher then. He had been a mentor, almost a father. But then the power surged again, drowning out those memories in a wave of dark energy. The modifications in my flesh pulsed faster, hotter, burning away any trace of doubt or hesitation. Who I was, I said slowly, feeling the words resonate with otherworldly power, was weak, limited, blind to the true nature of power. You kept me that way, all of you, with your rules and restrictions and careful measurements of what we were allowed to know. Seth, please, Zortho began, but I cut him off with a gesture that sent a wave of force across the bridge, forcing him to brace himself against the stone railing. No more words, I declared, letting my power flare fully to life. The sigils across my flesh blazed like fresh brands, their light turning the rain to steam before it could touch me. No more deceptions, No more limitations. Zortho straightened, and I saw the last hope fade from his eyes, replaced by grim determination. Then you leave me no choice. If you've truly fallen so far, if you've truly embraced this corruption. His hands began weaving complex patterns in the air, gathering power for what was to come. Finally I smiled, feeling the ancient power surge through my modified skin, some honesty between us. The storm raged around us, lightning illuminating the scene in stark flashes, master and student, teacher and pupil, standing at opposite ends of a burning bridge. The moment stretched, filled with the weight of years of history and betrayal, real or imagined. Then the moment broke, and with it, the last bonds of restraint between us. The time for words was over. The time for power had begun. I felt it happening, my consciousness sliding sideways, retreating into some dark recess of my mind as something ancient and terrible unfurled within me. The modifications in my flesh weren't just channels for power anymore. They had become conduits for something else, something that had been waiting for this moment. Zortho struck first, but not with any spell I recognized. The very air crystallized between us, forming patterns of pure force that rippled with mathematical precision. In my altered state, I could see the underlying equations, the perfect geometries of his magic, and I knew exactly how to shatter them. My counterattack didn't manifest as simple fire. Instead, reality cracked open along the bridge, revealing the molten core of the earth itself. Lava erupted upward in a spiraling column, its heat so intense it turned the rain into superheated plasma. Zortho's crystalline barriers held for a moment, then began to melt, but my old master hadn't survived this long by being predictable. As his barriers liquefied, he transformed them, turning the molten crystal into a wave of force that redirected my lava into a complex orbital pattern. The burning stones spun around us both, creating a cage of liquid fire. "You've learned new tricks," he acknowledged, his voice somehow carrying over the roar of our magics. "But so have I." The rain above us coalesced, not into a mere wave, but into a towering wall of water that dwarfed the temple itself. As it crashed down, I saw the intricate spellwork woven through it, thousands of individual enchantments that would strip away my protections one by one. The thing wearing my flesh laughed. My modified hands moved in patterns that felt older than time itself, drawing sigils in the air that burned with colors I had no names for. The tsunami hit something that wasn't quite a shield, more like a tear in reality itself, and split around us. Where the waters touched my barrier, they transformed into streams of liquid darkness that flowed upward, defying gravity. Zortho's eyes widened at this display, but he was already moving to his next attack. 10 concentric circles of light sprang into existence around him, each one spinning in a different direction and humming with its own unique frequency. As I launched a barrage of shadow blades, each capable of cutting through the fabric dragon scale, his defensive matrix caught them all, each ring adjusting its spin to precisely counter each attack. "That's not your power," he grunted, maintaining the complex array while gathering energy for something else. "Those patterns, they're from the before time. What have you let into yourself, Seth?" Whatever answered him used my voice, but the words weren't mine. "Something you should have become, old man. Something you all should have embraced." Lightning answered my call, but not the simple bolts I'd commanded before. This was living electricity, serpents of pure energy that coiled and struck with malevolent intelligence. Zortho met them with shields that looked deceptively small, until I saw that each one contained fractal patterns that repeated infinitely inward, creating perfect grounding patterns for my attack. Some bolts got through, scoring hits that left smoking holes in his robes and angry burns on his flesh, but he managed to reflect others back at me, and even my modified body felt the impact as divine electricity coursed through my systems. The bridge beneath us had long since stopped being mere stone. Our magic had transformed it into something else, A battlefield that shifted and flowed according to the forces we commanded. Reality buckled around us as spells that should have been impossible warped the very laws of nature. Zortho gathered himself for another assault, and I could feel the thing in my mind doing the same. The air between us grew heavy with potential, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. "I'll show you," my voice said, though I was no longer sure who was speaking, "what true power looks like." The storm above us grew darker, and something else began to take shape in the clouds. The sky above parted, not naturally, but as if something vast and incomprehensible was tearing through the fabric of reality itself. A sickly purple miasma poured from the wound in the sky, carrying with it the stench of ancient tombs and forgotten depths. Then came the tendrils, writhing ribbons of darkness that seemed to absorb light itself, each movement defying the laws of physics. They lashed out with impossible speed, striking the surrounding hilltops with such force that jagged peaks became smooth plateaus in an instant. I felt my consciousness being pushed aside, forced out of my own body. My knees struck the ground as my eyes rolled back, and suddenly I was watching the scene from somewhere else, somewhere outside myself. What I saw made me wish I could close these new ethereal eyes. Through the rift came something that shouldn't exist in our reality. An eldritch horror of such magnitude that my mind struggled to process its form. Among its countless features, one of its many mouths opened wide, disgorging a rain of seed like objects that plummeted toward the earth. Each seed burst upon impact, unfurling into humanoid shapes that moved with unnatural speed and grace, all converging on Zortho's position. I watched my old master's face as he looked at my physical form, the shock, the sorrow, the determination. Even from my displaced vantage point, I could see the conflict in his eyes, but there was no time for hesitation. Zortho's hands moved with practiced precision, calling down bolt after bolt of brilliant lightning. Each strike found its mark, reducing the nearest creatures to ash, but more kept coming. I could sense his power flagging, feel the strain as he drew more electricity from the storm-charged air. When he could summon no more lightning, he switched tactics. His fingers moved with desperate speed, tracing complex patterns in the air, a spell I'd never seen him attempt before. As the creatures closed in, he grasped the completed spell like a physical thing and slammed it into the ground. The earth responded with apocalyptic fury, transforming into a massive wave that curled inward, crashing down upon the advancing horrors with devastating force. But even this display of power seemed insignificant compared to what was happening above. The thing in the sky was pushing through, reality buckling around its impossible form. I saw the moment Zortho made his decision, saw the grief and shame cross his features even as his hands began weaving a new spell. Pure light condensed between his palms, forming a dagger that hurt to look at even in my displaced state. His lips moved, speaking words in a language so ancient it made the air vibrate. Then, with what seemed like the last of his strength, he threw the blade. Time seemed to slow as I watched it arc through the air, trailing streamers of divine light. The thing wearing my body didn't even try to dodge, perhaps it couldn't. So focused was it on maintaining the portal above. The dagger struck true, plunging into my chest. My physical eyes snapped forward, rolling down from their upward position to stare at the sky one last time. Above, the rift convulsed violently before exploding outward, raining down a grotesque mixture of insects and dismembered animal parts. The purple miasma dissolved into nothingness, and the darkness that had been trying to birth itself into our world retreated with a sound like 1,000 screaming voices. My consciousness began to pull back toward my body, drawn to it like iron to a lodestone, and I caught one last glimpse of Zortho's face before everything went dark. The storm retreated like a wounded beast, its fury diminishing to mere echoes of its former strength. Gentle rain replaced the torrential downpour, and the lightning that had painted apocalyptic tableaus across the sky faded to distant rumbles. The tempest seemed to drag itself away, seeking new horizons to terrorize. leaving behind only the soft percussion of raindrops and intermittent thunder that rolled across the devastated landscape like the dying breaths of some great creature. Zortho, his body nearly spent from the cosmic battle, forced his trembling legs to carry him the few steps to where Seth lay motionless. He collapsed beside his former student, every movement sending waves of agony through his battle-worn frame. With shaking hands, he placed his palm over the wound left by his light-forged dagger, feeling the warmth of blood beneath his fingers as tears began to fall freely from his eyes. The touch triggered a cascade of memories, vivid as yesterday despite the decades that separated them from now. He saw Seth as a child, barely 9 years old, secreted away in one of the temple's lesser-used storage rooms. The boy had borrowed a small polished stone from a merchant's stall during one of his rare visits to the marketplace, a minor transgression Zortho had chosen to overlook for the sake of what followed. Standing unnoticed in the doorway, Zortho had watched as young Seth sat cross-legged on the floor, his face screwed up in concentration, small hands extended toward the purloined stone. The rock had trembled, lifted, then hung suspended in the air, the look of pure joy, of wonder and achievement that had spread across Seth's face in that moment. It had told Zortho everything he needed to know about the boy's future. Another memory surfaced, Seth at 15, hunched over parchment in the library's alcove, writing by candlelight. Zortho had discovered the letters to Sandra, daughter of the temple's herb supplier, quite by accident while tidying the boy's quarters. Instead of confiscating them or forbidding the correspondence, he had secretly ensured their delivery, understanding that such connections to the world beyond the temple walls might one day prove crucial. Love, he had known, could be as powerful an anchor to humanity as any spell or ward. Now, kneeling beside his fallen student in the ruins of their battle, Zortho gathered these memories like precious stones, using them to focus his remaining strength. The devastation around them, the scarred stone, the remnants of reality-warping magic, the evidence of powers that should never have been unleashed, seemed to fade as he concentrated on those simpler, purer times. The ambient debris around them began to rise, dust and pebbles floating millimeters above the ground, as Zortho poured everything he had left into one final spell. His lips moved constantly, spilling forth every blessing, ward, and healing incantation he had ever learned. He reached deeper, into knowledge so old it had no proper names, into prayers and invocations that predated written language. Anything, he thought desperately, I'll try anything. Light erupted from his hands, so bright it turned the falling rain into streams of liquid gold. The effort drained him completely, and he collapsed against a broken section of pillar, his consciousness threatening to fade entirely. Through blurring vision, he watched Seth's motionless form. Suddenly, Seth's body convulsed. He sat up with a desperate gasp, hands frantically searching his chest, then patting the ground around him as if to verify his own existence. The hellish sigils that had marked his flesh, channels for powers beyond mortal comprehension, had faded to scars, though they still radiated heat like cooling metal fresh from a forge's heart. Seth's eyes, clear now of their earlier madness, found Zortho slumped against the broken pillar. I felt like I was surfacing from the depths of a dark ocean, my mind struggling to piece together recent events. The last clear memory I had was standing in Marcus' healing quarters, his words cutting deeper than any blade. "You're a monster! You hear me? A monster!" Tears welled up in my eyes as the truth of those words hit me now. I should have recognized the warning for what it was. Looking around at the devastation surrounding us, my heart constricted in my chest. The temple, my home, the place where I had grown from a scared child into a man, lay partially in ruins. Though the rain had extinguished most of the fires, a few persistent flames still flickered through the wreckage, casting dancing shadows across broken stones and shattered pillars. The yellow light gave everything a surreal quality, as if I was still trapped in some terrible dream. I scrambled to my master's side, my body protesting every movement. Zortho's once pristine robes were now tattered and burned, his exposed skin marked with angry wounds and scorch marks. His breathing came in shallow gasps, and his eyes struggled to maintain focus. "Closer," he wheezed, raising a trembling hand to beckon me. I leaned in, supporting his head with my hand. His skin felt cool to the touch, too cool. "I failed you, Seth," he whispered, each word seemingly costing him precious energy. "I should have prepared you better, made you stronger." A wet cough interrupted his words, but he pressed on. "I always knew you were special. That's why I pushed so hard. But not hard enough, it seems." My throat tightened. "Master, please don't." He gripped my arm with surprising strength. "Listen to me, the Grand Master. I've suspected for years his quest for power, his obsession with control over all magical communities, it corrupted him. And Regalius." He spat the name like it tasted bitter. "That fool would follow him into the depths of hell itself if ordered." Tears fell freely from my eyes now, mixing with the rain that still misted down around us. "I'm sorry," I choked out. "I should have been stronger." "No," Zortho's voice grew urgent, though weaker. "I'm the one who's sorry. I saw the signs of their black magic, saw how they were tainted, and I never thought you would succumb to their influence." His breathing became more labored, and fear gripped my heart. "Seth, listen carefully. If the Grand Master learns you survived this, he'll never stop hunting you. Even with that dark power purged from your body, he'll see you as a threat. His voice trailed off, and the hand gripping my arm went slack. I watched as the light faded from his eyes that had guided me, scolded me, encouraged me for so many years. Eyes that had seen both my greatest potential and my darkest fall. "Master," I whispered, but I knew he was gone. The rain continued its gentle descent, washing away blood and ash, but it couldn't cleanse the grief that overwhelmed me. I held his body close and wept in silence, surrounded by the ruins of everything I had ever known. Each tear that fell carried the weight of memories, lessons in the courtyard, quiet moments in the library, shared meals and shared laughter. All of it now seemed to belong to another lifetime, another person. The few remaining fires cast my shadow long across the broken stones, and in that moment I felt more alone than I ever had before. The world had shifted irreversibly, and I knew that whatever path lay ahead of me would be walked in solitude. My master's final warning echoed in my mind, mixing with the distant thunder that still rolled across the sky. The monster I had become was gone, but in its place sat questions I wasn't sure I wanted answered. How many others had the Grand Master corrupted? How deep did this darkness run? And most importantly, what would I do with this second chance I'd been given, purchased at such a terrible price? I remained there, cradling my master's body, as the last of the storm clouds drifted away and the first hints of dawn began to paint the eastern sky. Something new was beginning, but first, I would allow myself this moment of grief, this silent tribute to the man who had saved me not once, but twice. First as a child, and now from the darkness that had nearly consumed me entirely. As dawn crept over the horizon, I forced myself to confront the weight of my shame. Every memory that filtered back felt like a knife twisting in my gut. Each ritual, each dark enhancement, I had convinced myself was necessary, justified. But how much of that had truly been me? The question haunted me as I finally laid Zortho's body gently on the ground, arranging his robes with trembling hands. Had those decisions been mine alone, or had something been whispering to me, nudging me toward darkness long before I realized it? The line between my own ambition and the corruption that had taken root in me was terrifyingly blurred. More disturbing still was the question of how this entity had found its way into my being. Had it been lurking in the forbidden texts I'd studied? Had it seeped into me through the modifications themselves? Or had it been there all along, waiting for the right moment, the right weakness to exploit? The uncertainty made my skin crawl, and I found myself obsessively checking my reflection in a nearby puddle, half expecting to see something else looking back at me. I was a fugitive now, marked for death by the very institution that had raised me. The irony wasn't lost on me. I had spent years trying to prove myself worthy of the temple's highest echelons, and now I would spend years hiding from them. But first, I needed to understand. I needed to trace this corruption back to its source, to comprehend exactly what had happened to me. Only then could I hope to prevent it from happening to others. The thought of Livius, the Grand Master, sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the dawn air. I remembered his approving smiles as I grew stronger, his subtle encouragements as I pushed the boundaries of acceptable magic. Had he known what was happening to me? Had he orchestrated it? The possibility made me nauseous. Terror gripped me as I realized the full scope of what I faced. Livius commanded not just the temple's resources, but held influence over magical communities across the world. He had spent decades building his power base, cultivating loyalty and eliminating threats. And here I stood, barely alive, stripped of my dark powers, with nothing but questions and guilt as my companions. Yet beneath the fear and shame, something else stirred, a resolve hardened by loss and tempered by grief. Zortho had given his life to free me from whatever horror had taken root in my soul. He had died believing I could make this right. I owed him more than just survival, I owed him justice. Somehow, someday, I would expose Livius for what he was. I would understand the darkness that had nearly consumed me, and I would use that knowledge to stop him. Not for revenge. Revenge felt too simple, too small for what had happened here. No, I would do it because someone had to stand against the corruption that threatened to poison everything we held sacred. But first, I had to disappear. With one last look at my master's body, at the ruined temple that had been my home, I turned away. Each step felt like it added another weight to the burden of shame I carried. But I forced myself to keep moving. Dawn was breaking, and with it would come those who would ensure I never had the chance to make any of this right. The world ahead was vast and full of shadows, and I was more afraid than I had ever been in my life. But I would carry these fears, this shame, this guilt with me. They would be my companions, my reminders, my motivation. And somewhere in that world I would find answers, find strength, find a way to honor Zortho's sacrifice. The sun rose fully over the horizon, and Seth, once a promising young mage, now a broken and haunted fugitive, disappeared into the growing light of morning, leaving behind only footprints that the gentle rain would soon wash away. The storm came, and in its wake left change that would ripple out and alter events beyond.